For the next 3 days, the capital of Texas is the capital of fitness. The strongest and fittest athletes in the world are at Dell Diamond for the 2022 Rogue Invitational. A new record and an event win for Tia Toomey. Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion. Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, for the second straight year it plays host to the Rogue Invitational. Glad you're with us, everybody. Welcome to the Rogue Iron Game. We have a very busy 3 days of coverage in store for you. I'm Sean Woodland, Jamie Hagia, Pat Sherwood, and Dr. Bill Crawford will be along in just a second. But again, for the second straight year, we are here in Round Rock, Texas at Dell Diamond for what will be a fun celebration of strength and fitness and the stars of the past. Let's take a look at the schedule of what we have on tap here for the next 3 days. We have CrossFit competition. The strongman competition is back. The legends are here, and we will have Rogue record breakers going on as well. We're going to kick things off today at 2 p.m. Central Time. Strongmen are up first with the Tower of Power. Joined at the desk now by Jamie Hagia and Pat Sherwood, and there is just a ton to watch here over the next 3 days. Pat, we'll start with you. What are you most excited to watch?
Without question, the events. I mean, we've got monkey bars to deal with. Anytime you build a hill, you have my undivided attention. There's an obnoxiously heavy back squat, clean and jerks with a log. You've got an echo bike and DT. They look great on paper, but I want to see the athletes tackle them.
Jamie, what about you?
I'm looking forward to the CrossFit competition itself. The men's and women's field is stacked full of some of the best competitors in the world, as well as this is my first time I will be watching the strongman competition live, and these men are large, and I'm excited to see them lift some heavy weights out there.
If you haven't seen the strongman competition, it's going to be fantastic. There's some great implements out there on the field. It will be a lot of fun. But turning our attention to the CrossFit competition, this is the first time that we have seen a lot of these athletes in person on the same field since they were in Madison, Wisconsin for the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. An absolutely star-studded lineup for both the women and the men. On the women's side, Annie Thorsdottir returns to individual competition for the first time since competing at the Rogue Invitational last year. And we have some young up-and-coming stars to watch as well. Emma Lawson, who at one point wore the leader's jersey at the CrossFit Games, and Olivia Kersetter, just 16 years old, making her individual debut. But one of the big stories, the names that are not on that list. Tia Toomey isn't here. Mal O'Brien and Haley Adams. What does that mean for this competition?
What that means for the women is that we will have a new champion at the end of this weekend. So the three-time Rogue Invitational champion, Tia Claire Toomey, will not be here, as well as two of the young superstars in the sport in Mal O'Brien and Haley Adams. So that leaves the podium wide open and up for grabs for all of these women. We don't know who's going to end up on there, but I do know that there will be a new women's champion.
All three of them would have been favorites to stand on the podium, if not on top, if they were here. they're not. Who are the favorites now?
Yeah, that is a shame, but it just makes it exciting. Like you said, we have to talk about Annie Thorisdottir. She's amazing. It seems like she's been competing forever because she has. She's made 11 individual appearances at the CrossFit Games. She's won that twice. She has podiumed twice at the Rogue Invitational. And then we also have to mention Gabrielle Magala, last year 3rd place at the Invitational, and Laura Horvath is 100% in the mix. She took 4th last year at the Invitational, and she did podium at the Games as well.
One thing that CrossFit athletes love to do is take their fitness outside of the gym, and that's exactly what Christy Aramo O'Connell did recently. She ran the Columbus Marathon in 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds, beating her old time by nearly 6 minutes. Congratulations to her. And if you are doing the math on that at home, that's about a 7-minute mile pace for more than 26 miles. No way could I ever achieve that, ever. So congratulations to Christy Aramo O'Connell. Let's turn our attention now to the men's CrossFit competition. And the top 3 men from the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games are here. Justin Medeiros, Roman Krennikov, and Ricky Garrard. They had a great battle in Madison. We'll see that play out again here at Dell Diamond. And we're not going to be shortchanged if we get anything close to what we saw at the Games, Pat.
No, for sure. And, anytime somebody is doing exceptionally well, such as Medeiros, one of the first things I always think is, okay, they've got the physical capability, but the mental pressure of what makes a champion being able to perform again and again, that's unique. And he has shown that he has both the physical tools and the mental side of the house as well. But the 2 individuals that you mentioned, Sean, they're not going to make it easy for him. Roman Krennikov and Ricky Garrard are fired up. They both podiumed this year at the Games, and to say that they are hungry to take some gold away from Justin is an absolute understatement.
There is a bit of recency bias just given what we saw at the Games and how well both Ricky and Roman did and the pressure they put on Justin. But Pat Vellner is in the field. He has won this event before. You cannot count him out.
Definitely. Pat Vellner is definitely in contention to win this. He is no stranger to competition. He is one of the few competitors who has been to every single Rogue Invitational. In 2019, he finished in 2nd. In 2020, he finished 1st. And in 2021, he finished in 2nd. So if he's following this pattern, he's due for another 1st place finish. But he is also a 7-time Games athlete. So there's definitely cannot count out Pat Vellner.
One event has already taken place here. We're going to have more on that in a second. This is day 2 of competition for the CrossFit athletes. Here's what they will be facing today. They're going to kick things off with ski bar. That is going to be a fun event. Then it's back attack, and Pat mentioned that, just an enormous back squat that they have to face in that event. And then we're going to close things out with a CrossFit benchmark DT, but we're going to throw an echo bike in there as well. So that is going to be a ton of fun. So 3 events today starting at 3:10 p.m. Central Time with ski bar. And we have back attack. That's the back squat event. 4:05 is going to be on the bar for the men there. And then once again, close things out later with DT with a spin. Let's bring in one of the men now who is responsible for coming up with this programming, Chris Spieler. Chris, thanks so much for being here. When you are faced with the challenge of programming a competition for this level of athlete, where do you even start?
Oh, man. It's so far outside the scope of my capacity now. And even Josh is still a freak, but we really try to look at what athletes are capable of and make it a really cool experience for them as well as the spectator, and then have it be something that challenges them. Josh is a nut. He's always like, these guys got to earn it, But it's really us kind of taking a look at their capacity from other things that they've done, workouts, competitions, and then giving them a chance to shine.
We've got some fantastic events today, 3 on tap. You're obviously intimately familiar with what today looks like from a programming perspective. How would you encapsulate what the focus is for today, or what items are being tested for the audience at home?
Yeah, so we tried to have a pretty good scope throughout the weekend, but today you're obviously going to see that heavy back squat workout, which I'm so excited for.
I mean, were you angry when you programmed that, or what happened?
Gosh, I've always wanted to see a heavy back squat workout. So you're going to see a great power athlete. And then we've got the DT, which is going to be for these guys, this is like light, moderate barbell cycling. And we've got a conditioning element to that. And then this, obviously, like a pretty heavily body weight biased and conditioning workout with the ski erg and the muscle up. And that's going to be, I think, a really great day to expose everyone, and if you're making everyone a little unhappy at some point, you're probably doing a good job.
I would agree with that for sure.
If no one's happy, everybody at home is going to be happy. Chris,
Exactly.
best of luck competing with the Legends as well. Looking forward to watching you do that. We'll let you go to get ready for that, and good luck the rest of the way, man. Looking forward to seeing how this
Thanks
whole
so
thing
much.
plays out.
Appreciate
As we mentioned, one event has already been contested here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. It was off-site yesterday. It was the Texas Trail, and here's a look at how that went down. For the first time at the Rogue Invitational, we are heading off-site for the opening event. We are in Texas Hill Country outside of Austin for event number 1, the Texas Trail, presented by GoRuck. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. And Adrian, no better way to get things started with just a long, grueling run in the dirt.
And Texas Trail as an event is 4.2 miles traveled. They're going to go 1.2 miles with the ruck, 30 pounds for the men, 20 for the ladies. 1 mile run without the ruck. 3 sandbag up and overs, 100 pounds for the fellas, 70 for the ladies. And then they're going to finish with a 2 mile run.
Here's a look at the course that the athletes will be navigating. They will start at the bottom of a gorge, and right off the bat, they are faced with a pretty aggressive, pretty steep incline. That will level out for the remainder of this 1.2 mile run. At the first checkpoint, they will drop their rucks. Then it's mostly downhill, so this is where they can pick up some speed and possibly gain some ground on people they're chasing. They'll move to the sandbags. That is the second checkpoint. They will have 3 sandbags they need to move up and over a hay barrier, and then one final 2 mile run back to the finish line.
Yeah, and Sean, with this event description, and particularly looking at the terrain, we've got to keep in mind these athletes are doing this completely blind. They're not going to have the anticipation that you described, and they're going to need to make sure that they set the appropriate tempo for really what's unexpected.
The athletes are warming up before the start of this event. Adrian, what are your keys to success here in the Texas Trail?
The keys I've got for this particular workout are run short. It's important to shorten your stride or your cadence when you're under the load of weight. It's going to help save you energy down the road. And then, of course, finish the bag. You've got to get those things all the way over the hay bales, and ignoring that could make you struggle later.
We are underway. Men and women competing together once again. 30 pounds on their backs for the men, 20 pounds for the women. And as Adrian mentioned earlier, sort of a callback to the 2019 Rogue Invitational that was held in Columbus. We started that competition with a ruck run. There's Olivia Kerstetter in the white top and black pants. Tim Paulson in the yellow shirt, as the athletes are immediately faced with that aggressive incline, and now things starting to thin out a little bit at the front.
Yeah, and this is where you'll see there's a lot of friendliness going on the trail right now, but a lot of times you need to literally box out your area for the proper pacing that you desire. And when initially a race starts with a hill, it's really important for you to gain composure as fast as you can, create a rhythm with your breathing, and also your foot strike with the ground.
Here is Jona Koski, working his way up the hill. Out front early, that's Ricky Garrard alongside Roman Krennikov, Lazar Jukic, and Jason Hopper. Pat Vellner's there as well, and here comes Chandler Smith, followed by the 2-time fittest man on earth, Justin Medeiros.
Yeah, it looks like it's business as usual with a crew like this. You see the athletes that are leading, and these are a lot, for the most part, the ones that we would predict finishing towards the top. I did see Jorge Fernandez in that initial pack, and that might not be a pick that I initially made on who would do well in a ruck race. So we'll see how this plays out for him.
Gabby McGowa and Emma Lawson out front early for the women, as now the field starting to thin out as the athletes work their way through that 1.2 mile run with those ruck packs on their back. At that first checkpoint, they will ditch the rucks. Jason Hopper out front for the men, and Annie Thorstadter back in the pack there. Thorstadter, one of the favorites to win this entire competition. She finished second at the Rogue Invitational last year.
Yeah, and we're all excited to see what Annie can do back on the individual scene. We got to watch her have some pretty good success at the team level, and now I've got to assume that her body's feeling good. She's eager to prove that her fitness has certainly not taken a backseat.
Ricky Garrard on the right side of your screen, Roman Krennikov, Lazar Jukic, and Chandler Smith still on that lead pack, and now Justin Medeiros, and you can see a lot of these athletes starting to walk up these hills.
Yeah, and that's a part of it. You've got to certainly be able to pick and choose when you can make moves on the field and when it is appropriate. Unfortunately, like we mentioned earlier, they're running this race completely blind, not knowing the trail and what's to come.
Saw the view from Gabby Magawa. She just passed out a view on the right side of your screen. She's towards the front for the women. No surprise there, given the fact that she won the Capital event back in August at the CrossFit Games. There is Danielle Brandon. Jason Hopper, though, is your leader for the men. You can see Justin Medeiros, who's trying to become the first man to repeat as champion at the Rogue Invitational. We've had this competition 3 times now and 3 different winners. Now, Danny Spiegel is way in the back, and she is the last woman up that incline. Jason Hopper starting to open up a lead here.
Yeah, and it looks like he's really trying to seize the opportunity. Anytime it looks like we've seen him on a downhill of any sort, he's really trying to accelerate his pace. And, of course, we know he's got a background in football, so he's used to running with a little weight on his back.
Ricky Garrard was in second place, and you see Lazar Jukic working his way up the incline. There's a view from Gabby Magawa again, who's wearing a camera for us, and she is towards the front for the women as they are getting closer to that first checkpoint. And they will get to shed those rucks, and then it's the second portion of this event, the run to the sandbags.
And we're seeing a couple different techniques come into play where athletes are freely moving their arms as if there's no backpack on them at all, and some are actually grasping it tightly to their body. I'm assuming that if they keep their arms free and freely swing their arms, that's going to help them stay much more relaxed, as that's what we see Jason Hopper doing out in the front.
And Jason Hopper is way out in front, and he will be the first man to the checkpoint. He ditches the ruck, wasting no time, and now a mile between him and checkpoint number 2, the sandbags. Behind Hopper, there is Ricky Garrard, followed by Roman Krenikoff and Justin Medeiros and Chandler Smith. Lazar Jukic behind them.
And John, this is where we're going to see 2 different psyches come into play, right? People are going to drop this ruck and say, okay, now let's let the dogs go. And they're going to feel like their legs have resurgence of energy. And there's some folks that are going to realize they ran too hard, too fast with that ruck, and their legs are going to feel like they've got no relief even after they dropped all that weight on the ground.
Back in the pack, some more athletes getting set to get to that first checkpoint. Jason Hopper, meanwhile, continues to build on his lead.
He might not be coined as the best runner in the field each and every year, but he had a unique strategy to really pull away when it was necessary.
And now more athletes are getting set to come into that first checkpoint and ditch the ruck. Here's Gabby Magawa. She will be the first woman to drop her ruck pack. Behind her is Emma Lawson, and here comes Danielle Brandon. So 3 women have now gotten rid of their rucks as Annie Thorsauter joins that crew.
Yeah, and if you'll notice, even as we watch these athletes take this downhill, it's important to let your body fall forward when you can, gain momentum when it's possible, and of course, have your mind and eyes ready to react quickly to those rocks that you don't know that's coming.
Danielle Brandon is now out front. She has passed Gabby Magawa.
She's not only making moves on the ladies, I mean, we see her making moves on the men right there.
Passing Sam Quant, Gabby Magawa now back in second place for the women.
I do think even being up against a terrain like this is where athletes with field sport backgrounds have a tremendous advantage. A lot of quick footwork, a lot of fast reactions are necessary to have success in a race like this.
Jason Hopper has now made it to checkpoint number 2. 3 100-pound sandbags that he has to move up and over that hay bale.
Yeah, and I think this is honestly where he's starting to reap the fruits of his hard work early in this race. He looks around and he sees absolutely no one. That doesn't just build confidence for now, but now he gets to run his own race to finish this thing.
Roman Krenikoff, Justin Medeiros, Jeff Adler, and now Chandler Smith behind Hopper, and Hopper is done. And now just 2 miles between him and the finish, looking over his left shoulder.
And now we got these 3 coming in, Medeiros, Krenikoff, and Adler. And you got to just think, they have to be wondering who is going to make their move and when. While it looks like there's a bit of an alliance almost formed between these 3, they are out to win it each by themselves.
Krenikoff, Medeiros, and Adler will be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th men to the sandbags, as Ricky Garrard, who now is in second place behind Hopper, is on his 2nd of 3 bags, looking to separate himself from the 3 men immediately behind him.
One of the key aspects of this race was to finish the bag. One thing that we noticed back in 2019 when there were bags in the up and over fashion was that athletes would get it up there and then kind of nonchalantly just let it sit. They were then called back to finish the bag over the hay bale, and we see none of these athletes making that mistake this year.
Krennikov, Adler, and Medeiros are all done trying to chase down Ricky Garrard, who is in second place right now. And here comes Chandler Smith, still in that pack towards the front. Danielle Brandon continues to lead for the women. Here comes Sam Quant, Gabby McGowa now getting closer to checkpoint number 2 as more and more athletes are getting to work on those sandbags. Danielle Brandon on the left will be the first woman to those 3 70-pound bags. And here comes Gabby McGowa.
You know, and Sean, one thing that is important to notice when we watch athletes go through an event like this, particularly the long ones, is their body language. And what I see right there from Danielle Brandon as she goes down the hill and even gets, prepared to get these sandbags up and over, is that she looks very relaxed, poised, and confident.
Jason Hopper is very relaxed right now as there is nobody even close to him. Hopper has maintained this lead for the majority of the event, and he can put this thing in cruise control right now as he looks for his second career event win at the Rogue Invitational. Now, Danielle Brandon is done. She is up and over, and she will look to put some distance between herself and Gabby McGowa, but now McGowa cresting that hay bale, and she is right behind Brandon. Here comes Sam Quant and Bailey Rogers on the right in third place for the women.
Yeah, and while we see Hopper with this large lead on the rest of the men's field, these 3 ladies are in for a fight. We've still got 2 miles of running left. It is important for them to continue to have urgency and understand that if they are in second or third place, like, they've got a chance to make a move.
More men and women joining Jason Hopper on that final 2-mile run to the finish line.
Nice work, brother.
But they are well back of the leader.
Yeah, and we got to continue to reference the fact that this trail run is tremendously different than a road run or a run at the track. And I think we'll even see that in the standings when these athletes start to approach the finish line, is the fact that we might not be able to line them up directly and say this is who would win a 4-mile run for time on the road. So they are up a unique test here, even as we watch these athletes start to use their hands on their quads to save as much energy in those legs as they can.
And this is the pack immediately behind Jason Hopper. There is Jeffrey Adler, who finished on the podium here at the Rogue Invitational last year in third place. Justin Medeiros is behind him, and it's Roman Krennikov in the middle. And then behind them in the white shirt, there's Chandler Smith. And Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson now starting to gain ground on that pack as well. Danielle Brandon continuing to lead for the women. Gabby McGowa remains in second place here on this final 2-mile run to the finish.
Yeah, it's even small things just like that instance right there where we watched Danielle Brandon continue to run through that incline, as we saw repeatedly male athletes stop to put their hands on their legs, and even Gabby McGowa there show us the same type of thing.
Bailey Rogers in her first ever Rogue Invitational right now in third place for the women, and that's exactly what you mentioned. You can see athletes leaned over, hands on their thighs, trying to work their way up the hill. There's Sam Quant in the white shirt. Behind him is Emma Lawson on the left side of your screen. And there is Annie Thorisdottir. Top 5 for the women on the left side of your screen. Danielle Brandon, followed by Gabby McGowa. Bailey Rogers still in the top 3. Matilda Garnes has moved into 4th, and it's Emma Lawson who is in 5th. The field really starting to spread out here on the back half of this final 2-mile run. Jason Hopper, the leader for the men, is in the bottom left-hand part of your screen, so you can see the cushion that he continues to build here. Ricky Garrard has a camera on. Let's check in with him as he and Jeff Adler are talking some strategy.
Yeah, about it. Roman, when I passed him, was on a 2 count. 2 more? We're at 5K almost. 2 left. Pace, 9 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're hearing this back and forth conversation between Ricky and Jeff, and Ricky's essentially saying, like, hey, how far do we have left? I'm not really sure. Adler's like, hey, at this pace, don't worry. 9 minutes left, we'll be there.
And Jeff Adler is looking like he might leave Ricky Garrard behind him here. So Adler moving into second place behind Jason Hopper. Garrard has slid into third, followed by Roman Krennikov and Justin Medeiros. So your top 3 men from the CrossFit Games, 4th, 5th, and 6th right now in this opening event. And there is Jason Hopper. You talk about the mental advantage of not being able to see anybody behind you, and then the mental disadvantage it puts your competitors at. They can't see you.
Yeah, he's officially broken the rope, right? And when you're following or trailing someone the entire workout, you're really trying to peel away at that rope and draw them in, and his job as the leader was to break that rope, essentially to try to break their will.
Here goes Jeff Adler, who cannot see Hopper right now. Ricky Garrard is right behind him, and he saw Danielle Brandon, who is still out front for the women. That's Gabby McGowa. We're looking through her POV camera. She's right behind Bailey Rogers. McGowa currently in third place right now in this event.
Are we on the precipice of a Rogue video game? Because that's what it felt like with the hands and the following behind the competitor. I felt like we were controlling Gabby perhaps at that moment.
Gabby McGowa volunteered to wear this camera, and we want to thank her for doing that. Certainly enhancing our coverage here. Comes Bailey Rogers down that decline. As she has started to separate herself from Gabby McGowa. Top three for the women have remained mostly the same here towards the back part of this event. Jeff Adler trying to open up a lead, more of a lead on Ricky Garrard, as Jason Hopper is getting closer to the finish. This will be the final turn before a straightaway to the end of the event.
Yeah, and it's a great feeling, anyone that's had the opportunity to lead an event the way that Hopper has led this almost in entirety, when you come across the last turn and you know that the finish is almost there.
Good look at the terrain here in hill country outside of Austin, Texas. The opening event, first time we've gone off-site for the opening event at the Rogue Invitational. As Adler has put himself solidly into second place. And here comes Ricky Garrard, who sits in third, and he is well ahead of the men trying to chase him, as Adler now makes that final turn to the finish line.
Yeah, and if we notice, even look at the separation that he was able to put between him and Ricky in a short amount of time.
Danielle Brandon looking to close out her event. And here comes Ricky Garrard to the home stretch. Behind our leaders, more athletes getting to that final mile. Emma Lawson is one of them. An impressive performance so far for her in this event. Lawson making her first appearance at the Rogue Invitational, 17 years old, and was the female rookie of the year at the CrossFit Games. There is Annie Thorstadter. Emma Lawson making the final turn towards the finish line. Now Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, Annie Thorstadter, and Sam Quant behind her.
Yeah, Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson making an aggressive move around that turn, certainly trying to use the momentum of the curve there. That type of speed makes me wonder, did he reserve a little too much too early, though?
Jason Hopper continues to lead, no shock there. Jeff Adler has managed to cut into that just a bit here. But Adler may be running out of time to make a move, as there is the finish line. And here comes Jason Hopper. He is going to win the opening event of the 2022 Rogue Invitational, his second career event win. 31 minutes, 27.06 seconds for Hopper. Jeff Adler is going to take second, so Adler just didn't have enough time to reel in Hopper, but he will get 95 points for that effort. And now Ricky Garrard coming across in third place. And it's going to be Danielle Brandon who will win for the women. 34 minutes, 11.03 seconds. Bailey Rogers is in. She will take second. Great start for her. And here comes Gabby McGowa in third. Final results, Jason Hopper gets the win for the men by 13 seconds over Jeffrey Adler, Garrard, Krenikoff, and Medeiros rounding out the top five. And it's Danielle Brandon, 34 minutes, 11.03 seconds, the win for the women.
It just went really good. I was expecting to blow up at a certain point and it'd be like, oh my gosh, I hate life. And just never got to that point, so I just kind of kept riding it out.
I like trail running rather than just regular running. It was good. The worst, honestly, was somebody told me there was a quarter mile left, and there was definitely like 3/4 left. That was honestly the hardest part.
One event is down here at the Rogue Invitational, and Adrian, you've been through these competitions where you have a long event to kick things off. What's going through these athletes' minds as they get set for the rest of the Rogue Invitational?
Well, I got to tell you, whether you finish this in first place or in last place, it's 1 of 10 scores. Your primary job is to forget this performance, get your body recovered, and get ready for the next few days of competition.
Danielle Brandon opens up the 2022 Rogue Invitational with an event win, 34 minutes, 11.03 seconds. It's Bailey Rogers and Gabby McGowan in second and third, followed by Garnes and Lawson. No shock that McGowan is up there, given what she did in the capital event at the CrossFit Games, but I don't know if anybody had Danielle Brandon and Bailey Rogers in 1 and 2 after this.
It wasn't so surprising to me to see Danielle Brandon up there. She is a workhorse, and it seems like the harder it gets, the more pain she is, the more calm she stays. She strolled through that finish line nice and calm, but I do think it was a surprise for Bailey Rogers. If you haven't seen her, this is her first time here, but she is no stranger to competition. She was finished 6th at the Torian Pro, and interesting, she has an Olympic lifting background, so usually Olympic lifters aren't the best runners, but maybe she's defied the odds, and she has done it.
Meanwhile, on the men's side, it's Jason Hopper who picks up his second career event win at the Rogue Invitational. Jeffrey Adler winds up in second place, followed by the 3 men who were on the podium at the CrossFit Games: Ricky Garrard, Roman Krenikoff, and Justin Medeiros. And Pat, to steal something that you said before, if you thought Jason Hopper was going to win this event, you were probably related to him.
Right. I absolutely would have lost all my money. I would not have bet on that, but my hat's off to him. Extraordinarily impressive. And now the conversation becomes, will we remain mentioning his name as the conversation about the events tick by? I hope so. Now behind him, that makes I have to give credit also to Jeff Adler. Are you kidding me? He's one of the strongest athletes out there, and he took second place on the running event. I think he's going to crush that back squat later on. And then after that, now we seem to be in familiar territory. Garrard, Krenikoff, Medeiros, but my hat's off to Adler and Hopper. Astonishing times on that run.
There are 3 more events on tap for today for the CrossFit competition, and we are going to start with ski bar. It's an up and back chipper. There's a very interesting twist that is in there as well. We'll wait till that event actually happens to reveal that to you. But Pat, what do you like about this event?
To me, this is a bar muscle-up event, undoubtedly. Don't get me wrong, everything in the middle is going to just make the bar muscle-ups harder and fatigue you and interfere. But without question, you've got a big set of 20 to start, and that set of 20 at the end is really going to make or break people. The 80 GHDs, you've just got to hammer those. And you can't really win it on the ski erg, but you could mess yourself up if you go too fast. So manage that ski erg, and it's all about the bar muscle-ups.
We will hear more from Pat and Jamie throughout the day as we work our way through the competition. Remember, we have the Legends, the Rogue Record Breakers, and for the second straight year, the Strongman competition. And last year, it was Martins Litzis who came into Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, and won the first ever 2022 Rogue Invitational, edging out the world's strongest man, Tom Stoltman. Second of it. Kalis Koski has done it, proving he is back. Thorsdottir just continues to defy time. Martins Litzis, he is your Rogue Invitational champion. And Justin Medeiros is going to pick up his first event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Tia Toomey is your 3-time Rogue Invitational champion. Joined at the desk now by Dr. Bill Crawford. I love talking to you about this stuff because your excitement for it is infectious. There's a ton to watch this weekend in the strongman competition and the Rogue Record Breakers. What are you looking forward to seeing the most?
I just like watching the whole show. Last year we had a beautiful mix of strongman and CrossFit, and they've mixed very well together. Everybody respected each of the sports. I'm most excited this weekend, though, to see new implements. We've got 3 new events: the Tower of Power deadlift. We've got the Rogue Coaster, the Husafell bag carry. Great event, head-to-head. There's also 7 new athletes. 7 new athletes that have not been to the Rogue Invitational before. New events, new athletes. And how do the 3 that were here last year respond to having these new athletes as part of what's going on?
You mentioned some of the new implements. It looks like a carnival out there in the outfield at Dell Diamond with all the great stuff that Rogue has put together. And as Bill mentioned as well, it's a relatively new field here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. Only 3 men in this year's field were at the competition last year, but 2 of them were inside the top 3. Martins Litzis, he is your defending champion. Alexei Novikov finished in 3rd, and then Rob Kearney is the other man who has been at this competition before, but everybody is chasing Martins Litzis. Why is he once again the favorite to win this whole thing?
Well, he's the defending champion. He's had a great season so far. He won the Arnold Classic, which is a very prestigious show, came 2nd at World's Strongest Man. Everybody knows that track record, but these events line up very well for him. It's a combination of static strength and then a lot of dynamic strength, or strength endurance we like to call it. He's very good at those. But what Martins is really going to look to do is to do what he always does, which is not fall far behind and to continue on and then put the stranglehold at the end of the competition.
Alexei Novikov, we mentioned him. He had a great showing last year. He had on the Sear dumbbell press 300 pounds over his head, one of the most incredible things I've seen. He's got to be the favorite to challenge Martins, right?
Absolutely. I actually think that he actually has a little better chance based on the events, because if this were a maximum deadlift, I might give Martins the nod. But the fact that it's a deadlift for reps, and also Alexei is the world record holder in the deadlift from 18 inches. And as you said, he also won the dumbbell event last year. He's also got a great motor. He's very good at these types of events. The Husafell stone carry at his first Arnold, he actually almost won that event over half door. So these events match up very well for him.
So Alexei Novikov and Martins Litzis, 2 of the favorites, but there are some very talented men along with them in the field, and some people you should be keeping your eye on as we work our way through the Rogue Invitational Strongman Classic. Some of the new faces that are here. We have Tom Stoltman is not in the field. Trey Mitchell is here. So Trey Mitchell looking to make some noise here in 2022 at the Rogue Invitational. Let's take a look at the events that the athletes will be facing today, and we're going to start, you mentioned it, with the Tower of Power deadlift. And if you've never seen anything like this, you're in for a treat, because not only is it an incredible event, but the apparatus that Rogue has put together here is phenomenal. More on that in a second. We got the Sear Bell ladder coming up as well, and then you can see the Rogue coaster in the bottom right. The Tower of Power is in the middle of your screen. It's a little bit of a different deadlift than we're used to seeing, like with the elephant bar. What's the key to this event?
So the key to the Tower of Power is controlling the apparatus. It's not just a bar that you pull against yourself. So there is a little bit of movement that is possible with this bar. The other one too is that you need body position. This is for reps. So you've got to make sure that you go from rep to rep and keep your body position. That's one of the harder parts.
And that thing is extremely structurally sound. They had just about every single strongman competitor on top of that thing yesterday. It weighs 13,000 pounds. That's how much wood is on there. There's another 2,000 pounds of metal. The bar is 55 pounds. The loaded working total weight is about 900 pounds. It's 18 feet wide, 14 feet tall, and 15 feet deep. And there will be 1 man lifting at a time. It's going to be a lot of fun. Strongmen kicking things off here in a little bit. Again, we have the CrossFit competition, the Legends, and the Rogue Record Breakers. So get comfortable. You're in for a great day of action. The Rogue Iron Game will be with you throughout the day to keep you updated on everything that's going on and interview some of the personalities that are on hand here at Dell Diamond. So stay with us, everybody. Action set to kick off here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. Event 1 for the Strongmen coming up next. It's an implement worthy of the strongest athletes in the world. The Tower of Power kicks things off at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. Glad you're with us, everybody, at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Lawrence Chalet. Laws, some incredible athletes are here outside of Austin, Texas. The defending champion is back. Martins Litsi's looking to repeat as Rogue Invitational champion, but it will not be easy for him.
It won't be easy. He's an incredible athlete, been to so many shows, and he's very, very rarely off the podium. But we've got some big opposition for him this weekend. It's going to be a battle.
And this is the first test. The Tower of Power, 13,000 pounds of wood, another 2,000 pounds of steel on that thing. And it is 60 seconds to lift 900 pounds as many times as you can. Laz, what on earth does it take to be successful at this event?
This event is all about back and leg strength. These guys need to prove they are the strongest when it comes to the lower body. It's a little bit higher than we had last year on the deadlift. Last year we had the elephant bar. This bar is from 18 inches. And what I love about the Rogue Invitational is we can't just have a deadlift. We've got to make it an epic deadlift. We've got the Tower of Power, 900 pounds for repetitions. This is monstrous weight. The top 10 strongest guys on the planet right now competing for the Rogue Invitational.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is on top of that Tower of Power.
Guys, there's a lot of time, energy, and materials put into the Tower of Power. It's made out of 13,000 pounds of wood, 2,000 pounds of steel, and then that weight carriage, cables, and bar comes to a total of 900 pounds that our strongmen are going to be getting after. And of course, Rogue put that clock front and center because you know the strongmen will be keeping a close eye on it.
Thank you, Kiki. Kevin Ferris will be the first man up. He was on top of the platform there, getting set to lift. Ferris making his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, one of the 7 athletes who were not in the competition last year.
Yeah, this year's lineup completely different to last year, but we have the defending champion. We have the guy that came 3rd in last year's show as well, plus a whole host of new incredible youngsters.
Ferris getting set to open things up here. 60 seconds to complete as many lifts as he possibly can.
So Kevin's had a few issues with deadlifting over the last couple of years, but in his last competition, he did very well on the deadlift. He had some nerve damage. That seems to have cleared up now. Let's see how he's feeling, how training's gone, and how many reps can Kevin Ferris do with 900 pounds.
Athletes are allowed to use straps.
So they're allowed the standard straps that you see there. They're not allowed the figure of 8 straps where they can kind of drop the bar lower on their hands. They need to make sure they're tightly strapped in. No suits allowed this year. 900 pounds, as you can see how heavy that is with Kevin. But he manages to get that first rep. Gets the down signal from referee.
60 seconds, 1 rep in for Kevin.
2 reps down now for Kevin Ferris.
2 reps for
Official time being kept on the tower.
900 pounds is monstrous for weight, for repetitions. There's athletes that potentially wouldn't lift this for 1. Kevin's starting us off 2 reps so far. I think maybe he's got 1 more in him. Nope, he's leaving it there. 2 repetitions is very, very unlikely now. We'll see him come back to the bar and get this weight. Using the time limit, he wants to get that extra rep. He knows there's some big, big deadlifters coming, the likes of Pavlo Nekonechny. Novikov, an excellent deadlifter from a higher pull. He needs to get as many reps on the table as he can.
Ferris is going to call it. 2 successful reps for Kevin Ferris to start us off. Bobby Thompson should be the next man out.
And Bobby should be good at this event. He is built to deadlift. He is built for power. He's not such a fan of the fitness, the endurance type events, but when it comes to static strength, Bobby is a beast.
Saw Bobby Thompson at the Arnold Classic earlier this year. He took 3rd.
He was fantastic over at the Arnolds, and that is a heavy static competition. This competition a little bit more mixed in terms of athleticism as well as the heavy events, but we're starting off with one of his favorites.
Thompson also the current American record holder in the log lift at 478 pounds, and we do have a log event coming up later on in the competition.
He'll be looking forward to that one. Obviously, the medley, which is the yoke into the log lift. He would prefer it if it was just the log lift, but he is decent at yoke as well, so it could be a good event. But this is what he's focused on right now. 900 pounds. The target set so far, 2 repetitions by Kevin Ferris. But I think we're going to need to be higher than that for the big points in this one. I think looking at Kevin, 1 or 2 of these athletes could get close to 10 repetitions. I think somewhere between the 7 and 10 is where we want to be looking.
Underneath the Tower of Power, making this one unique event to kick
Bobby
off
Thompson
the
getting himself set to try and make a run at the top scorer right now, which is Kevin Ferris. Only one of the 10 strongmen have gone here on the opening event, the Tower of Power. There's Athor Melstead in the green shirt.
So I went down there earlier and just had a look at the equipment. Stood up there, had a little tug of the bar, and that wasn't even at full weight, and it was feeling heavy.
Here comes Bobby Thompson.
Got wide ears, the thickness of the shoulders, the chest, the arms. He is without question built for power.
Strap in, pull the dead space.
Extremely long straps there. He doesn't want grip to be an issue whatsoever.
Thompson getting himself strapped in, and then he will have 60 seconds to complete as many repetitions as he can. The second of the 10 strongmen to go here.
So Bobby ready to lift. And here's the command from the referee. And there we go. That's a powerful first rep from Bobby. Easy rep.
There is 3. Thompson just repping these out. He's got 4 down and still plenty of time left. That's 5.
This is impressive. This is what all the other athletes will be looking at right now as the target to beat. We know Bobby is strong. He's a powerful athlete, likes the heavy events, and he's starting off this event exceptionally well here.
7 total reps for Bobby Thompson.
Just getting hard on the 8th, but still a good lift. Can he get to double figures? Look at the marks on his legs where that bar is scraping along his thighs. Can he get this 9th rep? Needs to stabilize. Magnus doesn't give the referee the down signal.
I think Thompson looks like he's done, but 8 officially for Bobby Thompson. It didn't look like he got credit for that last one, but that was an impressive effort.
That was exceptional. 8 repetitions. Bobby will be pleased with that. Look at him. He would have wanted that 9th, but it could be a very, very good start for him. 8 repetitions with 900 pounds.
No big D. Bobby's like a little deadlift workout.
Sometimes watching these strong men, we don't appreciate these weights. 900
you really don't. You lose
is,
perspective very easily.
For average people going to a gym thinking about deadlifting, they're lifting 300, 400, maybe even 500 pounds. But you throw 900 pounds into the mix. Quite incredible.
There is Alexei Novikov, the man who finished 3rd last year here at the Rogue Invitational and had one of the most impressive feats of strength that we saw in the Sear dumbbell event when he pressed with one arm 300 pounds over his head.
His dumbbell pressing is truly exceptional, but he's very, very good at an elevated deadlift. One thing sometimes people question with Alexei is whether he's good without a deadlift suit. So the Rogue, we don't allow deadlift suits in this competition. However, one of his most recent performances in the Shore Classic, they did an elevated deadlift and he won that event. He's won the elevated deadlift in many competitions before. I'm expecting a very solid performance here from Alexei.
Let's take one more look at Bobby Thompson, who was really going touch and go for his first 4 or 5 reps.
Look how easy these first few reps were. Just the power of the man. You can see the shaking at the top, those barrels just causing the whole body to convulse as he kind of locks out there. but the power and the speed of those early reps was truly incredible.
6 reps, I lead in 20 seconds. Bobby showing no signs of stopping.
He flew through those first 6 reps.
He got through 8 with little trouble. It was the 9th rep that he got super close to completing.
25 seconds remain. Bobby still straight.
Be interesting to see how much that 9th rep costs him in the overall on this event. He looked like he had it, and then just ends up having to let go of the bar.
It just looked like he had a slight bend in the legs there that he wasn't going to
Couldn't quite lock the legs out. I think the pressure just building up in his body just made him have to let go in the end. Novikov there just getting focused before this one. So 8 repetitions by Bobby is going to be tough to beat.
Novikov second at the Arnold Classic earlier this year.
Novikov has to be one of the favorites for this weekend's show. Very, very rarely off a podium. He's been on the podium 9 out of the last 10 competitions he's done.
All right, ladies and
Still very early in his career. He's only 26 years old, which in the strongman world is young.
It is. He's the second youngest athlete in the field. Already achieved so much, and he would love to add to that resume with the Rogue Invitational.
Novikov is on top of the Tower of Power, and he will try to beat Bobby Thompson's score of 8 reps. Novikov now the 3rd of the 10 strongmen to go.
Novikov never looks like the big beast, you know. He's not the biggest athlete there, but he seems to be able to get the best out of himself on every single event. Sometimes you watch him in warm-ups and you think, this guy's got no chance. He's just not looking it today, and then suddenly he just manages to switch on, and that's a real attribute of a champion. I think we see the same kind of thing from Martins Lissis. When it's about performing, they just manage to raise their level.
Novikov is just about ready to get things kicked off here. 60 seconds, as many reps as he can pull. Score to beat is 8 by Bobby Thompson. Here we go.
And we are off, ladies and gentlemen.
Solid first pull.
As we have just hit the 5-second marker.
Novikov off to a great start. He's 3 down, now 4.
Look at the technique. Every rep looking exactly the same.
We're at 5.
It's 7.
20-second marker. And he keeps going.
This to tie. Now Novikov for the lead.
Our last competitor.
And he get into the lead.
And he will have it.
Just about. We'll have to check that that one was official.
9 reps. He did get the down signal. So 9 reps so far for Alexei Novikov, going for double digits.
Keep that noise going.
Is he going to try again? I think he's got time.
10 seconds
10
remaining.
seconds. I don't think he'll get another one in
Won't
10
have time
seconds.
to get back to the barbell, but
Knows he's
Alexei
gone into the
Novikov
lead.
takes the lead, 1 rep over Bobby Thompson.
Bobby will be cursing to himself that he didn't get that 9th rep. He was capable, so close. Those are 2 of the big deadlifters gone, so these guys know what they need to do to win this. I think 10 reps is possible. Already we've seen 8 and 9.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Novikov is done. And that will give way to Athor Melstead, who will be the next man up.
900 pounds, 9 reps.
So Athor isn't traditionally known as a huge deadlifter. This is going to be a tough event for him. He has some good events to come. Later on, we've got the sandbag carry, which should be good for him. Coming from Iceland, he's used to carrying the actual original Husafell stone. And he's put some good performances on that event before. Let's see how his deadlift's looking. Has he been working hard on it over the season?
We do have that Husafell bag carry coming up in the competition.
Stefan Solvi in his corner there, former 4th place at World's Strongest Man. The Icelandics all stick behind each other. They're like a team when they come to these events.
First appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Finished 9th at the World's Strongest Man earlier this year.
He's a very solid performer. Not quite managed to sort of excel and challenge for podiums yet, but always performing solidly in competitions. Just has a couple of weaknesses that hold him back a little bit at beating the likes of a Novikov, but he's a very, very strong man. And like I said, look out for him later when it comes to the Husafeld sandbag carry. So 9 repetitions with 900 pounds. I really felt Alexei's day one is a big, important day for him. He's got a chance of winning this competition, but with the likes of Martins and Mitch Hooper, who are both very consistent athletes, there's a couple of events he really needs to win. We know how good he is at the Sear dumbbell. That's the next event. He needs a top 2 finish on this deadlift. So far he's put himself in a good position, but we still have some incredibly strong men to come.
All right, folks, here we
Martins Litzis will be lifting 6th. As the 4th athlete is now making his ascent up to the top of the Tower of Power. That's Aethor Melstead.
Guaranteeing a big back slap here. The Icelandics like to psych each other up.
There's the Roga coaster that's coming up later on in the weekend. And
how impressive does that look?
It's like a carnival out there in the outfield with everything that Rogue has constructed. In the background, you can see the field that is laid out for the opening event. The CrossFit competition that's coming up later on.
So Aethor going with no shoes, no socks. He just wants to be as low down to the platform as possible to reduce the range of motion. Obviously, if you're in shoes or you've got like a platform on those shoes, you have to pull the bar a greater distance. So he's just trying to get as low down as he can and reduce the range of motion and help him lift this incredible 900-pound weight as many times as possible. To be quite honest, 1 rep will be very, very good for Aethor.
9 reps is the score to beat. That belongs to Alexei Novikov, and here goes Melstead.
Can you get it up? It's coming. There we go. Good first rep for Aethor. He'll be pleased. Now he's got to focus on Kevin's number. And he's matched it. This is very, very good from Aethor. Not known as a big deadlifter. Trying to put as many reps on the board as possible. Pick up as many points as he can on every single event.
2 reps were good, 3rd he will fail, and Melstead's going to call it. So he and Ferris tied now at 2 reps.
And I think Melstead will be very pleased with him. That's a solid performance from someone that's not known as a big deadlifter.
There's reps on the books at 2.
Rob Kearney, who is one of the 3 men in the field this year who was at this event last year, will be up next. I was able to talk to him earlier in the week, and he actually thought he could do pretty well in this opening event.
He's always performed well on deadlifts in the past, and being a shorter athlete, it should help him on this elevated pull.
Rob, one of the smaller men in the field, just 5'10", 285. Let's take one more look at Alexei Novikov, who was able to get 9 reps for the overall lead, and these first couple just look effortless.
It's like a piston to start with. Every single rep, very efficient, maximizing the length that he can get out of those straps. He's not just a strong guy, he's a smart guy as well. Very intelligent, tries to work these events out and get the most out of his body on every single performance he puts in.
He is now tied for the last competitor, and it looks like Alexei taking over.
And that was the 9th rep for Novikov to take the lead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you were just joining
this
us
is where
on
he
the Dell Diamond, you can see how
started to struggle. But
you see that effort in the face there. Sometimes it's hard to tell how hard it is when we watch them and you think, wow, they're making it look easy, but I can tell you inside they are feeling the strain of that weight.
Well, so far, you're right on. We were talking earlier in the week, and I asked you, how many reps do you think could win this thing? And you said probably 9 or 10.
Fan favorites making
Well,
their way
Alexei is a fantastic deadlifter, particularly from these elevated pulls. And 9 reps. It's going to be hard to beat, but it's beatable. And these guys have all been putting so much work, and I'm looking forward to seeing Pavlo on this. One thing I will say is that Pavlo is the one athlete that didn't test the equipment this week. Now, that could be because he just didn't want to show anything, he didn't want to waste any energy, but it could be a mistake as well, because this isn't like a standard deadlift. Just getting a feel for that equipment could really be beneficial. But I'll tell you, I've never seen a man with a back as wide as Pavlo. He's got slabs of muscle on there, the shoulders. He's only 24, 25 years old, very young, very new to strongman. Comes from powerlifting, and he's an exciting prospect.
Martins Litzis is the defending champion, and he is patiently waiting. And a guy that last year saved his best performance for last in the stone over the hitching post, which I believe was the only event he won, but he was so consistent throughout the competition that a weak event for him was 3rd or 4th place.
And that's what makes Martins so incredible, that he just doesn't drop points. And if there is an event that potentially he might drop points on, it could well be this deadlift. Not that he's weak at it. He is one of the best deadlifters in the world. We just have a number of fantastic pullers here today. And going on those past performances, sometimes from the elevated pull, he's not quite as good. He likes to pull from a lower position.
Here comes Rob Kearney.
Taking 6th place last year at the Rogue Invitational. Make some noise.
The choice of wearing those leggings, that's quite a smart choice by Rob. It makes the friction against the legs much less. So you see with Rob, sometimes what he does what's called a hitch, and he'll kind of force his knees underneath the bar and jacket up his thighs. He's mastered this movement very, very well. It's not allowed in powerlifting, but it's allowed in strongman. And I'm pretty sure he'll go for it from early on. I'm going to say 5 to 6 reps for Rob Kearney.
Kearney got off to a great start the last time we saw him compete in the Arnold when you and I got to see him. He was actually the overall leader after the first day, wound up finishing 5th in that competition.
His day one was fantastic. The next event, the Sear Dumbbell, is an event he did very well at the Arnold. He's looking strong here on these first 2 pulls. Nice.
3
Being short, he does have a shorter range of motion, which is an advantage, but this is looking very, very strong.
There's 5.
A blast past my predicted reps. Just taking a little breather. Getting harder now. Oh, I might be right. There we go for that hitch.
There's 6.
He could get one more. Come on, Rob. Get it over those knees and then just push those knees forward, and then he'll jack it up using the quads. Look at that. Gets the down signal. 7 reps for Rob.
Great fight so far for Rob Kearney. He's 1 rep away from Bobby Thompson, trying to move into 2nd place.
If he can get this, that was a fantastic performance there by Rob Kearney. Bringing his best when it counts at the Rogue Invitational.
7 reps for Rob Kearney.
Excellent performance there from Rob.
And that will set him up well moving into the rest of the competition.
Very, very solid. Strong deadlift. He's got a strong 2nd event coming up as well today. We saw him at the Arnold's, like you say, where they did the squat for max, and he was fantastic on that event.
We have the CrossFit world here and the strongman world here, and Rob Kearney is a guy who sort of bridges that gap. He got to start in strongman via CrossFit. He still does some CrossFit training every now and then. Works with Matt Fraser, the lifetime fittest man on earth, HWPO crew. So
600 pounds. And of course,
great to see Rob out here competing again. He's a great ambassador for the sport and a fantastic person.
He inspires so many people for so many different reasons. But Rob's, genetically, he's not the biggest guy. He's had to work hard, and he didn't start out as just being a freak. He was coming last in his first few competitions, and then his goal was to not come last, and then it was to come mid-table, and then trying to kind of chase for a podium. Eventually, he got onto a podium. Then he was 2nd place, and eventually he managed to win a competition. He's had to graft and work hard and prove people wrong throughout his whole career. And he keeps improving. He's come back from so many knockbacks, torn tricep, he had cancer, came back from that. He's someone that never gives up and is an inspiration to so many of us.
Let's take one more look at his performance. And you mentioned the hitch. He didn't have to go to that until
the last couple of reps.
He's
clearly been putting the work in, getting stronger, improved the strength in those hips and those glutes, hamstrings. Yeah, those first few reps, absolutely flying it. Very solid, not rushing, focusing on good technique, taking all the slack out of the bar.
5 reps in 20 seconds. Rob trying to take down that.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of athletes wouldn't have been able to get these last two. He manages to dig deep, pushes the knees forwards, gets up in a higher position, and then drives with the legs rather than pulling through the glutes and hamstrings.
6 reps. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Rob Kearney. 20 seconds left. Will he get 7?
And that's where those leggings play a big part.
10 seconds remaining. Rob looking for 8 reps with about 7 seconds remaining.
Kearney to tie Bobby Thompson, just didn't have anything left in the tank, but a fantastic performance for Rob Kearney, who sits in third place right now in this event as Martins Licis, the Dragon, the defending champion, is getting set to come up next.
So this is going to be an exciting one. There's been lots of talk, and we need to see what kind of shape his 18-inch deadlift is in. If people have kind of picked a slight weakness, because there's never a big weakness with Martins Licis, but if there is a slight weakness in this set of events, it could well be this one for him. If he manages to finish in the top 4 on the deadlift, I think the other athletes are going to be very disappointed.
Alexei Novikov is still our leader in the event. 9 total reps at 900 pounds. Licis coming off a
He's looking big as well this year.
Win at the Arnold Strongman Classic, the last time you and I got to see him compete in person. There's Alexei Novikov looking on to see if his 9 reps will stand.
Come on, baby! Come on! Go somewhere before it starts. Go somewhere. As soon as you're ready.
Licis a crowd favorite because he is quite the character at times, and
he's a great character.
Fun to watch compete.
Always fun, and you'd have to go back to 2018 to find him off a podium. One of the best in the business. World's Strongest Man winner, Arnold's Classic winner, Rogue Invitational winner. Now he's looking to add multiple titles to those.
Licis is set.
So how is his deadlift looking?
Here we go.
Good solid first rep, but maybe not quite as quick as some of the others we've seen. He needs to just stay tight, keep pulling. There we go, he's getting into his rhythm now. That's 3 reps. 4, good. Still looking strong.
Reps down for Martins Licis. 6.
Every rep he's getting, the other guys are going to be more and more disappointed.
7 for Licis.
Oh, you see the effort, but he's still moving well. And that's 9.
And now he has tied Novikov. He still has plenty of time. Licis.
Wow. Oh, I thought he was going to pull that. He's leaving it there. He was moving well as well. I thought he was going to get the 10th. Oh, he's coming back to try. I think Novikov will be disappointed seeing that. Novikov would have really wanted to get the win on this one over Licis.
Licis is going to make another run. He just doesn't have it, but he will tie right now. Alexei Novikov for the lead at 9 reps, and he rifled through those.
I think the other athletes are going to be shocked seeing that. If he's getting joint first on an elevate, from the floor he's always been exceptionally good, but there's been performances in the past from those elevations where he's not quite as impressive. That shows he's been putting in the work. It shows he's turned up and he wants to defend his title.
4 men remain. Mitchell Hooper, Trey Mitchell, Pavlo Nakaneshi, and Maxime Boudreau will be the last man to lift.
We have 3 big deadlifters still to come.
Real interesting is now there are 2 men to take down for that top score of 9 reps. See, Martins was flying.
And Novikov congratulating each other, and this went extremely fast. After that first rep, he got it dialed in.
The first rep looked tough, but he kind of controls the weight down, so maintains that tension through his whole body, and he just got into a great rhythm. Every single rep looking the same. Nice lockout. His form is good. When you look at the face, then you see the strain that he's going through. But how many times do we watch Martins Licis, and he just managed to bring it when it counts? He's not one of these guys that posts these huge lifts in the gym. He's not showing off in the gym. He saves it, builds towards the competition, and then when it comes to comp day, just smashes it.
Got through 9 reps, and then the 10th is where he started to struggle. Did make one more run at it. But you mentioned being able to save his best and perform under pressure. You think back to that stone over hitching post event last year where the pressure was a little bit on him.
Yeah.
Tom Stoltman was going to make it tough for him. And
finished the whole run. But yeah, he just knows how to perform when it counts.
So Mitchell Hooper will be up next, a man you are very familiar with.
Yeah, Mitch Hooper's really burst onto the scene this year. He's another one that's very rarely off a podium. His first big international was World's Strongest Man this year. Since then, he's gone on to compete a number of times. He's won a few big internationals this year, and he's not been off the podium since that World's Strongest Man performance.
Finished 8th at the World's Strongest Man.
Since World's Strongest Man, he's competed 5 times, won his last 2 shows. He's in that same vein as Martins Licis in that he's consistent and he seems to perform when it counts. This is a new area for him. He's never been at the Rogue Invitational before. Most athletes you'd think would be feeling the pressure, but he seems to take everything in his stride. Let's see what his deadlift is looking like.
Were you able to talk to him before the competition at all?
Yeah, we met up earlier and had a chat, and he's feeling good. He's in a good headspace. The rain delay and that kind of stuff doesn't affect him. And that was a great first lift there. Looking strong on these early reps.
3 are down for Hooper.
You said you've got to just go to the wall and give everything on this event. There's no point in holding back in this competition. They've got long periods to rest between events. So he just needs to give 100%, as many reps on the board as he can.
Hooper's already through 6.
Getting harder now.
Tied with Kearney.
Really needs to try and get 2 more. Gets the down signal. There's 1 more to tie with Licis and Novikov. It's looking hard, but he's one of these athletes got power off the floor. If he can get it over those knees, he'll potentially be able to hitch it out. He's close. Can he get it locked out? Those hips need to come through. No, he doesn't get it. Referee does not give him the down signal.
It's Magnus for Magnuson in the black cowboy hat.
4-time former World's Strongest Man. He's a strict referee. It was a good performance to get 8. Could have done with a 9th, but it was not locked out. It was the right call from the referee.
Hooper will tie with Bobby Thompson at 8 reps. Novikov and Lici still tied for the lead. And now we have 3 men remaining.
Trey is another big deadlifter, and I think the elevated deadlift should suit him as well.
Trey Mitchell.
And Rob Kearney's 7 is huge, and so far that's got him in 5th place. It's a strong group of deadlifters, this.
Trey Mitchell, a bit of a hometown hero here. He's about 4 hours away.
I know there's a lot of support for him. I was walking around, there's a lot of people cheering for Trey today. Coming off a win at the Shore Classic recently. He was fantastic in that competition.
All right, guys, as we bring out our next athletes here in just a moment, remember, GoRuck builds the toughest
Go back to
gear, rooted in special
Hooper's effort.
Starts off really fast and powerful. Lots of fast twitch muscle fibers and an explosive athlete, but burns out a little bit towards the end. Generates great power from the lower position. And we just need to work hard on that lockout strength. He'll come back. Still his rookie year. People need to appreciate his first year competing internationally. And he just keeps performing. Tried to fight hard for this 9th rep. Couldn't quite lock it out. The right decision there by Magnus for Magnusson. But look how close he was getting. He just couldn't pull those hips through, couldn't lock those knees out.
Very similar to what we saw Bobby Thompson go through on his.
Absolutely. These are the little things you look back on at the end of the competition, and will they cost him? We'll have to wait and see.
3 men remain here in the opening event of the 2022 Rogue Invitational, the Tower of Power, presented by the Air Force.
Big Trey Mitchell. 370 pounds, 6'4". He is a beast of a man.
Competing in strongman for about 10 years. We got to see him at the Arnold Classic earlier this year. Took 7th.
And I was surprised at that. I was expecting more from Trey at the Arnold's. Got a chance to speak to him after, and he was nursing a couple of injuries. Since then, his performance has been much better. His win at the Shore Classic was fantastic. And if he's in that kind of form, he could do very, very well this weekend. Lots of people kind of see Trey as the outsider for this competition. There's lots of people talking about him. He's got a lot of support in his home state of Texas.
All right, folks, from Lumberton, which is about a 4-hour drive from here.
And this should be a good event for Trey. I mean, we've seen some big numbers, so he knows he needs a minimum of 8 reps. He needs to get big points on this one. Anything less than 8, he's going to be disappointed. And we've still got Pavlo Nekonechny, who I'm really looking forward to seeing on this one.
Trey is about set. He'll get strapped onto the bar, and then he will have 60 seconds to complete as many reps as he possibly can. Here goes Trey Mitchell.
Mitchell strapped in. Pops up fast. Interesting watching Trey. It almost looks like the first inch is hard, and then it just pops up fast.
He's through 4.
Still moving exactly the same. That first inch is difficult, and then nice and fast.
He's tied Kearney at 7, and now he's moving to a 3-way tie with Thompson and Hooper.
He could do 10 here. He needs to use the time. Look at this. He's looking strong. He can still, there's more left. He can get 10 reps. Come on, Trey.
This for the lead.
Yes. Trey Mitchell into the lead. One more rep. No, he's leaving it there.
10 reps for Trey Mitchell.
Wow. And you know what? I think he had one more. I really do. That was powerful. Every single rep the same. He took all that slack up the bar. There's an inch where it looked hard, and then boom, it just popped up nice and powerful. That is the perfect start for Trey Mitchell.
And you mentioned you thought he might have more. He's the first athlete I think we've seen that has not failed a rep.
Absolutely. There was more in the tank. Maybe he just doesn't think Pavlo can beat it. Maybe he thinks that's enough for this event, but he's proven he has come here and he wants to challenge to win this title.
Big Tex Trey Mitchell is your new event leader, and after seeing that first rep, I think it was pretty clear that he had a chance to chase down that top score.
Well, we said beforehand he's a big deadlifter. This was the perfect performance for Trey. Every rep looking strong. Powerful legs, powerful back. That's what we spoke about at the start of this event. Trey has both of those in abundance, and this was a fantastic performance. 900 pounds for 10 repetitions.
And that was 10, and then he just decided to call it. But it's good enough to put him in the lead with now 2 men remaining. Nekonechny and Maxime Boudreau, the only 2 men who have yet to lift.
And like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing how Pavlo does on this one. Pavlo Nekonechny, a new athlete from the Ukraine, and deadlift is his favorite event.
And you mentioned just how wide that man's back is. You could show a movie on that guy's back.
He is just 375 pounds of muscle.
There was a video that Rogue posted on their Instagram account of the athletes checking in. They all got fitted for custom baseball jerseys. And I think they had to go to a local tent maker to get his tailored, because I don't know how they got a baseball jersey to fit on that man.
He looks like he would make the perfect baddie in a movie. You wouldn't want that man chasing you along a train or something like that.
We might have our next Bond villain.
He just would be one of those guys that just kept coming.
10 reps is the score to beat.
He's already shown how powerful he is in competitions over the last couple of years. There is a tendency with him to make mistakes. Now, deadlift is a harder event to make a mistake on. He's technically very efficient at deadlifting, and I've seen him perform crazy reps and numbers when it comes to a deadlift. So I'm expecting nothing different here. But he was the one athlete that didn't test the equipment. Will that affect him? We'll see.
They had all the strongmen up there yesterday, just able to kind of mill around and check things out. But as you said, he didn't take some time to just at least pull on the empty bar.
Yeah, normally you'd expect athletes to do that. But the deadlift, there's not a huge amount of variation that can happen. I mean, it may cost him, but I think with the amount of power he has, he'll overcome any technical inefficiencies with just ridiculous strength.
Ten reps, the score to beat. Pavlo Nekonechny is the second to last man to go. Maxime Boudreau will close things out here, but Nekonechny now will get strapped onto the bar and see if he can put a little bit of a scare into Trey Mitchell.
You know, I think he can. If he gets the feel of the movement right, he is so powerful when it comes to deadlifting. I think he'll use this first rep to just get the feel of the movement, a little bit like Martins did, and he should be into his rhythm.
And that is no problem.
Easy that rep was.
There's two.
Real ready. Five repetitions. He needs to keep this going.
Nekonechny just ripping through these. He's through 7.
Now, every point now is big points. 8 reps. You can see the marks on his legs from that knurling on the bar.
This to tie Mitchell for the lead. And he will have
repetitions. He's going to get the 11th as well. He wants to win. There's no way he wants to share points. He wants to take the outright win. And there you go, 11 repetitions. Now, if he's smart, he would leave it there.
He may go for more. Remember, Maxime
He's going for more. This is
coming
crazy.
Up. There's an insurance rep. We're at 12 for Pavlo Nekonechny.
Wow, 12 repetitions on the deadlift. My personal view is that he did not need that 12 rep, but he wanted to lay the marker down and prove that when it comes to deadlifting, he is the man. It's 3 repetitions more than the likes of Novikov and Lucic, 2 of the best in the world right now when it comes to back and leg strength. This man is number 1.
The 2 best scores we have seen have come from our last 2 lifters. Nakonechny threw 12, and Trey Mitchell really didn't have a long time to stand on top of the standing in this event. He got 10.
I think Trey's still going to be exceptionally happy with those 10, but wow, 12 repetitions. That was just mind-boggling. Let's remind ourselves, it's 900 pounds. 900 pounds for 1 rep. 10 years ago was huge.
Maxime Boudreau on the left side of your screen.
I know we still have Maxime to go, and he is a fantastic all-round strongman. He's got some amazing events to come. I think the Rogue Coaster tomorrow. He's got fantastic grip strength, speed. His overhead is good. But when we talk about Maxime, he has one weakness in his arsenal, and that is with the deadlift. The elevation will help him a little bit, but I think I can't see him beating even Rob Kearney on this one.
Let's go back and watch Pavlo Nekonechny one more time. And again, with that first rep, you just knew.
Wow. Just the speed of every single pull. That is a man built for power. You can see the scraping on the quads from the knurling on the bar. Every rep being dragged up those legs. He's not worried about that. He's just focusing on every single pull.
He had the lead at this point and decided to go for 12 and got it.
And look at that. 12 repetitions. Wow. I thought 10 was possible. He proved me wrong. 12, and I think maybe if he really wanted to, there was 13.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredible effort from Pablo Nakonechny as Maxime Boudreau now heads up the stairs to the top of the Tower of Power.
I think the important thing for Maxime now is to make sure he tries to beat the 2 reps of Athor and Kevin. He needs to pick up as many points as possible. The 7 reps of Rob is a big, big target. I don't personally think he can do it. So he's got to kind of decide whether it's worth going for the 8 reps or he just does the 3 and then saves his energy. I think that would be my plan. If you don't feel you can kind of challenge those higher numbers, maybe he thinks he can get 5, just do the 3 and save the energy for the events that he knows he can really score big points in.
The next 2 events are the Sear Bell Ladder, and then we close day 1 out with the Husafel Sandbag Kick. Here goes Maxime Boudreau.
Come on, Maxime, let's get one on the board. So this is really bad news for Maxime because the rules meeting I went to, if they don't manage to do 1 rep, they 0 points. So you needed 1 just to get 1 point. That's going to cost him.
Pablo Nakonechny in his first ever Rogue Invitational appearance is going to lock up the event win. 12 reps at 900 pounds.
I can't believe we're saying that. 12 repetitions with 900 pounds. This guy, 25 years old, the youngest man in the field, the widest man in the field. Unbelievable performance there from the young Ukrainian.
He is your Tower of Power champ.
Get used to seeing him
The kickoff of today.
on the big stages.
You guys are not ready.
Look at the size of him.
The 2022 Rogue Invitational.
But it's not just for show. He's got the power there, and he's just proven that in this first event.
This was the effort that won it. 12 reps. And he blitzed through these opening 4 or 5 before he started to look like he was even straining. Pablo Nakonechny in his first Rogue Invitational appearance starts things off with a bang. He is your event winner, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Congratulations on your first ever Rogue Invitational event win. What was it like to lift on the Tower of Power?
Hi guys, thank you. It was so easy. Yeah, deadlift on this power. Other was classic deadlift with no stability, but it's no problem for me.
Apparently so. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Pablo Nakonechny will earn 10 points. He'll sit atop the overall standings after the opening event. Unofficially behind him, it is Martins Litzis and Alexei Novikov. That'll be a good battle. And then Bobby Thompson and Mitchell Hooper. Trey Mitchell was also in second place. Forgot him at 10 reps. So it goes Nakonechny, Mitchell, then Litzis, and Novikov. So plenty of more action still to come in the strongman competition. They'll be back later on with the Sear Dumbbell Ladder. We're going to take a quick break. When we return to the Rogue Invitational, event number 2 in the CrossFit competition as the men kicks things off with Ski Bar. The 2022 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Beyond the Whiteboard. Fitness is a journey. Go Ruck. Go Ruck is the rucking company. They build the world's toughest gear for rucking and training. And by Rogue. Don't weaken. Action continues here on the opening day officially of the 2022 Rogue Invitational. The CrossFit athletes went running yesterday. They're going to do some skiing today. Glad you're still with us here, everybody, at the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Mentioned the one event yesterday, but now as we get to Dell Diamond, this is where the competition really does begin.
This is where it begins. We've only got 10% of the competition done and underway, and now we're really into the thick of mixed modal madness, which is what we all know as CrossFit.
Event number 2 for the individuals is ski bar, and this is an up and back chipper with a little bit of a twist. More on that, but what are your keys to success for this?
You know, there's a couple keys to success that come to my mind, and the first one is that it's literally going to be a gut check for these athletes. All 3 of these movements share a very similar theme of taxing the abs and the midline. So we're going to see who deals with this redundancy the best throughout this workout. And then, of course, the second is grip and rip. A lot of times the ergs themselves don't carry a ton of value or an opportunity for separation. In this workout, the ski certainly matters.
I mentioned that there is a little bit of a curveball in this event, and for more on that, let's go down to Kiki Dixon.
You're right, Sean. They got a surprise this morning during their athlete briefing. On paper, it looked straight line CrossFit, as Adrian mentioned. The surprise, they've got a wooden log that they have to do those bar muscle-ups on. It's 4 inches in diameter. Definitely going to come to play with the grip and the way that they approach their bar muscle-ups. It'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Thank you, Kiki. There is Tim Paulson, who qualified for this event through the qualifier and had one of the more memorable moments at the CrossFit Games when he knocked out 30 calories on a Rogue Echo bike in less than 30 seconds.
Full send Tim. It seems like an appropriate nickname.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the athletes of heat number 1 in lane number 10, Timothy Paulson.
Event number 2 is ski bar. It is presented by Concept 2. We are having some internet issues here at Dell Diamond. As soon as those get solved, we will have our scoring and graphics back up on the screen for you. And we will do our best here in the booth to keep you updated on everything that is going on. We will start with the 20 bar muscle ups as Cole Sager is adjusting his GHD.
Yeah, and then those athletes are going to jump into a 40-calorie ski. Then they're going to advance to an 80 GHD sit-up, another 40 calories on the ski, and then they'll finish with, of course, those fat bar, wooden bar muscle-ups there for another 20 reps.
And they will get to mess with that wooden bar right out of the gates here.
Yeah, I love this element of the test.
We are underway. Event number 2. For the CrossFit men.
Number 2, getting ready to start off on 20 bar muscle-ups. As you saw earlier with
And we got Noah Olson right here in the middle of the screen, right in lane 6. And Noah's notoriously recognized as someone who excels with gymnastics, something like a movement similar to what we're seeing here, bar muscle-ups. But now we've got this twist, and I'm really interested to see how he responds both physically but also psychologically to this test. Does he know how to game it appropriately?
20 reps total here, and so far Noah Olson has yet to take a break. Doesn't seem to be having any trouble with that wooden pull-up bar. Nick Matthew in his signature crop top is next to Olson. Cole Sager is in the black sleeveless shirt. Chandler Smith in the red top. He's out there. Great to see him back in competition. Missed a chance going to the games. He was dealing with that medical issue that he had at the Granite Games that kept him from qualifying. And he is taking his first break.
Yeah, and we see the athletes chalking up, trying to figure out ways to navigate this new structure that they're having to do these bar muscle-ups on. And you'll notice all the athletes have what's called a suicide grip on the bar, where their thumb, instead of being wrapped around, is layered on top. This increases the surface area of their hand and allows them to get up and over for more consecutive reps.
Noah Olson will be the first man to move to the 40-calorie skier. Again, we're having some technical issues with our scoring and graphics. As soon as those are solved, we will have those on screen for you as Chandler Smith is wrapping up his set of 20, and he will join Olson on the skier.
And what I like about that smooth transition is that he hit the ground jogging, which means he was anticipating and understanding the value of this ski component here as element 2.
Cole Sager now the third man to the 40-calorie ski.
we're going to start to notice some differences here in approaches with the ski. We want to notice the hips come back. The athletes load through the heel of their foot every stroke, and some are going to have a higher stroke rate, some are going to have a slower stroke rate trying to pull with more power.
Nick Matthew in that blue top, now middle of your screen, he is there as well. As are Jorge Fernandez, Jonakoski, Heinrich Kapolainen, and now in lane 2, Jack Farlow. Tim Paulson is now done with his set of 20. Paulson and now Scott Tetlow will be the last man to get through those 20 reps. Noah Olson, who is in the middle of your screen in the black shorts, no shirt, he was the first man to get to the 40-calorie ski, followed by Chandler Smith and Cole Sager.
And I'll say it's really easy as both an athlete and a fan to get emotionally involved in a workout like this really early. And the truth is that we almost want to be at this very controlled, fast but controlled pace as an athlete, and have an understanding that, boy, the workout really gets going about 50 reps into these GHD sit-ups.
Noah Olson is into his final 5 calories. Then he will move to the GHD, where he will have to complete 80 repetitions, and then it's back to the ski erg, and then he will finish up with 20 reps again on those bar muscle-ups. Noah Olson maintains his lead, first man to the GHD. Chandler Smith is now moving along with Cole Sager. So Sager has pulled even with Chandler Smith for second place in this first of 2 heats for the men in ski bar, presented by Concept 2.
Now again, as we start to watch even the similarity in these movements from the ski, where they're pulling down on the erg, they're hinging at the hip, which causes them to flex their abs, and then of course they're going to advance forward, and we see the GHDs going down, and understand that that can be a huge taxer of both the quads, hip flexors, and the abs.
Jonakoski in the white hat, far end of the field, is moved into 4th here. It's Koski, Sager, and Chandler Smith trying to chase down Noah Olson. And in lane 3, that's Jorge Fernandez. Jack Farlow is moving. Tim Paulson was able to make up some ground on the left side of your screen on the skier. He has now gotten to the GHDs. Heinrich Kapolainen is there as well, leaving Scott Tetlow in lane 9 as the only man left on the skier. Noah Olson, Cole Sager, and Chandler Smith about 10 reps clear of the men chasing them right now. 80 total repetitions here on the GHD. Again, as soon as our scoring system is back online, we will get that on screen for you.
And I'll tell you right now, you can notice 2 different variations of this GHD sit-up going down. We've got Cole Sager, who's extending through his quads where he straightens his legs. That's going to allow some of the hip flexors to do the brunt of the work to pull him upright, versus Noah Olson keeps his knees pretty soft throughout the movement, and that tells you that he's pulling himself upright with more of his abs. We'll see how this plays out on the back half of this workout.
Olson continuing to lead. Olson coming in at 9th place overall after finishing 9th in the opening event that took place yesterday.
Smooth as fast as on these sit-ups. It's really easy to get caught up in racing head-to-head, rep for rep. And we've got to keep in mind these athletes have a sense of self-preservation for what's left on the floor. So while it might look like they're trying to get these 80 reps done as fast as they can, they're trying to go fast, but conserve as much energy as possible.
Olson is into his final 5. Chandler Smith had his judge's hand go in the air right behind Olson's. So the 2 of them are about neck and neck. And now Chandler Smith ahead of Noah Olson as the 2 head back to the ski erg. And Smith getting to work first.
This is exciting. When you see a change of lead that way, you've got to wonder, what was the difference there? And can Chandler sustain this intensity to keep Noah at bay for the rest of the workout?
Noah Olson and Chandler Smith, 2 very good friends, now find themselves battling for the lead in events number 2 here. Here comes Cole Sager, solidly in 3rd place. Sager and Smith got to the GHDs at about the same time. Now 40 more calories on the skier.
Not much difference technically from what we see in these athletes on their ski. It just begs us to question, what are those monitors telling us? How different of a pace are they holding? Are they able to increase as they go, or are they starting to falter off? And we'll start to get an idea of that here in the next 40 seconds as we watch these athletes get closer to finishing up the ski.
With as well as Olsen did on those first set of 20 bar muscle-ups, you got to think that Smith has got to build a little bit of a lead here to hold him off when they get to that final movement.
Yeah, he's going to probably need to bank at least 3 to 5 reps to stay ahead of Noah on this particular movement.
Scott Tetlow in lane 9 has made up a ton of ground. He's on the far right side of your screen next to Chandler Smith. Tetlow was one of the last men off the skier going into the GHDs, and he was among a group of men who just got to that skier. Now here comes Nick Matthew.
And you'll see there, Tetlow, he's got a pretty high stroke rate, which tends to work in most athletes' favor when it comes to using the ski erg. Instead of the slow, powerful strokes, you tend to save it and conserve a little bit more energy by pulling less hard more frequently.
Jonakoski is now pushing both Chandler Smith and Noah Olsen. Smith and Olsen's judges' hands are in the air, but Koski looks like he's making up some ground here, and it's going to be Noah Olsen done right behind Chandler Smith.
Here's our race, folks. This is where we really get to see how much can these athletes tolerate the redundancy of all they've overcome throughout this workout and continue to link together big sets.
Noah Olsen continuing to keep up a good pace on those bar muscle-ups, taking a break for the first time. Chandler Smith is now to work along with Cole Sager. So the top 3 that were early on in this event remain the top 3 here.
This is where a hidden element of the false grip comes into play. Athletes that have trained it, even though it hasn't been directly demanded of them, will have an advantage here. And that is where the vast majority of your hand or wrist stay on top of a bar, and it allows you to hang on and link together more consecutive reps.
Jonakoski is now on to his final set of bar muscle-ups as well, as Olsen is taking another break. There's Cole Sager working through his final set of 20.
Yeah, Noah's doing a great job at keeping the majority of his fingers on top of that 4-inch wooden beam, which is going to become a great obstacle for a lot of these athletes in the latter 20 reps of this workout.
Jorge Fernandez is making his way back to the bar muscle-ups, as is Jack Farlow and Scott Tetlow. Apolainen and now Tim Paulson were the last 2 men on the skier. Paulson on the right side of your screen, going back for his final set of bar muscle-ups. Now Noah Olsen just failed a rep. He's off the bar. Matthew failing a rep. Sager continuing to move. Judge's hand is in the air for Chandler Smith. He has 5 to go here.
Okay, and this is where you've got to understand, meet yourself where you're at. Quick breaks, get back up onto that rig as fast as you can. Even if you have to come down more frequently, it's about consistently chipping away at these reps.
Chandler Smith only has 3 reps left. He is your leader right now. Noah Olsen's judge's hand is in the air as well. Olsen with 4 remaining. No rep now for Chandler Smith. Could open the door for Noah Olsen. 3 left for Olsen. 2 left for Smith.
2 singles could do the trick. You got to get up there and get done.
Olsen fails another one. Smith is up. He's got 1 to go. And welcome back, Chandler Smith. He will take the opening heat of skee ball. 11 minutes, 4.54 seconds unofficially for Chandler Smith. Noah Olsen trying to hold off Cole Sager. Sager now has 1 rep remaining. Olsen gets through his. He will take 2nd in the heat. Sager is done. And Sager will come across in 3rd place. Leaves Jonakoski as a leader on the field. He has now, it looks like, maybe 1 or 2 reps remaining. Now Koski is done. He'll come running into view here on the right side of your screen.
What a race between those top 3. And we needed to see that from Chandler. We wondered who would show up here psychologically, physically, and he came to compete. He's vying to get back into that last heat of the day and into the top 10.
Only 4 men get inside that 12-minute time cap, and it's Chandler Smith. 11 minutes, 4.54 seconds to set the time to beat with 1 heat remaining. And great to see Chandler Smith back in competition as the two friends share a laugh there. Great battle between the two of them that Smith was able to take late in that heat.
The only thing I got to say about Chandler is he's got to work on that baseball slide, man. He came across a little sticky across the grass. Maybe he thought it was still more slick than it really was out there. Great execution by him, though.
Chandler Smith is definitely a great hero to have. 4 men inside the 12-minute time cap. Smith, Olsen, Sager, and Koski. Heinrich Happelainen and Tim Paulson making up some ground. Finishing 5th and 6th unofficially in that heat. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon, who is with your Heat 1 winner, Chandler Smith.
Chandler, congratulations on taking your heat. You're the first athlete I've had a chance to talk to about that log, 4 inches in diameter. How much did it impact what you were doing with those bar muscle-ups?
It definitely completely changes the nature of that movement, but luckily, like when I was in the Army, we have 155 tank shells. So 105. Sorry, guys. That's like a similar diameter. So I'm still going to say that having experience with those in the Army helped me out with that.
Now you've been here every year for the Rogue Invitational. What's it like to be back on this competition floor?
It's the best competition out there, especially on the individual side. It's just a blast to do. So getting to hang out with all my buds and do some fitness in between is as good as it gets.
We're happy to have you, and congratulations.
Hey, thanks everybody for coming out. Super good to see you.
Chandler Smith is going to wait and see if his score will stand with 1 heat remaining here. Unofficial scores, 11:04.54 seconds for Chandler Smith. Noah Olsen will finish in second, followed closely by Cole Sager, and then it's Yona Koski, the only other man to get in inside of that 12-minute time cap. We will reset the field, and the second and final heat here for the men is getting set to start. Now the athletes taking their spot at the starting line. There's Justin Medeiros, the defending Rogue Invitational champion, in lane 6. And we are underway. Event number 2 presented by Concept 2 is Ski Bar. And we start with those 20 bar muscle ups.
Yeah, 20 bar muscle ups, and then we're going to get into the vast redundancy that we saw from Heat 1 with abs, and more abs. These guys getting their midline tested throughout the entire workout here at each and every one of these. And then we got to see firsthand too, it's grip and rip on that ski, and it's nothing to shake a stick at. We saw the lead even be transferred from athlete to athlete within the modality itself. So it is important in this particular test.
Jason Hopper on the right side of your screen in lane 9 in the black top. He is your overall leader after winning event number 1, the Texas Trail. That took place yesterday off-site.
And we see different strategies already coming into play. We see athletes breaking these up even more generously than we saw in Heat 1. You think, Sean, these guys were actually watching from the sidelines and taking a note or two.
Pat Vellner, Ricky Garrard, and Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson, your top 3 right now. Garrard threw 17 of those 20 reps. Garrard is in the black top and black shorts in lane number 7. And there is Pat Vellner on his final rep. So Pat Vellner, who is your 2020 Rogue Invitational champion, will be the first man to the skier along with Ricky Garrard, the two of them getting started at exactly the same time. Here comes Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson at the bottom of your screen. 200 total repetitions here. When they hit the 60 rep mark, that is when they will move on to the GHDs, and it's Ricky Garrard with about a calorie lead right now over Pat Vellner, though Vellner keeping things tight here on the second movement in this event. 11:04.54 seconds. That's the time to beat. Belongs to Chandler Smith from heat number 1. In the background, you can see Jeff Adler failing a rep.
And I can't help but think Pat shows up with this event with a little something to prove. Not that he had an unsuccessful games experience in 2022, but he's one of the top competitors in our field, and it seems like at times we can kind of put him towards the back a little bit, and we want to see what he can do with stringing together a good 10 events consistently. There we get to see firsthand exactly the wattage that Ricky's putting out. Notice he's got a really steady stroke. Looks like he's finding plenty of space to breathe, probably trying to emphasize using those hips and those lats quite a bit in order to save his midline for these GHD sit-ups that await.
Pat Vellner threw 52 of the 200 total repetitions. He is coming into his final 5 calories. Vellner looks to be the first man onto the 80 GHDs. And Vellner is done. Vellner needs to hit the 140 rep mark before he makes the turn and heads back to the ski erg, and now he gets to work on his 80 GHDs. Ricky Garrard stays in second, Roman Krennikov in third, along with Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson. Here comes Ricky Garrard.
And Pat really put together about a 12-second lead there, just in the difference that he put in on that ski erg. So that's where it comes back to the fact that the erg does matter, especially when you know you're going to go back there after these GHD sit-ups.
Roman Krennikov and Saxon Panchik are heading to the GHD. Now here comes Sam Quant, and now Justin Medeiros in that purple shirt is onto the GHD. Only 3 men are on the ski erg. It's Lazar Jukic in lane 2. And now in lane 8, Jeff Adler is done along with Jason Hopper.
Medeiros has a ridiculous cadence going on right now with the GHD sit-up. If you'll notice, by the time he's doing about 3 reps, Ricky's doing about 2. And this is a great place for him to have an opportunity to make up some ground on those that were leading him into this particular movement.
Justin Medeiros creeping up the standings here in this heat, now in 6th place. Trying to reel in Sam Quant. Pat Vellner continues to lead through 96 of the 200 total repetitions here and counting.
Yeah, and you'll notice this cadence here between most of the field is pretty similar. And then you've got Justin with just a faster turnaround from the top to bottom. His eyes are closed. He looks like he's in a bit of quote-unquote the zone or maybe his happy place, but he clearly likes this movement.
Medeiros creeping closer to Sam Quant. Roman Krennikov in the top 4, but now the top 3 athletes starting to separate themselves. Ricky Garrard, Pat Vellner, and Bjorn Gudmundsson are your top 3. Ricky Garrard looks like he may have taken the lead now from Pat Vellner. 140 repetitions. It's a number they need to get to.
And there's a little bit of gamesmanship taking place here too, right? Each athlete has a bit of self-awareness to the point where they may know a tempo that's just too fast for them when they're really thinking about how difficult those 20 initial bar muscle-ups were to navigate with this new apparatus, and perhaps saving a little energy here, letting the field make their moves so that they can finish faster at the end.
Pat Vellner is going to be the first man off of the GHD. He maintains his lead over Ricky Garrard, so a score a little bit behind of where he is right now. He is through 140 of the 200 reps. Now 40 calories on the ski erg for Vellner.
Pat hasn't relented any of this lead. In fact, he might have opened up a little.
And now Justin Medeiros has moved just ahead of Ricky Garrard. So that pace that Medeiros had on the GHD is paying off as he has now moved into 2nd place in the heat. Quant and Krennikov onto the ski, as is Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson and Saxon Panchik.
And this is where this is what makes Justin great in my perspective is that he has this ability to really seize the moment in the middle of a workout when a lot of guys start to falter or they make a mistake with pacing. He comes in strong, understanding his own capacity to a really high level.
Pat Vellner is your leader. Ricky Garrard and Justin Medeiros are fighting for second place. Once they hit the 180 rep mark, that's when they will move back to that wooden pull-up bar for the final time for 20 bar muscle-ups. 11:04.54 seconds. That is your time to beat. Upper right-hand part of your screen belongs to Chandler Smith. Only 4 men in heat number 1 were able to get inside of that 12-minute time cap.
Yeah, when I look at body language, everything about Pat Vellner right now screaming confidence. He's feeling good with the pace that he's established, and he's going to be ready for these 20-bar muscle-ups.
Vellner is in his final 5 calories. Now 1 calorie to go for the 2020 Rogue Invitational champion, and Vellner maintaining his lead. 20 bar muscle-ups remaining. We'll keep an eye on the race between Medeiros and Garrard for second place. Vellner to work on his set of 20.
How much of his hands can he keep on top of that for each one of those reps? 2 and a break.
Judges' hands in the air for both Roman Krennikov and Justin Medeiros. Medeiros is done. Krennikov is done, as is Sam Quant. Ricky Garrard still has some work to do here on the skier. Vellner with about 16, now 15 reps to go.
And this is interesting. Notice that Justin abandoned the grips on this back half of this workout here. This might be a key to helping him save his grip.
Vellner trying to hold off Quant, Krennikov, and Medeiros, taking a quick break. Medeiros continuing to work. After a quick break now, Medeiros on the right side of your screen hopping off again.
People might think I'm crazy for saying this is going to save his grip, Sean, but when you're dealing with something that's wide in circumference already, those grips that you're wearing actually increase the size of how it feels. And so with your skin closer to the apparatus, it allows you to hang on for bigger sets.
Pat Vellner is inside 10 reps to go here. Now 9 remaining for him as he looks to lock up an event win. Sam Quant is in second place, just ahead of both Medeiros and Krennikov. Now a no rep for Pat Vellner. Justin Medeiros continuing to work, and he will break. Vellner is back up on the bar. Now Medeiros threatening to overtake Pat Vellner. He has 5 to go.
And with consistency here, these athletes have to remember to sit over the bar before they press out. That's what happens when they miss out the back.
Vellner trying to hold off Justin Medeiros. Medeiros looks like he has about a rep lead on Pat Vellner. 2 to go for your defending Rogue Invitational champion. Final rep for Medeiros. He's going to take a quick break, chalk his hands as Pat Vellner, I believe, has 2 remaining. Medeiros is done, and Justin Medeiros is going to win event 2. With a couple seconds to spare, 100 points for your defending Rogue Invitational champ. Now here comes Ricky Garrard. He will take second place in the heat, followed by Pat Vellner, and now a race between Gudmundsson, Krennikov, and Quant. Quant is going to get in ahead of Gudmundsson and Krennikov. Now 3 men are left on the field. Saxon Pagic, Lazar Jukic, and Jason Hopper. Now Saxon Pagic is done. Lazar Jukic with a no rep. Jeffrey Adler was also still out there. So now 3 men left. Jukic, Adler, and Hopper, as Justin Medeiros who took 5th in the opening event, is going to follow that up with a first-place finish here in event number 2.
Wow. What a way to start the day. The king of execution, Justin Medeiros.
Started towards the back of the pack in this event. It was the GHDs where he really made up a ton of ground.
Yeah, it really pays to know yourself. And a lot of people watch our sport. They assume that we're amateurs out there just doing a lot of wild stuff, but we put in the time, we put in the volume to have those moments in competition.
Send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is with your Event 2 winner, Justin Medeiros.
Congratulations on your event win, Justin. You came out the gate swinging. Obviously, you found out about that log this morning. How much did it change the dynamic of your bar muscle-ups?
Oh, no, it changed it to a completely different workout, but man, like that stuff's so awesome. I mean, to come out at the Rogue Invitational and to get to see like new equipment, you got to figure it out on the fly. Like even playing field, there's no way anybody tried that before. So it was just super fun going out there, having fun, and it was awesome to walk away with the win.
Now, concept 2, you're familiar with that apparatus. You can opt for a higher stroke rate, little less power, or more power for slower strokes. Which should you go for and why?
Man, I just go right in the middle, try to go fast with the low stroke rate, and hopefully it pays off. But yeah, it was a good workout.
It paid off indeed. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Justin Medeiros kicking off his Friday with an event win, 11 minutes, 0.18 seconds, edging out Chandler Smith. Ricky Garrard is going to finish 3rd for the 2nd straight event. Pat Vellner winds up in 4th, followed by Sam Quant and Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson, with Roman Krennikov coming in 7th place. Overall standings now after 2 events, Medeiros and Garrard tied in points. Medeiros gets the tiebreak because of that event win. Chandler Smith is just 10 points back, and it's Roman Krennikov and Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson rounding out the top 5. Men are done. Women coming up next here in event number 2, ski bar. Stay with us, everybody.
Rich, here. Rich, keep looking right here. Don't fuck it up.
By concept 2, it is ski bar.
Yeah, and in this event, we know we've got the 20 bar muscle ups. The women this time are going to ski 32 calories. They're going to follow it up with 80 GHD sit-ups, back to the calorie for ski, and then of course 20 bar muscle ups to finish. And it's going to be a great test. I think this event is even different, more challenging for the females with the change of the circumference of the grip.
Opening heat is underway. 20 bar muscle ups and then 32 calories on the skier.
Oh yeah, we're watching sets be down already, broken up into singles. Singles for the vast majority of the field out the gate.
Carolyn Prevost in the middle of your screen in the blue top, going with singles, as is Nalan Engadez on the left side.
And one thing to consider while everybody's watching this from home is that when we increase the diameter of this apparatus, you know, hand size matters, and when we compare male and females from a general perspective, of course, men just have typically a larger hand size. That allows them to keep their grip more firmly on top of the rig. That's why we see the vast majority of the field right now breaking them into singles. It's hard to link these reps together when your hands are moving in such a great distance each rep.
Annie Thorisdottir is in this heat. She is in lane number 8 in the long light blue pants and light blue top. Her first individual competition since she was at the Rogue Invitational last year. She and her CrossFit Reykjavik team finished 4th overall at the CrossFit Games back in August. Great to see her back in individual competition. She finished 2nd here at the Rogue Invitational in 2021.
Yeah, and she was obviously an athlete that we wanted to keep our eye on coming out of the gate today, because we know that she is ready to put everybody on notice that she is back on the individual scene.
Thorisdottir is your leader right now ahead of Bailey Rogers, who comes in 2nd place overall. She took 2nd place in that opening event. Carolyn Prevost also on the lead pace as well, along with Matilda Garns. Bailey Rogers' judge's hand is in the air down there in lane number 1 towards the upper left-hand part of your screen. And Annie Thorisdottir's judge's hand is in the air. And in lane 4, Carolyn Prevost's judge's hand is in the air. Thorisdottir with 3 reps to go.
There's something that can be extremely frustrating about our sport, which is the unknown and unknowable. But I'll tell you, that's the beauty in it. It's the ability to watch these athletes figure it out on the floor for the very first time. And that's what we're witnessing right now, is who can figure it out best to meet their capacity where it's at.
Thorisdottir is done, and she will join Bailey Rogers on the skier. 32 calories to complete here. Now Carolyn Prevost is onto the ski erg as well. There is Bailey Rogers making her first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational.
And again, what we're watching, folks, is the key to having success on the ski is to send those hips back, drive the weight back through your heels, and allow it to be a hinge-based movement versus more than a squat-based movement, where a lot of times we'll see athletes in air dropping their hips into a squat position and then, unfortunately, blunting the ability to maximize and express power on the erg.
Annie Thorisdottir cranking away on those 32 calories. At the 52 rep mark is when they will move to the GHDs. It's Thorisdottir and Rogers continuing to lead here. The two of them neck and neck. Carolyn Prevost is solidly in 3rd place, with Matilda Garns right now in 4th. And we still have 4 or 5 women now back on the pull-up bars. Half the field here in this opening heat has yet to get done with those 20-bar muscle-ups. Danny Spiegel in lane 6. Bottom right-hand part of your screen, now right side of your screen, just got up and over. That is her final rep, so she will now head to the skier. Annie Thorisdottir is done, along with Bailey Rogers. Bailey Rogers, an accomplished Olympic lifter. Top only lifter in New Zealand in the 75-kilo weight class, competed at the Commonwealth Games and the Oceania Weightlifting Championships. She's been doing CrossFit since 2010.
Yeah, and to understand that that's her background and to see the way that she performed in that run in Event 1, she's here to play. And both these athletes understand that they're not just racing simply their heat that's here, their peers that are out in this heat on the floor, but they're also racing the future ghosts of Heat 2 coming out. So there's still urgency, even though a lot of the field is far behind them.
80 reps to complete here. It's Annie Thorisdottir who continues to lead, but Bailey Rogers is staying right with her. Carolyn Prevost is now facing a little pressure from Matilda Garns. for third.
Rep for rep, we're seeing the same thing on the GHDs that we saw with the guys. We've got a few different styles, different setup positions. Most of the athletes like their hips free of the pad, which means their butt is just down on the back side of that pad. That's going to help protect their spine, so when they go touch that riser, they're able to sit up without hyperextending their back.
5 women onto the GHDs here. Bailey Rogers, Manon Anganese, Carolyn Prevost, Tilda Garnes, and Annie Thorstadter. Now here comes Danny Spiegel to join them. Approaching the 7-minute mark, 12-minute time cap here. First of 2 heats for the women.
You notice a break right there from Bailey. For me, that's a trap. Anytime I'm smoothly moving through GHD sit-ups, the moment that I pause, the lactate seems to just build in my belly and my quads, and that's something I try to avoid as best I can, whether it means slowing down, but whatever I can do to conserve energy without completely stopping.
.132 reps is what they need to complete. Annie Thorstadter is getting close to that. Thorstadter is now done. Annie Thorstadter will be the first woman back to the skier.
I didn't notice her pause not one time, Sean, there. She was moving steady on the same clip, same rhythm throughout all 80 of those GHD sit-ups, which is extremely impressive.
Putting some distance between herself and Bailey Rogers, who's now trying to hold off Carolyn Prevost for second place in the heat. And Rogers is resting as Prevost continues to work. Rogers and Prevost now tied for second. Prevost in that blue shirt and white headband. And now Prevost is done. As in lane 5, Ellie Turner is on to the skier. Now Turner, I think, is still on her way down. So Ellie Turner way in the back here is one of the last women done with those 20-bar muscle-ups. So this is Turner's first set of 32 calories, and now she is moving to the GHDs. Ellie Turner getting left behind here in this opening heat. Annie Thorstadter on the right side continues to lead here. 184 total repetitions, and Thorstadter is inching closer to that with every pull.
This is a big part of this for Annie is urgency, constant urgency. While she's leading her heat, significantly, it's about understanding that she is going to be setting the time to beat as long as she can stay with this rhythm.
Five final calories now for Annie Thorstadter. She's got to get to 164, then she'll head back to that wooden pull-up bar for her 20 final bar muscle-ups.
And I'm going to tell you the messed up part about this test here is that every movement you experience is your abdominals, it's your lats. All your arms are going to be over your head in all 3 of these things. So as Annie comes back to prepare herself for this first bar muscle up, she's got to make sure it's a good one. You want to start with great momentum knowing that there's 20 reps left between you and the end.
Thorstadter taking a moment to shake the hands out. Now she gets to work. First rep of 20 is down.
And that's important. A good rep right out of the gate can set the tone.
Well, there are still 2 women who have yet to complete their first set of 20. It's Andrea Solberg in lane 2, and then Annika Greer in lane 10. Thorstadter now with a no rep. Now Bailey Rogers is done with her ski, and she has moved back to the wooden pull-up bar. Here comes Carolyn Prevost now in third.
Yeah, and Prevost was able to make up a good bit of that ground through those GHD sit-ups where she gained a bit of that lead back, but then Rogers overtook her again on that ski. Now we're going to get to watch them go head-to-head and rep for rep.
Okay, Thorstadter continues to lead, chipping away at these final 20-bar muscle-ups. We are approaching 11 minutes, a 12-minute time cap here. So likely that none of the women in this heat will finish this event inside the allotted time.
As we mentioned, it's a bit of a different challenge for the ladies than we're seeing for the men. This new apparatus presenting all kinds of problems.
Prevost is, looked like she may have moved into a tie with Annie Thorisdottir now. Prevost in that blue shirt. Blue shirt. Through 170 to 184 reps with Caroline Prevost. Inside 30 seconds to go. Has now a 1-rep lead on Annie Thorisdottir.
Yeah, they're going back and forth. It's rep for rep here, and Prevost has a much greater cycle rate. She's dropping every rep, but notice it's a quick return, and she's right back up for the next one.
5 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Annie Thorisdottir taking a break. If Prevost can get that, I don't think she's going to, but Caroline Prevost right now, unofficially with a 1-rep lead over Annie Thorisdottir. 10 reps shy of completing the event.
What a great comeback for Prevost there at the end. What a great push.
174 of the 184 reps completed for Caroline Prevost, who was able to catch Annie Thorisdottir in the latter part of this event.
I'm sure she's making all of her students back home real happy and proud.
Throwing some punches there late does Caroline Prevost. And she will have to wait and see if her score will be good enough to put her towards the top in this event. So unofficially, it's Caroline Prevost who comes 10 reps shy of completing the event. Annie Thorisdottir, 1 rep behind her. Bailey Rogers winds up in 3rd place, with Manon Anganez and Matilda Garnes rounding out the top 5. And Danny Spiegel doing some good work to wind up in 6th place in that heat. Good look at Dell Diamond for the 2nd straight year, the host site of the Rogue Invitational. We saw the strongmen kick things off earlier with the Tower of Power. The Roga Coaster is out there in left field as well. But right now, we are dealing with the 2nd event for the CrossFit individuals. It is Ski Bar presented by Concept 2, and this one has been all about that wooden pull-up bar.
It has. It's turned into a workout that is extremely grip intensive, and really your ability to perform the unknown and unknowable. It's really about how you respond directly there on the field to what you're presented with in the moment. We know these athletes had a chance to actually experiment with them in the warm-up, but it's all about how it feels out there when you get out there to play.
You've watched 2 heats of men, 1 heat of women. How, if at all, does that affect your keys to the event here?
Well, it affects it just a little bit, because now I understand that it's certainly a gut check for these athletes. It's gonna affect their midline tremendously. The abs and the hip flexors are going to be tested in every aspect of this, but the grip and rip is really about that new wooden apparatus that's out there for the bar muscle-ups. They've got to figure out a way to navigate keeping their hands on top of it to link consecutive reps, or they've got to settle for singles.
The women who will be taking part in this 2nd and final heat are now ready, and they will take their positions on the starting line. Danielle Brandon will be in lane number 5. She comes in as the leader after taking the event win yesterday in Texas Trail.
Yeah, and we talk about momentum. Danielle Brandon started this thing right off the top of a roller coaster, right? Like, I spoke with her coach earlier, and he said their goal was to come to this competition and gain more experience and have a good time to learn. So to start with an event win, that says something. Danielle definitely, I think, is going to learn a thing or two about herself, speaking of that, with coming into this week, Sean. We know that she had her best games performance ever. We know that there are particular things that she's working on as an athlete. a lot of times she's going to be leaning into training those strength and those odd objects that, of course, we'll see here. But I'm really interested to see how she responds to a first place and how she responds to being the leader.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom is your leader right now, but plenty of women are through 9 of those 20 reps. Not a lot of separation here early, at least, on this opening set of 20 bar muscle ups.
Yeah, and I think we're at this stage after these ladies watch the first heat take the field. They understand these first 20 reps are almost like hurry up and wait. Don't put yourself in a bad situation with no reps or losing psychological momentum, and allow yourself to build some confidence throughout the workout after you finish these 20.
Emma Lawson has 5 to go. Ariel Lowen, Cara Saunders, Amanda Barnhart. There is Cara Saunders.
In the mix as well.
Saunders finished 7th at the games this past August.
Danielle Brandon going back and forth, little seesaw battle for first. We're about to see 4 athletes make their way.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom in lane 1. The all-white.
With a lot of tape to match her all-white outfit.
As Emma Lawson in lane 7 was one of the first women to the ski erg. Also, Ariel Lowen got there just about the same time. It's Dahlstrom in lane 1. Cara Saunders. Here comes Danielle Brandon on the ski erg. Emma Lawson. Ariel Lowen and Amanda Barnhart are on the ski erg. Laura Horvath in the background there in the black pants is still working her way through the bar muscle up. She has 4 reps to go. Raptis and McGowan are still on that opening set of 20 as well.
We get a good shot of Ariel Lowen here, just executing with a very smooth stroke on the ski erg, trying to find that happy medium of her stroke rate, but also pulling with some power.
Ariel Lowen gave birth in 2019, took a couple years off, came back in 2021, went to the Granite Games semifinal, and said all she wanted to do was go compete and get her nameplate for the new house. She wound up winning it and qualifying for the CrossFit Games that year.
You know, when you share a story like that, it kind of hurts my feelings, Sean. I didn't really ever show up to a competition with the intention just to show up, and I certainly didn't ever win any on accident. But I really think that showcases her focus and her ability to show up when the lights are bright, and also the advantage sometimes to just showing up to do your best with free expectations and what that can do for an athlete.
Gabby McGowan in the light blue top and long black pants was the final athlete to the ski erg. At 52 reps, that is when they will move on, and Ariel Lowen is now done, and she is heading to the GHDs. That is Emma Lawson putting the finishing touches on her 32-calorie ski. She will join Lowen on those 80 reps on the GHD. Now here comes Cara Saunders.
Here comes fan favorite Cara Saunders.
Amanda Barnhart, bottom of your screen, onto the GHDs. She is in 4th place right now in the heat. And there is Cara Saunders, who made her CrossFit Games debut back in 2012. She had a string of top 10 finishes from 2015 to 2020, when the worst she did at the games was 8th place. Of course, had that really close finish, the closest in history, to Tia Toomey back in 2017.
Yeah, the legends haven't taken the field yet, but we're watching a living legend right there execute on the field. She is absolutely a class act and representing for the moms out there.
Ariel Lowen continuing to lead through 84 now of the 184 total repetitions. 132 reps is what she needs to get to before she heads back down the field. Danielle Brandon has also gotten to the GHD. She currently sits in 5th place in the heat. Here comes Laura Horvath. Now Alexis Raptis and Gabby McGowan. McGowan trying to follow up her event 1 placing. Took 3rd in the Texas Trail with a good showing here. And right now towards the back of the pack in this second and final heat. No woman was able to complete this event inside the 12-minute time cap in the opening heat, so the score to beat is 174 reps from Carolyn Prevost.
Yeah, and Laura Horvath still has a lot of work to do, but I'll say that when it comes to cadence and pace on these GHD sit-ups, she has something going on similar to what we saw in Medeiros, where it's almost every 3 reps for her, or there's only 2 reps for those ladies to her left or to her right. So she's got a great cadence, and I think she clearly understands this is the movement in this workout where she has an opportunity to make up some ground.
Laura Horvath right now in 8th place in the heat, trying to track down Emma McQuaid. Horvath has a ways to go before that happens. Ariel Lowen continuing to lead now through 125 of the 184 reps, and her judge's hand is in the air. She's towards the middle of your screen. She's in the long black pants. Turquoise-ish top, and now she is done. So Ariel Lowen making the turn and heading back to the ski erg. Cara Saunders' judge's hand is in the air as well.
Emma Lawson.
Lawson sitting in 2nd place behind Lowen. Here comes Cara Saunders. Past the 7-minute mark. There was Emma Lawson. 17 years old, made her individual CrossFit Games debut back in August. Actually wore the leader's jersey at one point.
Yeah, and I'll say it was an odd experience times with her with the white jersey on. I saw her, maybe only saw the back of her running a couple times, and I was like, she kind of looks like Tia with that jersey on.
We're not used to seeing other people wear that jersey. Ariel Lowen right side, continuing to lead. Saunders and Lawson are fighting for second. Amanda Barnhart sits in 4th, followed by Jacqueline Dahlstrom and Emma McQuaid. Now Laura Horvath has gotten to the ski erg. Horvath trying to work her way up the standings here. She has managed to close the gap between herself and Emma McQuaid. Alexis Raptis and Gabby McGowa, the only 2 women who have yet to get to their second and final 32-calorie ski. Judge's hand in the air for Ariel Lowen, continuing to maintain that lead she built on the bar muscle-ups, and she looks to be the first woman back for her final set of 20.
Yeah, she's done a great job executing on this ski erg, driving her hips back, pulling with power, dropping her chest all the way on each and every repetition so that she's not bleeding out extra energy or unneeded energy with her upper body. Just save it for this moment right here.
Ariel Lowen is well ahead of Carolyn Prevost's time.
Notice how far back she is on her stall mat there that she's jumping from. This allows her to glide into her rep, doing singles, which if any of the spectators out there were watching this and understand and have gotten their first bar muscle up, this is often how you want to open up each and every set to make that first rep your most easy rep. So she's taking full advantage to the situation right now where she knows all her competitors are also doing singles.
And we need to wish Ariel Lowen a happy birthday today.
Of course we do. She's trying to start today with a dub. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Ariel.
3 women on their final set of 20. Now make that 4. Amanda Barnhart is there as well. It's Emma Lawson and Cara Saunders. And now Danielle Brandon is getting set to start her final set of 20. 14 reps remain for Ariel Lowen, now 13. Lawson is now tied with Lowen.
Yeah, we've noticed the last couple. Ariel got hit with a no rep right as I wished her happy birthday, so sorry if I did something. And Emma's been tremendously consistent from the moment she got to the rig.
174 reps is the score to beat. Lawson's going to track that down, as is Ariel Lowen. Cara Saunders has a really good chance as well. Now 90 seconds to go. Emma Lawson had a great start to her competition, finished 5th in Texas Trail yesterday. A strong showing here could put her towards the top of the overall standings, but still plenty of events to go after this, but not a bad way to start your competition for Emma Lawson, who is now taking the lead from Ariel Lowen as we have a minute to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. 7 reps remain for Emma Lawson.
Yeah, now there's an element there of competitive nature, but tone the line with your threshold. You can't get hit with a no rep. It can be costly at this time with so little time left.
The only thing Emma Lawson needs to be concerned with right now is keeping Saunders and Lowen in her rear view mirror. She has the top score. Now 4 reps to go to try and finish this event inside 30 seconds before we hit the time cap.
Yeah, I love this, and they're going to demand it of her. They're pushing the whole field. Everybody competing together is going to get pushed to that 184. Let's see if someone can do it.
15 to go. Lawson with 1 rep left. Now 8 seconds. Lawson will get it. Won't get across the finish line, but Emma Lawson is going to win event number 2.
Great victory for the next gen CrossFitter right there.
The flex and the wave goodbye to the rest of the field as she picks up 100 points. Gets through all 184 repetitions, but not able to get across the finish line. It didn't matter because the entire field was behind her. So Emma Lawson, a great start to her competition. A 5th place yesterday, a 1st today. Cara Saunders finishes a rep ahead of Ariel Lowen. That'll be good enough for 95 points. 2nd place finish for Cara Saunders. Ariel Lowen, Amanda Barnhart, and Jacqueline Dahlstrom rounding out the top 5 in that event. Carolyn Prevost will tie for 5th with her score from heat number 1. But once again, it comes down to that final set of 20 bar muscle-ups. Ariel Lowen, the lead throughout most of this event, but when they got back to the wooden pull-up bar for the final time, that's where Lawson made her move.
Yeah, it was a lot of Lowen right out of the gate, and she looked like she was poised to take this event, to be honest with you. When she even got to the apparatus early, she looked fantastic, but it was Lawson's consistency and her grit at the end of this test that allowed her to have success and take that win.
Let's go down to Kiki Dixon with Emma Lawson.
Congratulations on your event win here today. Now, you were able to practice with the log earlier on, but how different was practice from reality here?
Well, I mean, adrenaline always helps when you're out here. So back there, I was actually struggling quite a bit. But yeah, the adrenaline really helped. You just kind of got to go for it and see what happens.
Now, aside from the log, which was the surprise today, was there anything else that surprised you about the workout with this combination of movements?
The GHDs were a lot harder than I thought. I mean, coming off the ski, especially when you're trying to go that hard on the ski, it's pretty taxing on the core. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Event win for Emma Lawson, and that puts her on top of the overall leaderboard 2 events in. Danielle Brandon is now 20 points back. Jacqueline Dahlstrom sits in 3rd with a 5-point cushion over Bailey Rogers, and it's Emma McQuaid who is in 5th with 145 total points. Action continues here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational from the Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Thanks for being with us, everybody, as the legends are set to take the field. They are the men and women who put the sport on the map, and we're going to get to see them compete in pairs here as the Legends competition kicks off. Thanks for being with us today, everybody. Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor. And some of the biggest names that competed in the past in the sport are out there on the field.
Yeah, these are really the names and the faces that helped build our sport, Sean. This is one of the most special things about the Rogue Invitational each and every year, is to watch the legends take the field and do what they do, put on a show.
Event number 1 is brought to you by Beyond the Whiteboard. 50 calories on the ski erg. Then bar muscle ups, got some synchro double unders, and we wind up finishing with the box jump overs, and they can divide this up however they want.
Yeah, and this workout is, there's some elements to this workout in itself that are going to present a little bit of a challenge when you haven't really been working out together. But all in all, it's high speed and low drag. With everything that we've got going on here, they can break up the work however they want. So it's important for them to understand that when they're moving, it needs to be full speed before they tap their next person out. And then, of course, you got to have a rhythm. Man, these front squats with these double kettlebells are going to be done synchro, which means you can't guess when your teammate's ready. You've got to know, and that's a vibe that hopefully these athletes have gotten a chance to create, at least through all the warm-up reps they got to do in the back.
Matt Chan and Jason Khalipa will be paired up. Khalipa, the 2008 CrossFit Games champion. Matt Chan finished second in 2012. Tommy Hackenbrook, someone you're very familiar with, paired up with Dan Bailey.
It's two good dudes right there. Two good dudes. And yes, I am very familiar with Tommy. A friend, a mentor, a coach, although he'd probably never call himself my coach, but he definitely served in that role for some time.
Tommy Hackenbrook, a former linebacker at Utah. Had 3 sacks in the 2005 Fiesta Bowl, where Utah beat Pitt 35-7. Also a running back in high school. And there is Dan Bailey, who, as you may have heard floor announcer Josh Gallegos announce, newly married to Alex LaChance, and just one of the most genuinely nice people you're ever going to meet.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, he's got pretty nice arms. A little envious of those.
And Kerry Pierce gets to get paired up with Rich Froning. And talking to some of the legends, I'm not going to name names, but a lot of them said, I just don't want to get paired with Rich because he's really going to make me go harder than I want to go here. So good luck to Kerry Pierce.
Yeah, and I love it because their mentality is so similar. I talked to Kerry yesterday, and I was like, hey, are you excited for these events? And she's like, oh, just one a day? Yeah, I guess so. She's extremely excited to be here and didn't mean to downplay it, but it's the tenacity and the work that she was anticipating doing, and she's like, oh man, we only get to taste one a day. So it's suiting for her to be partnered with the GOAT.
Tanya Wagner, the 2009 CrossFit Games champion. She's on the right side. She'll be paired with Stacy Tovar.
You know, there's something specific I remember about Stacy as a competitive athlete. There was a regionals with a lot of strict handstand push-ups, and she was one of the first athletes that I watched do singles.
I remember that.
It showed me the self-awareness and also the confidence to be outside of the box of what other athletes thought they needed to do to have success that she exemplified there.
Well, last year, Stacy Tovar competed in the Legends here at the Rogue Invitational while pregnant.
Amazing. What a great example to the moms out there. Stick with what you know, even if it's just some CrossFit. You can do it out on a field with some friends, that's okay.
Just introduced Annie Sakamoto, who will be paired up with Chris Clever. I believe Annie Sakamoto, the only athlete out there on the field that has a workout named after her.
Definitely the only one.
Double unders in the sit-up workout named Annie is after Annie Sakamoto. And she'll be paired with Chris Clever, former CrossFit Games champion. Rebecca Voigt-Miller. And when you talk about fitness through different modes and time domains, you also want to throw in age, and she has been unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
As she has advanced through her career. As a master, still out there sometimes throwing down with the individuals in the semifinals.
Yeah, she's accumulated 110 CrossFit events. I mean, that's wild for me to consider. Margot Alvarez, someone that I got to compete alongside several times as well. She won that long, long row, if we can remember that a few years back. She's always been someone that I was like, hey, she could make an absolute killer as a female position on a team. I could never quite coax her into it.
Definitely one of the most mentally tough athletes out there. The first of what should be many fireworks here at Dell Diamond. And we are set. Lane assignments for the Legends. We did not get to see Josh Bridges and Miko Salo. They'll be on the far side of the field, and Chris Spieler and Josh Everett also out there as well. Jason Khalipa trying to coax some people into a false start.
Always. And it's funny because it was all fun and games until the beep just went off, Sean.
Rich Froning and Dan Bailey were bumping a little bit on the way down to the ski erg. 161 total reps to complete, 50 on the ski erg.
You'll notice something unique even with what Rich is doing now with his ski erg technique. He's got a pretty high frequency, but he's got a staggered stance. It's something that a lot of athletes experiment with and tend to prefer with the ski erg. It almost allows you to create more leverage as you pull down with each stroke. Tommy's getting into it a little bit there as well. The feet matter, folks. We can learn things from these legends.
Annie Sakamoto on the ski erg along with Chris Clever. Clever now going to take her turn. 50 calories you have to complete. Just divide it up however you want. I don't think Rich Froning has stopped. Tommy Hackenberg and Dan Bailey are your leaders right now. Dan Bailey on the ski erg for his pair. Here's Carrie Pierce. How'd you like to be in a fun workout and just have Rich Froning staring over your shoulder?
I've been there. Listen, I've worked a couple level 1 gigs down in Cookeville and I've gotten to partner up with Rich on a few workouts, and I'll just say he has a very creative way to put you in your place. Hey, you want to do a team workout with me? Sure, let's do it. And then all of a sudden that 1-to-1 work-to-rest ratio goes away and you don't feel quite as good as Rich looks over there, so you're wondering, man, is he that much more fit? And the answer is yes, he is.
Dan Bailey and Hackenbrook are on to the bar muscle ups. Matt Chan and Jason Khalipa are there as well.
And this is where these guys get to have a ton of fun, man. This is not to mention they're out here throwing down together on a field, but also that new apparatus that they get to play with. It's like these are kids in the candy store.
I think Dan Bailey may have tested this a little bit, so he has a little bit of an advantage here. As he and Tommy Hackenberg continue to lead, there is Josh Bridges paired up with Miko Salo, the 2009 CrossFit Games champion.
You know, and there's something to be said about Miko. We probably don't talk about him as much as we potentially should with the history of our sport in regards to him really revolutionizing, at least from my perspective, the way we trained and prepared for this sport. He was one of the first athletes to start to put in the hours on the erg. And then it led to Rich following in his footsteps and putting in the more time and the skill work. And I really believe watching him win the games in 2009 when Tommy took second to him back then, that was a real eye-opener on where the sport was headed.
Jason Khalipa and Matt Chan continuing to work together here. They sit in second place in this opening event for the Legends. Tommy Hackenbrook and Dan Bailey continue to lead, though. Josh Bridges and Miko Salo are in third, followed by Kerry Pierce and Rich Froning.
Sean, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to call a man a beefcake, but between Jason Khalipa and Matt Chan, those are two prime beefcakes right there, in my opinion. Carrying around a lot of lean body tissue and moving it really well.
Two fit masters as Hackenbrook and Bailey are now on to the synchro kettlebell front squats.
All right, and this is where a little bit of their limitation. Yeah, see, look, Tommy's pushing that threshold. He's like, here we go, Dan. We got this. Make the judge give us a no rep before we slow down. And that's how you attack that synchro work. Some of these guys with a little less exposure to team competition might not attack it quite as aggressively.
And I imagine it's all fun and games, and then the buzzer goes, and then you get out here, and then the competitive juices start to kick in a little bit. As Matt Chan and Jason Khalipa are the next two men to the synchro front squats. Kerry Pierce and Rich Froning continue to work their way through their bar muscle-ups. There's Tanya Wagner on the left in the red Philadelphia Phillies shirt. Definitely be cheering for her team in the World Series. Hackenbrook and Bailey are onto the box jump overs.
Here come Everett and Spieler.
Pearson Froning there as well.
Josh Everett, one of those athletes that put that split snatch on the map.
And has one of my favorite highlights from games past. Go back to the deadlift ladder, the first time they did it at the ranch in 2009, and he had the big lift, and the celebration just threw the weight down and walked right off. It's a great highlight if you've never seen it.
I'll tell you, I've worked a few level ones with Josh as well, and Josh is a quiet assassin. Extremely knowledgeable, and when it's time to teach, he's going to teach you all you need to learn. But I'll tell you what, we get him up here with us in a room, we're going to have to really prod him to get some good information out, because he likes to do it quietly, which you can't do anything but respect.
Manny Sakamoto and Chris Clever. Stacy Tover on the right side of your screen. Continues to work. A little help being given here, and I think in the Legends that's not going to be a problem.
Yeah, hey, listen, Annie's smart. She said if it's not in the rule book, you can't dare no rep before it. She does her research.
Josh Bridges and Miko Salo on their box jump over. Josh Bridges, one of the two men who programmed this competition for the individuals. Both he and Chris Spieler. Is Dan Bailey and Tommy Hackenbrook will win the event.
Yeah, boys.
We were talking about this earlier, but one of my first memories of watching Tommy Hackenbrook compete was in 2012, the final event of the team competition, where it was set, every member of the team had to go out and do a bench workout, and his was Karen, and he did the thing almost unbroken. Took one break, I think, just to move over to the next target.
Yeah, that's right. There were three targets there. He went unbroken through the first two, and then I think he took a brief break before that last one, man. Yeah, Tommy has done some legendary things, and I'll tell you what, a lot of them just take place in the gym day to day.
Kerry Pierce and Rich Froning are in. Salo and Bridges, as well as Matt Chan and Jason Khalipa, came across the finish line.
You gotta love the thing about the conversations that are happening. So why'd you end up going so much faster than you told me you were going to go?
Spieler and Everett on the box jumps. And I remember a regional competition where Chris Spieler was doing box jump overs and actually had a clock. Ben Bergeron, his coach at the time, was in the crowd with a clock on a Tabata telling him when to rest and when to go, and it was a great strategy for Chris Spieler.
It was a great strategy. I vividly remember that year and watching him do that and be like, wait a second, is he literally stopping? Yeah, he was. It was like watching him work out on a metronome.
Also had that great moment in 2011 on the dog sled at the CrossFit Games. He and Josh Everett are across.
know, Chris would never enjoy being known for the smallest or one of the smaller athletes to compete in this sport the way that he did, just because that's the type of guy that he is. But you can't help but ignore that this guy walked around most of his competitive years at 140 to 145 and competed against guys that were 190 to 200 pounds. And the feats that he was capable of and showed us on the competition floor in the field were literally astonishing.
Jason Tovar and Tanya Wagner on their box jump overs as Chris Clever and Annie Sakamoto are onto the synchro front squats. And Annie going to scale this one a little bit. She's been dealing with a little bit of a knee injury that kept her out of the games this year.
But what a great example to the community. Look, folks, we're still getting a squatting pattern from that lunge. She got the kettlebells in the front rack position. She's still synchro with her partner. Awesome example of how to scale a workout and stay in the fight and get some great results while you're at it.
Quote Pat Sherwood, fitness is being achieved. Just about everybody is done. Clever and Sakamoto are the only two left on the field.
And in true CrossFit fashion, the crowd gets even louder for those still left on the field, just like we would in a class. Making sure everybody stays fired up and stays focused on the work at hand. Nobody cleans up their equipment in a good affiliate until everybody finishes that workout, because we're in it together.
Now to the box jump overs.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this is tough, right? When you're at a threshold, you got to start to jump over this box after you just completed some front squats and or lunges. Those legs are a little wobbly. I don't know what that conversation was there, but it was almost like, hey, Annie, we're the only ones left out here. Laugh, and then just continues to jump.
Josh Bridges.
You a big fan of partner workouts, Sean?
Oh yeah, it gives me more of an excuse to rest.
I love it. There's a lot of fruits in training with some rest intervals involved. So partner training, although some people are like, I'd rather do it by myself. I want to compete. I want to win. Man, there's a lot of great benefits physically, not just mentally and emotionally, that can come from training in a team.
And I do like the pressure of not letting your partner down. It does tend to push you a little bit more. But, yeah.
There's no doubt about that, man. That's what drew me to the team side. I love competing as an individual. What a great opportunity to showcase your own capacity. But boy, I think I was much greater ability to get more out of myself anytime I compete on a team.
Sakamoto and Clever are across. They will share a hug, and that will do it for the first event for the Legends. Always a blast to watch these athletes throw down. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon with Tommy Hackenbrook and Dan Bailey.
So much fun watching you guys compete. Dan, when you're at the height of your fitness and competitive, athleticism, as we'll say, could you imagine this season of life for yourself?
No, I'm super glad it's here. It's super special that once we were done with that season of life, we didn't really have to stop. We've got, the Legends competition to come back to and see all these great people and get to throw down with them, so it's an awesome weekend.
Speaking of one of these great people, Tommy, did Dan pull his weight? Who was doing what out there?
Dan definitely carried me. If anyone who was here last year, I partnered with Stacy Tovar. She's about 6 months pregnant and did 90% of the work because I was so out of shape. So this year I trained a little harder. I'm in slightly better shape, but Dan totally carried me.
Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dan Bailey carries a lot of things with those beef pillows he's got hanging out of those sleeves.
Exactly.
Fun way to wrap up the first part of CrossFit competition here on Friday at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. Plenty of action still to come. The Rogue Iron Game coming up next.
Pavlo Nakoneci wins Strongman Event 1 in the Tower of Power deadlift for reps. Justin Medeiros gets his first event win in the ski bar, and Emma Lawson, one of the youngest in the field, gets an event win in her debut at the Rogue Invitational. The Rogue Iron Game Show is coming up next.
Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational champion.
Welcome to the 2022 Rogue Invitational here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. I'm Jamie Hagia, joined here by Pat Sherwood. Thanks so much for joining us, Pat.
Of course.
We just saw the legends take to the field for the first time. How exciting was that for you?
The legends they're incredible. I mean, they earn their title as legends, and they make me think I need to bump my game up. The individual competitors, of course, they're incredible. They're still training full-time, but a lot of the legends have moved on to families, other occupations, and still are able to maintain that level of work capacity. Incredibly impressive.
So impressive. We also saw our individual men and women compete in event number 2, and here are your event results for men's event 2. Justin Medeiros takes that top spot, but Chandler Smith was right behind him by only 4 seconds. Ricky Garrard and Patrick Vellner and Samuel Kwan are going to round off that 3rd through 5th spot. But it was Justin Medeiros who does it again. And how was he able to do that, Pat?
You know, as much as I enjoy being right, I also enjoy being wrong. I would not have guessed that Justin Medeiros would have won this, and that in and of itself is incredibly impressive. We had a long run, we have this gymnastics heavy event, and Justin crushed both so far with a 5th place on event number 1 and now an event win. He's setting himself up very well, and we have yet to see a barbell. I mean, Justin's the real deal.
Besides Justin, who else stood out to you in the men's field?
Again, I didn't see him coming. I gotta give him credit. Chandler Smith, he's an absolute beast, and he really needed a solid win for event number 2. He is another athlete that is incredibly strong. I think the rest of the day lines up very well for him. So to be sitting in an excellent position after 2 events, again, with no heavy loading thus far, Chandler could really enjoy today.
After 2 events, we have our overall leaderboard. Let's take a look at that. For our men, we have a little bit of a women's shot up here. So our women right now, the results are Emma Lawson is sitting in that 1st place spot. But the overall, how do you feel after 2 events down? What's going through your mind? How are these athletes feeling?
Well, you know, checked my phone just a second ago, and as far as I could tell, it looked like both Justin and Ricky were tied right now for 1st place overall. So if you were looking for a fantastic competition, especially in the men's side of the house, what more could you ask for? They're going to be just a dogfight in the remaining 2 events today for one of those 2 to separate.
Switching over to the women's side of the field, women took on event 2 as well in the ski bar, and here are your results from event 2. Emma Lawson, one of the youngest one and making her debut here at the Rogue Invitational, took 1st place. Ariel Lowen and Cara Saunders tied in that 2nd and 3rd spot tied for 2nd. Amanda Barnhart took 4th, and Emma McQuaid rounded that top 5 out there. But Emma Lawson, so young, so impressive. How did she look out there to you?
The opposite of the legends, right? I mean, now we have somebody 17 years young. Are you kidding me? Getting an event win, her 1st appearance, like you said, at the Rogue Invitational. If people didn't know who she was before, she just put herself on the map. Now, even though this is her 1st appearance here, she crushed it this year at the 2022 Games, took 6th place, and she's also a former teen champion, so she's the real deal.
Someone else who was also equally as impressive, Cara Saunders out there.
I have to give Cara so much credit. Again, this is not an event that you would think high rep bar muscle-ups that Cara was going to come out and crush this, but she did fantastic, tied for 2nd place. Overall puts her in 10th place, and after a 16th on event number 1, for her to come back and get a tie on event number 2, she's setting herself up once again really well because the heavy barbells are coming, and Cara's gonna have a big smile on her face.
That's correct. All right, heading over to our overall standings for our women after 2 events. Emma Lawson is in that top spot with 180 points. Not far behind is Danielle Brandon, followed closely by Bailey Rogers. Jacqueline Dahlstrom, someone we haven't talked about, is in here, and Ariel Lowen, a mother, in that top 5. But Emma Lawson, again, so impressive, sitting in that top spot, being her first time out here. Do you think she can handle this pressure?
We'll see. Again, she's a former teen champion, so she knows what that feels like. But at 17 years old, to be leading the big show right now with all these well-known women just looking to take that from you, she's got a fight ahead of her. I'm glad that she's occupying that spot. Just hold on. You can do it. Hold on.
Coming up is event 3, and here is a closer look at what these men and women will be facing. It is back attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 of a heavy back squat from the rack, 405 for men and 275 for women. They're gonna pair that with descending reps of box jump overs. Pat, 405 pounds, 275 for the women. What are the keys for these athletes to do well in this event?
This workout almost makes me giggle in just kind of a maniacal way. The loading is borderline obnoxious. It's going to be fantastic from a fan's perspective. It's all about the barbell, for sure. Those box jump overs do nothing but make an already heavy back squat feel even heavier. I would pay attention to the round of 4. They're going to do 5 back squats, box jump overs, then they're going to come back and face that set of 4, and that is going to be very telling, so I'd keep my eye on that.
Now that we have the keys to this workout, who do you expect to do well on the men's and women's side?
I think it plays really well for Jeff Adler. He's strong as an ox. He's having a great day too so far. Nick Matthews has the biggest back squat out there, so we'll keep an eye on him. On the women's side of the house, Danny Spiegel, 370-pound back squat. She can make up for what didn't happen on the run. Barnhart, Saunders, they're all gonna love it.
That's a wrap on CrossFit for now. We will be talking strongman when we come back, but first, I was able to catch up with 3-time Rogue Invitational champion and the 6th fittest women on earth, 6-time fittest women on earth, Tia-Clair Toomey. Hello, everyone, and welcome to I Am with the 3-time Rogue Invitational champion, Olympian, and 6-time fittest woman on earth, Tia-Clair Toomey. Thanks for joining us, Tia.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me.
We know that you were dealing with some back issues at the Games, so can you kind of catch us up on where you're at with that and how is it feeling?
Yeah, no, definitely. Ever since the Games, I've definitely been, prioritizing my off season and putting a lot of time and energy into making sure that the body is having that rest that it needed, and then also doing whatever I needed to let the mind and body just have that fully rest and recovery time, not feeling pressured to get back into shape and ready for Rogue Invitational, as much as it's killing me not to be out on that competition floor, because this is just such an incredible event.
Yeah, we know that there was speculation that you might retire at the end of last season, but you came out recently and said that you are definitely coming back next year. Yep. What kind of played into that decision, and how did you come up with that?
Yeah, I mean, as an athlete, you never really know what the future holds, right? And I know it's one of those things that everyone's always speculating, will she be coming back and everything like that. So really great to be able to announce that, I'm full steam ahead and ready and so eager to get back into the gym and prepare for another season, and go after my 7th title. I just am so excited to be able to, be here, maybe not competing, but being able to watch these incredible athletes take the floor and showcase, what they've been doing over the last couple of months and, showing us their true fitness and their true hard work.
Welcome back to the Rogue Iron Game. I am joined now by Dr. Bill Crawford, and we did see these strongmen take to the Tower of Power. It's the first time we're seeing this implement. What did you see out there?
Well, I saw Pavla just do an unbelievable job. He's known for deadlift. He's pulled over 1,000 pounds for a double before. He pulled 11 reps on a 775-pound axle not too long ago on a Giants live show. So we knew he's great at deadlift. He's not been on the circuit too long, but he's unbelievably powerful. 12 reps, I think he had more in the tank. I think he could have gotten probably 13 plus.
Here is a look at our overall leaderboard after one event for our strongman. We have Pavlo Nakoneci in first place with 12 deadlifts. Trey Mitchell behind him by only 2. Martins Litzis and Alexei Novikov tied with 9 deadlifts. And then Bobby Thompson rounding off that top 5. But it was Pavlo that did take that top spot. He is newer to the scene. What are your thoughts on him?
Well, again, he's not that experienced in top-level strongman sometimes, but we know he's a deadlifter. I think this sets him up very well to get going. What he did was he figured out how to get the implement close to his body and control that rocking of the implement, and also overcome 900 pounds. Unbelievable effort. And he started off very smoothly and finished off really strong. Unbelievable, impressive performance.
Pablo was very impressive, but it was Martins Litzis and Alexei Novikov that tied in that second spot. How did you think they did?
Well, they're positioning themselves. They're very experienced, they know each other. And so when you really think about what they're really doing, they're trying to not let the other guy get too far ahead of him. So Alexei started, and then Martins was able to catch up and then tied him in that event. They're positioning themselves to be able to go at the other events and stay close together, because these events match them very well.
Alexei Novikov took second at last year's Rogue Invitational. This year, he's looking to take that top spot.
You look at him and you don't see the biggest guy. You compare him to Brian Shaw or Tom Stoltman. He almost looks small, but every ounce of muscle in him, he packs into those movements. Look how fast he is and explosive.
290 to Novikov. This would give him the event lead, and he hits that no problem. And now on to 300, and he barely looks taxed.
Novikov on the 300. He's got it set perfectly now. He punches. Can he lock out? Yes,
and
he can.
Novikov has it and will clear the ladder, and this crowd loves every second of it. Good reps for Alexei Novikov at 275. He's got it to his chest.
Can he
there
do
it
this?
Goes.
Hand away.
He has it. Alexei Novikov is in first place.
Here is a look at what our strongman will be facing in event 2. It is a sear bell ladder, so 2 athletes will compete at a time. It will be an ascending weight of this heavy sear bell, and the athlete who lifts the highest and the fastest time will win. Alexei Novikov this is a repeat of last year's event, and he was that event winner. How do you think he is going to do today?
I think he's the man to beat again, because he is so good at this. At the Arnold, he actually won with 7 reps on a 275-pound dumbbell. There is a difference between these dumbbells and other dumbbells you might see. Maybe guys train with the dumbbells that are plate-loaded, or also the monster bells. They're much further away from the head. These are smaller bells. They're made just like what Louis Cyr lifted, kind of smaller. They're more compact. I still expect him to be able to control these and run the whole table.
So since these are smaller, what are the keys to doing well in this event?
It's positioning. You want to be able to get the dumbbell close into your neck, and also be able to then lock it out. So an efficient way to get to the dumbbell in the right spot, because again, it's a little bit closer in. They're a lot harder, and these are thick handles too. So they kind of turn the elbow, and then getting it over the head for a lockout.
Besides Novikov, who else should we be looking out to do well in this event?
Well, Rob Kearney was second at the Arnold with 275-pound dumbbell with 4 repetitions. He looked great with that. He's a very good dumbbell presser. But also, Martins Litzis is very good as well. So I expect those two to really go at it. Again, Martins is looking to not let Alexei get too far away from him in this event.
Taking a look at what we have left on the schedule for Friday night, this is what we are going to come up with the Strongman Event 2 coming up on that sear bell ladder. We also have CrossFit individual men and women will take to the field for Event 3. The Strongman will close it out with their last event for the day. And then once again, we will see from our CrossFit men and women to end out that day. But coming up is Strongman Event 2, the Searbell Ladder. So heading over to that, we're gonna go to Sean Woodland and Lawrence Chalet.
Strongman competition continues here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. We go from the deadlift to the press. The Sear Bell ladder is up next, the second of 6 events that the Strongmen will face here at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Chalet, and joined in the booth by the 4-time World's Strongest Man, Brian Shaw. What's it like for you to be a fan this year?
I'm not going to lie, it's pretty weird being a fan. You know, just showing up here, I obviously competed in this event last year, and being on the sidelines and just going down and talking to some of the competitors before this event, it was a different experience for me.
Glad you're up here to help us through this next event. We are through one of the 6 events here at the Arnold Classic happened a couple months ago at the Rogue Invitational. Pavlo Nakonechny is your overall leader with 10 total points. Trey Mitchell, with a great effort on that deadlift, sits in second place. Litzis and Novikov, they tied on the last event, so they both sit in third place overall. The event description is a little different than it was last year. The Sear Bell ladder brought to you by Beyond the Whiteboard.
So we've got the dumbbell this year. We've got 4 dumbbells ranging from 253 pounds up to 285. And if they can do that 285, we do it for as many reps as possible. Brian Shaw, you did this event last year. What do we expect to see this year with the athletes we've got?
Well, I think what you're probably going to see is that a lot of the guys are going to come up with a strategy through their training coming into this event, and they're going to come out and certainly watch the other competitors and what they do. But I think you'll see a lot of guys trying to get a certain number done, whether it's 1, 2, 3, and get that split done, right? To put the points on the board and then move on from there. I don't know that you're going to see a big number of competitors getting to the last dumbbell and essentially getting reps there. That's a monumental performance. If anybody does that, it's a standing ovation moment, basically, in my opinion. But very heavy weights, and it'll be interesting to see how these guys attack it.
With that being said, Laz, what are your keys to this event?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an explosive event. The dumbbell is a little different to, say, a log lift or an axle press. You need to be explosive. You need to make sure you get your balance. That's really, really important. Lots of leg power, trying to explode that dumbbell up overhead and catch it. And there's none better than Alexei Novikov. For me, I'm sure Brian will agree, this is about second and third place. Which athletes can get those points? It could really lay the foundation for the rest of the competition.
Let's go down to Kiki Dixon on the field.
Guys, we saw an event similar to this last year. However, this year, the Sear Bell is 15 pounds lighter. Why, you might ask? That's because they're going for reps. If they can get through those other Sear Bells, it is on for reps here. They're going head to head. It'll be exciting to watch if they can make it to that final bell.
Thank you, Kiki. And our first 2 competitors are out there getting ready to go, and we have begun. It's Kevin Ferris and Maxime Boudreau. Boudreau is on the right, Ferris is on the left. Boudreau is already through the 253-pound bell, as is Ferris now.
And this second dumbbell, this is a real jump. The first one we're starting with 253, but it's a big jump to that second one, 274. And I'll be honest, I think 2 fast is going to score big points. 3 fast, and we're looking at top of the table.
You see strategies start to come into play here. Maxime going over to get some chalk. I think he understands how big, like you just said, Lawrence, this 274 will be. And putting that rep on the board, I think is going to separate a lot of these competitors for sure.
Brian, I was watching a lot of these guys training, and a lot of them were using these the big circus dumbbell. These Sear dumbbells are a little bit different. The monster dumbbell, sorry, in training. They're much bigger. They sit a lot higher up on the shoulders. These are smaller, but they're still so heavy. Does that variation in the equipment affect the athletes?
I would say for certain guys that what you'll notice with these Sear dumbbells is the handle is also smaller. So the globe is a little bit smaller and much more rounded. And then the handle is also a little bit smaller. So if your grip is any type of a factor with a dumbbell, you can get more of your hand around the handle. And then the way that it sets on your shoulder, for me, I actually thought these dumbbells sat very comfortably on my shoulder compared to more of the larger style monster dumbbell. But the monster dumbbell has a bigger handle. So The carryover is different because the range of motion with these dumbbells is larger. So they sit a little bit lower. So if somebody's really been training a lot with the monster dumbbell, which sits on their shoulder a little bit higher, the carryover may or may not be there. And so it's interesting to see these guys try to attack it. I know for me personally, when I was training for this event, I worked very, very hard to have a replica made that was at least somewhat similar to these dumbbells. So I trained with that just to make sure I was adequately prepared for this. So I think the training equipment, like you brought up, and preparation for the event is very important.
Yeah, you're someone that's always been methodical in terms of the equipment you're going to train on. It's got to be as close to competition as possible. I've seen a number of training videos of guys on the monster dumbbells, but like you say, it sits higher. It is a slightly different movement, and these kind of, they're smaller, a little bit more compact. You have to go through a further range of motion to lock out. It is going to throw some of them off. And that big jump from the 253 pounds, 115 kilos, up to the 274 pounds, 224 kilos, that's a big jump.
Oh, it's a massive jump. I mean, that 274 is a standard. I mean, that's a gold standard here. So the people watching this at home need to understand that because it's a second dumbbell does not mean, oh, it's just another dumbbell. I mean, this is the Sear dumbbell. So I believe the Sear dumbbell was 273.25 pounds, the original one. And we're talking about Louis Sear, the famous French-Canadian strongman that, you know, a lot of people consider to be maybe the strongest man in history. But this event is off a replica of a dumbbell that he himself used, which is really cool. So we should not forget that. And 274, I mean, doing that now is super impressive. So, you know, you'll see these guys attacking, and I think a lot of these competitors understand that that is the level. So you're going to start to see them really get into that second dumbbell. Hopefully, you know, Rob did well with this event last year, so Rob Kearney stepping up. I think, you know, he could score some good points here if he can get that second one on the board quick and potentially go after that third. And put that up, and then he can put some pressure on the next competitors coming up as well. So strategy will be at play, but you gotta be quick, but don't hurry, right? So when you're approaching this, go in, and it's really easy because that whistle blows and you're taking off, and it's like, oh man, I got to go quicker, I've got to hurry up. But getting the points on the board is what's important. So you got to get it done, get it set where you can really explode, like you said, Lawrence. And exploding through that dumbbell is massive. You have to use your whole body for this.
Hafthor Bjornsson on hand here, looking on as Rob Kearney and Eyþór Melstead are the next two out. Neither Ferris nor Boudreau were able to get past the 274-pound dumbbell.
So Rob is very, very good at dumbbells. Had an excellent performance at the Arnold Classic this year on the dumbbell. Was very solid on this event last year at the Rogue Invitational. Let's see what kind of shape he's in now. And that's a great first rep there by Rob. And Eyþór as well, very, very solid on the 253 dumbbell.
A lot of times getting that first rep up, just kind of establishing your power is very, very important. So hopefully Rob can get this done. And Eyþór as well. There it is.
And he gets the second one. That's big points already. And does he get the down signal?
I believe he did get the down signal. That will count for Melstead.
That was powerful. He really exploded up. Was a little bit quick on the down, I thought, but the referee's given him it.
Yeah.
And he's got the power there. It's a much smaller jump now. We're only talking 6 pounds. So it's not such a scary jump in terms of the weight.
Kearney has 280.
That's going to be good.
Yeah. He's going to be really, really pleased with that. So now he can take his time and attack this last dumbbell as well.
Watching Eyþór, he's got the power to press this. It's whether he can catch it and keep it held, locked out. Good power, couldn't quite lock it out. Needs to be held under control at the top to get the down signal. Can Rob Kearney do this fourth and final dumbbell?
There's about 10 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
285 pounds.
Rob Kearney does make it to the 285-pound bell.
Eyþór is coming back for another attempt. Brian, at the Arnolds for years, they did the dumbbell for reps. How much harder is it going through these weight increases? Every single dumbbell they use, it gets heavier, it gets harder. Just doing reps is hard enough, even on the first dumbbell.
What you'll find is the strategy has to be a little bit different. And what I will say is I think Rob Kearney on that did a great job of executing what he needed to execute, right? So we were talking earlier about getting that third rep on the board, which he has now done. He's put pressure on everybody else and stepped up to the plate. But I think he did a good job of not rushing between the dumbbells and feeling the weights here. I think for me, I might actually prefer doing a ladder like this as opposed to the reps, because when you step out to do reps, you're starting at the biggest weight typically. So that's the way they did it at the Arnold is if you did have a dumbbell choice, you started with the heavier one, and then if you failed that, you could then fall back to the lighter one. This one obviously builds up, so a little bit different strategy stepping from one dumbbell to the next, but I think it'll separate out the competitors well. And again, we're starting at a big weight, so it's not like you have a big shock necessarily. Like you have said, the first jump up to that 274 is the biggest one. And then once you've felt that on your shoulder, once you've done it, you're then into your rhythm. So then you know how much gas you've got in your tank and whether that 280 is going to go, whether the 285 is going to be there. But the confidence, and I think you'll see it with some of these next competitors, if they hit that 274 and it's easy, they're going to attack the 280 because you start to feel like, wow, okay, I've got that power there. And I know for myself, it's always the first rep.
Yeah, that first jump is without question the hardest. Going 20 pounds, 21 pounds is the first jump. Then it's only 6.
Yeah.
6 pounds is not so intimidating for these guys.
No, not too bad. Definitely, it won't feel much different. And grabbing a dumbbell at that type of weight, it's not going to feel much different. The only factor is the fatigue. So if you start to fatigue, and what you'll watch with some of these guys as they get that dumbbell up there, especially the third one, watch their core. So they'll start to kind of wobble, and if they shake a little bit, you can tell that they're trying so hard to stabilize, and that's where you can kind of see, okay, are we getting to a point where this dumbbell's now not going to be lifted, right? So if they start to wobble a little bit, it's a kind of a good indicator that they're starting to have a hard time with it.
We've got our next two athletes out now, a huge presser in Bobby Thompson. If it was coming to a log lift for Max, he'd be all over this event.
Absolutely.
How do you think he's going to do on the dumbbell?
Well, I think he needs to put up a big performance here. I think he's got some pressure on him to get that done. He, again, much like Rob Kearney, needs to be strategic with how he goes about it. And I think he's going to be real happy to get 3 of them done. And then the same with Hooper. I think that Mitch really needs to step up. And again, I think he can do well. He needs to be quick between the transitions. And I'm excited. This one's a good matchup, real good.
This should be really good.
Hooper on the left, Bobby Thompson on the right. Rob Kearney has the top score. He got through the first 3 dumbbells. First man to get to that 285-pound bell.
Good first rep by both men there.
Really good. This is a big one for Mitch right here.
Oh, he didn't quite get it locked out. Neither did Bobby. Mitch just let that come away from himself slightly. He needs to try and get under it a bit more. Both men struggling with a 274 dumbbell. But it's a huge weight, Brian.
It really, really is. And right now what you'll see is Hooper's doing a great job, well, Bobby too, stepping back. You got to regather yourself. And so quick when you miss something that you thought you were going to get, because I guarantee both of these guys thought they would have this done. If you can come back and just find the power to throw it up. And right now Hooper's working for it. I don't know about you, Lawrence, but with this event, when you have it up to your shoulder and try to make an attempt and it comes back down to your shoulder, I know the tendency is to want to keep it there so you don't have to clean it again, but you lose your position.
Yeah, and positioning's everything when it comes to this. I mean, that's 3 attempts now. Bobby has come within a whisker of getting it. Just can't quite hold it balanced there. He's got the power. You can see that the power is there. But if that dumbbell comes away from you slightly at these extreme weights, the smaller muscles cannot stabilize. You need to hit it absolutely perfectly, and that's why Novikov is so good at this.
Yes.
Perhaps not statically the strongest guy, but he's so well trained in the movement, and he has the mobility to get under the weight.
His technique is amazing to watch, and you know, he'll have that on display. Now, one thing I'm sure a lot of people at home are going to wonder is Hooper it looked like his arm was locked out, right? It looked like he, for maybe a split second, had his feet together, but then Ithor in the heat before took a step immediately, right, where his arm was locked out. So this, I think that it's important to bring up, is a very tough event to judge and can be somewhat subjective, you know, and you can only
always
look
tough
at
when you've got two different judges as well.
This is it. Yep, we're running 2 lanes. So, you know, not to say that it was a good lift or not a good lift, and I'm, as you very much know, I'm more of a fan of, okay, I'm going to make you hold it for a little bit more and you know, establish that. Because with a dumbbell, if you do, in fact, have it locked out, you can hold it. You can hold it for that split second. If you're, like you're saying, out of line, now we have a problem. If you're trying to hold it, the dumbbell will start moving, and at that type of weight, you're not gonna stop it.
One more look at Rob Kearney, who is your leader right now in the event, the only man to get through that 280-pound dumbbell.
And I'll tell you what, 3 reps on these is fantastic. Rob looking really technically efficient there. Just had to press out a little bit towards the end, but look how solid he was. He kept it in line, and as Brian just mentioned, when you keep it in line, you can hold it locked out overhead.
I'll tell you what, Rob Kearney is going to be a happy man right now, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm a little bit shocked at both Hooper and Bobby Thompson. I was expecting
at least 2 from both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think they're going to be disappointed. I've got to remind myself, it's 124 kilos, 274 pounds. These are huge, huge weights.
This should be a good matchup. Martins Licis and Alexei Novikov will be out next.
And these were first and second at last year's competition in this event.
This one will be very, very interesting. And again, both of these competitors now also know, all of the men that have already gone, what they have done, right? So they're both going to know, not that Novikov will be thinking this, but Martins for sure, because it's always about strategy. He knows he has to get that second dumbbell up quickly to establish the fact that he's now beaten everybody but Rob Kearney in this event. So if he can do that and then move on to the 280 quickly, he's going to be very, very happy with that. And I think Novikov is probably right now going to run the course and you know, kind of maybe take a look around once he's done the 4th one and say, hey, where am I at? How much do I have to do? And, you know, he's not going to want to do more than he needs to win the event for sure.
No, I think Martins is probably going to accept that Novikov probably takes this one. But he'll be looking at the overall. He'll be looking for 2nd or 3rd. Absolutely. That's what he's looking for, those consistent, solid places. And that really impressive performance in the deadlift is set him in a great position for the whole competition. He can now focus on that strategy that he has of all the time, top 3. Top 3, it takes pressure off yourself. Novikov knows he has to win this event now if he wants to win the overall. And that could cause him to make mistakes, and you know, it does happen.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And Novikov will be, actually talked to him backstage before the event, and he said this is an event that he needs to win.
100%. So. He has to have maximum force, and look how easy that first rep goes up for both men. The efficiency, the speed, the transition, he just hits every dumbbell so well.
That's a great lift from Martins.
High elbow position. Look at that. He makes it look effortless.
That's impressive. Really, really impressive from Novikov.
He will have 90 seconds now to accumulate as many reps as he can at
Martins
285 as Licis struggles.
I'm
Did
surprised.
they give it to him?
Novikov gets this. I was a little bit surprised then with Licis' 3rd rep, I have to say. Let's see how he does on this 4th one.
Opening rep at 285 for Martins Licis, and we still have more than a minute to go here.
Novikov going for reps now. Oh, he can't get reps. He's impressive, but he's not able to rep that 285.
This will be big for Martins if he can somehow tie Novikov here on the 285-pound bell.
It's interesting how much Novikov had to walk around with that first rep at 285, and it will take a lot out of you with that type of weight above your head. So again, we're talking about the line
The stability,
yes, and
everything.
You know, to somebody watching this, they may not understand, well, why did that rep look so easy and then the next rep looks much more difficult? But if you get out of line and or lose your power stability, this dumbbell feels way heavier.
It's not like a log that you can kind of press out, is it? You've really got to hit it perfectly from the start.
You hit that line, it can look effortless. And if you get it a little bit out of line, it can look really, really, really labored.
I think both men are going to be very pleased with the performance here. Novikov done what we expected. He's currently in first place. He's still going for another rep, and he gets it.
Wow.
That's insurance for Alexei Novikov, because Nakanetshi's coming up next.
Just making sure, but Lissis has done what he needed to do. A solid performance, 3 in a decent time. And we've got fireworks going off as well.
2 reps at 285 for Alexei Novikov, your new leader, and we have just 1 pair left, and it's going to be Pavlo Nakanechny, your overall leader after winning the Tower of Power. He'll go up against Trey Mitchell. A great performance from Alexei Novikov.
So I think Martins is exactly where he wants to be. I need to check the times, but I think he's in second place, which is the perfect result for him. Still 2 great athletes to come, obviously. But Novikov needed the win there, and it's going to take a monumental performance to beat that.
I'm kind of surprised that he kept trying to go for that next rep. You know, again, I think he knew the pressure was on him to win this event. And he wasn't going to leave anything on the table. So, you know, it's a position that's interesting, because I think that completing all the dumbbells, again, you never know. You never know with the next set of competitors. But it's from a strategy standpoint, I think he knew his back was against the wall, and he had to put that next rep up just to secure it. 100% for him. So it'll be interesting to see what Pavlo and Trey can bring to the table here. But, you know, that incredible performance, and you know, Martins as well. Again, the consistency, man. That's where it's always going to fall back to. And, you know, with an event like this, if you want to win overall, you cannot fall down. You cannot fall down. You can't lose points. You got to be in the mix. You got to be consistent. And that's the name of the game. And I think that's a game that, you know, both of those guys right there are trying to play. You know, they're trying to get as many points out of each event. But Novikov knew he needed to empty the tank there to win that, because he might fall down in some events that are coming up.
Let's take another look at Alexei Novikov on the 285-pound bell.
Like you say, he had to kind of step. But he's an athlete that's capable of that. Very, very few athletes are capable of getting out of line, and he can adjust his body to get back in position.
He did miss a rep between the two, and I think back to the Arnold where he was in the similar event, missed a rep and then came back and was able to correct it. You rarely see that when you get to these weights.
Technique is so important with him. It's not just that brute strength. Trey Mitchell is still coming up now, and Trey is someone that's improved tremendously on the dumbbell. I think he was second or third, or joint second on the dumbbell at the Shore Classic.
Yeah, Trey did great, and he's a guy that's been constantly improving, and his performance was very, very good. So it'll be interesting to see if he can put some pressure. But again, the door is open for Trey or Pavlo as well to step into that, maybe get into the top 3 on this event.
Trey needs a top 3. This could be an interesting event for Pavlo. His deadlift was unbelievable. Dumbbell is not his favorite event. Gets the first one, now that's important. If he can get the second dumbbell, he's going to get decent points again. Trey gets the second dumbbell.
The interesting part with Trey, and he's the only guy that did this, is he started left and then went to right for the second rep.
Very few athletes can do it. You're one of the few that manages to be ambidextrous and use both arms.
Wow, that's big for Trey.
That's powerful there.
Trey Mitchell onto the 285-pound bell as Nakanetshi's still working on 274.
Now, if Trey can get this, he guarantees he'll be in second place. Oh, and look at that. That was better than the last reps.
Wow.
He's going to go for the win.
He still has more than a minute to go here to try to chase down Novikov. So now Novikov's second attempt looks really smart at this point.
Yes,
it does. And Novikov had an attempt where he failed a rep. So if Trey can do this without failing, he could well take first place on time. Trey looking powerful. Oh, so close.
And Mitchell's going to call it. Pablo did not get credit for that rep.
I feel like for Trey, that might be worth giving that another shot.
Still has 30 seconds to go.
That was so close there. Trey has been so impressive. Trey's happy to leave it there.
I think Trey, in looking back, is going to be frustrated he didn't give that another try, because I think that's an event, that door opened for him. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure that'd be a top 2 here.
I think he's guaranteed second place
But
there.
to have the opportunity to maybe win that event for him, especially with some of the events that are coming up, would have been amazing for him.
Oh, I mean, what a start to the competition.
Wow.
Though. 2 second places for Trey. The perfect start for him, really.
Yeah.
And he just seems to improve every time we see him.
Trey's a guy that somehow manages to kind of fly under the radar a little bit. And, you know, he's a quiet guy. He's a hard worker. And he goes and trains, man. And he doesn't, you know, necessarily put a lot of it on display. He doesn't show a lot. But he's a guy that will just go in and work hard and get better. And this is a prime example of this. I mean, Trey was literally on the sidelines last year. Didn't compete in the Rogue Invitational. He was just here. He was actually helping load the weights. I was so impressed by that last year with Trey, and just, you know, humble, good dude, and is now out here doing this. Obviously, we knew he was capable, and if he would have had a spot last year, I think he would have done relatively well. But, man, that's impressive for him. Very impressive.
Alexei Novikov gets the event win, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Congratulations on your event win here. You are so strong at the Sear Bell. What are you doing at home to keep that training going each and every year?
I'm just preparing for each competition, and dumbbell, it's my favorite event, and that's why I'm so good in this event. That's why.
How often are you practicing with the Sear Bell or a monster?
In this year, I train just 2 times after last Rogue Invitation. So just to train in the Sear dumbbell.
Well, it's very effective. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Alexei Novikov said he needed to win the event. He does just that with 2 reps at 285 pounds. Brian, thanks so much for hanging out. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Have fun being a fan.
I appreciate that, man. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, definitely.
Hope to see you soon. We will be back in just a second. Action continues with the CrossFit competition, the back attack, coming up next. Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, and the heavy barbells are on the field for event number 3. Thanks for staying with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Adrian Conway. Event number 3 is the back attack presented by Noble.
Yeah, man, this event is literally something that I drooled or fantasized about throughout my whole competition career in the sport of fitness, so I can't wait to watch this couplet that we have programmed in front of us.
Here are your overall standings coming into the event, and we have a tie in points at the top of the leaderboard, but Justin Medeiros has the tie break after winning event 2. He and Ricky Garrard dead even at 180 points. Chandler Smith, who won the opening heat of event number 2, sits in 3rd, followed by Roman Krennikov and Jorgen Gudmundsson. A back squat and some box jump overs. A beautiful combination.
Yeah, a beautiful combination in a descending rep scheme. They're going to do 5 back squats, then 25 box jump overs, and they are going to maneuver their way down the ladder until they get to 1 back squat and 5 box jump overs. We can certainly count on lower body fatigue being something that continually builds as this workout progresses.
With that being said, what are the keys to be successful here?
You know, 2 of the keys that I've got is 1, loaded confidence. The athlete that's most confident under a substantial amount of weight like this will transition faster and also cycle reps faster. And then the second is a quote that I once learned from Matt Chan: go fast and take chances. You're going to have to do that if you want to walk away the victor in this test.
If those chances don't pay off, it could be very costly. And for more on that, here's Kiki Dixon.
Guys, back attack needs a little asterisk next to it. That's because if they drop the barbell off their back, it's basically game over. Why, you might ask? If they drop it, they're responsible for returning it back to the rack. And good luck with that, right? It definitely sets the stakes a little bit higher for these athletes to complete each and every rep and set as effective as possible.
So if you're going to go, you better know you're going to make that rep. No one wants to drag a 405-pound barbell back to the rack. Here are your lane assignments for this first of 2 heats. Nick Matthew will be in lane number 7. Matthew comes in 13th place overall after taking 13th in event number 2.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, he's got the biggest back squat of this entire group. 545 is his listed 1 rep max, and that means we've got to suspect that he has got a lot of anticipation and eagerness for a workout or a test like this that we're going to watch on the field.
We are underway, 5 reps at 405, and keep an eye on Nick Matthew in lane number 7.
Yeah, we mentioned that he's got that big 1 rep max, and the question is, how does this then correlate to a sub-maximal load 4 reps while we're going to accumulate a lot of stress and fatigue with these box jump overs? So he's the first to the box, and I'll tell you what, that bodes pretty well for what's in store for the rest of this test.
90 total repetitions in the event. Nick Matthew and Chandler Smith were the first 2 men to the box. Jorge Fernandez is there along with Jack Farlow. Farlow on the left side of your screen, the youngest man in the competition. Just 20 years old. Heiner Kapalainen going through his first set of 25 box jump overs as well.
We see some different variants with the cycling choices here. We've seen Nick Matthew, who is rebounding these box jumps from side to side, where he literally accelerates away as he lands on the balls of his feet away from the ground each and every repetition. And this, of course, just increases his cycle rate, which allows him to be the first back to the back squat.
Matthew is done with his opening round, back to the rack for 4 back squats. As Tim Paulson is just closing out his first set of 5. Matthew having no problem so far. Here comes Chandler Smith.
And this is that loaded confidence that I pointed out as a key for these athletes. Is look at the time that Chandler and Noah are both taking before they get under the rack. There was no hesitation or pause there from Nick.
Noah Olson is back to the barbell. Olson coming in 8th place overall. Took a 9th in the opening event, Texas Trail, and 8th place in event number 2. Olson currently sits in 3rd place in this heat as Chandler Smith And Noah Olson get to the box behind Nick Matthew. Matthew in the middle in the crop top that he sported at the games back in August.
It's becoming a bit of a signature, and it makes him easy to spot.
Matthew is done with the second round. 3 rounds remain. He is well past the halfway point as far as the number of back squats he needs to complete. He's done 9. He only has 6 left.
And we don't often categorize the back squat as a high skill movement, but under that type of load, there's tremendous amounts of skill and timing that go into the demand of these athletes. They've got to stay right about the midfoot as they go down and up. Too far back in the heel and you stumble, or your torso cantilevers forward, and then the weight is too high on your back. And then, of course, like Kiki mentioned, then we're at risk for a missed rep or that barbell ending up on the ground.
Noah Olson and Chandler Smith are back to the barbell for their sets of 3 at the same time. Chandler Smith on the right side of the screen. Matthew continues to make quick work of these box jump overs, and now 2 reps at 405 for Nick Matthew.
He's almost accelerated his pace. There's more urgency here. He knows he's got less work to do every time he goes back to the barbell, and that allows him to attack it with more and more confidence.
Noah Olson is now in second place as he has moved ahead of Chandler Smith. Olson on to his set of 15 box jump overs as Nick Matthew is now on his set of 10.
Other than the rebounding, what I really like from Nick is that he's catching each jump high above parallel, so that he's not fatiguing his quads. Unlike what we see with Chandler, is he's catching himself in a low squat. He's going now from a squat all the way back to a heavy squat. To me, that's an unnecessary redundancy in this test.
1 rep left at 405 for Nick Matthew. And that barbell was a minor inconvenience for Nick Matthew, and now 5 box jump overs, and then he'll have to sprint across the finish line. So Nick Matthew looking at a heat win, and that is going to be a tough time to beat. Nick Matthew, no problem, 4:15.40 seconds.
It's a good feeling right there to come across, especially with that much of a lead. It's going to create a lot of momentum for him throughout the course of this weekend.
Now Noah Olson looks to be the second man to finish behind Matthew. Olson onto his second to last set of box jump overs. Chandler Smith as well. Olson just ahead of Smith in the fight for second place in the heat.
I tell you, Noah's pace naturally, his cadence had hastened a bit as well as we've got deeper and deeper into the test. Now he's down to 1. He attacked that one with the most confidence yet.
Final 5 reps for Noah Olson. Noah Olson is done, and he will take second place in the opening heat of back attack presented by Noble, 5:20.15 seconds. And here comes Chandler Smith, who stays upright this time across the finish line. 5:28.27 seconds for Chandler.
And it looked like there's an exchange like, okay, yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, said Chandler.
2 very good friends going head to head once again. They had a good battle in event number 2 earlier in the day. Leaves Jack Farlow as your leader on the field. He's in the blue shorts, middle of your screen, going through his final 5 box jumps. Cole Sager's heading back to the barbell for the final time. The second to last time for Sager as Farlow is across.
And Farlow, even as the youngest male competitor, he's strong. You know, we often see that as the youth rise through our sport and through the rankings, that's the one thing that it takes some time and time under tension and reps to build up. And he's right there ready to compete with a lot of these men who've been competing in the open field for quite a while.
Scott Tetlow is across, and here comes Jonakowski, but once again, the heat winner, Nick Matthew, who sprinted through that event.
And the flex there for his celebration is also appropriate.
Still plenty of time left, and we still have some men out there on the floor working. There's Tim Paulson. Cole Sager got across the finish line. Farlow is in as well. Heinrich Happelainen and Tim Paulson are the 2 men left working. Cole Sager's back out on the field, trying to help these 2 guys get through this event.
Here we go. And Tim Paulson isn't necessarily one that we would assume is struggling with his back squat weight. Listed 1 rep max somewhere around 465 to 470.
Happelainen is in. And Tim Paulson looks like he's going to get time capped. Now it's about just getting as many reps as he possibly can here.
And we can't pretend that the run didn't happen, right? Just a little over 24 hours ago, these athletes were put to a test that lasted, some of them close to 40 minutes, and they were under load, and they traveled a vast distance up through hills, around trails. So a lot of this residual leg fatigue could be showing right now for an athlete like Tim, even amongst these back squats.
We still have 1 event to go here on day 2 of competition for the CrossFit athletes. That is DT with a spin. That'll be happening later. And there's an echo bike in there. We all know what Tim Paulson can do on an echo bike.
We'll send Tim.
Cole Sager and Noah Olson, 2 men who have won the Spirit of the Games Awards, out there trying to get Paulson through this. Final seconds for Tim, and that'll do it. Paulson thanking the crowd for the support. Nick Matthew, 4:15.40 seconds. The only man to go sub-5 in that opening heat. And that is going to be a tough time to track down for the athletes in the second and final heat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Nick Matthew, he was the one that we picked to watch. That 545 back squat showed its value right now. We watch athletes execute, and when they build such a capacity and strength that there's a buffer between them and the rest of the field, you get to see performances like this. I talked with Shane Orr before today started, and Nick Matthew represents Proven, of course. Said that he's just out here to learn, have a good time, and feel the environment of a high-level competition.
Nick Matthew, 4:15.40 seconds to take heat number 1. Noah Olson this time wins the battle between himself and Chandler Smith. Olson in second, Smith in third. Jorge Fernandez and Scott Tetlow rounding out the top 5 with 1 heat to go. Heat 2 coming up next. The men who will be in that heat in the dugout right now, getting ready to take the field. As the crew here gets the equipment reset for Back Attack presented by Noble.
And you get that shot of the athletes getting ready to come on out. They look like caged animals over there, especially for this one. You have to get your adrenaline and your physical and mental arousal just right for a workout this heavy and this fast.
Descending reps in the back squats and the box jump overs, 405 pounds on the bar. There's Lazar Jukic. Keep an eye on him. He rolled his ankle during the Texas Trail event.
Yeah, and that's something that certainly can become problematic when you look at accumulating such work with these box jump overs in a workout like this.
Lane assignments on the left side of your screen for the second and final heat. Justin Medeiros and Ricky Garrard tied with 180 points, but it's Medeiros who occupies right now the top spot on the overall standings because of his event win in event number 2. We are underway, opening with the 5 back squats at 405 pounds.
And Jeff Adler, none other than the man from Canada who had a great showing in that run and even in event 2. We are now watching him for this one because we know that strength is something that he has in droves. And I'm really excited for him to show his capacity here, not just in what he can do with the barbell, but how he can maintain and sustain a pace on a movement like the box jump over.
Adler, Medeiros, and Krennikov, the first 3 men to the box, followed closely by Pat Vellner and Sam Quant. And Lazar Jukic will be the last man to the box jump over. He's on the right side of your screen in the black shirt.
Yeah, and it's tough, Sean, because we knew this loading might be something that he already was going to struggle with a touch, let alone now dealing with a lower body injury or ailment. It makes it even more difficult. You probably feel like you're almost shifting away from the side that has a little bit of pain into the good side, which we knew over reps and time can be a bit problematic.
Jeff Adler is done along with Roman Krennikov. Justin Medeiros making his way back to the barbell for his set of 4 back squats.
This is that element of loaded confidence, which is, of course, one of the keys to success on this event, where Adler walks up. I don't even know if he has a belt around his midsection, gets under the load and gets right to work.
Adler is done. He will go back for his set of 20. Roman Krennikov.
Yeah, and what I expect from Jeff is that he's going to build speed with his rhythm of these box jumps. He's setting a pace right now just to make sure that he's good for the 4 and for the 3. With anticipation, he should build the way that he's rebounding and springing off the floor with these box jump overs.
Ricky Garrard, you saw him just making his way back to the barbell for his set of 4. So Garrard is falling way off the lead pace here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ricky, I think it's one of those deals where he's built up his strength to a point where he can compete when it's down to 1 rep. But when we look at submaximal loads that are relatively on the heavier side, and we're having to cycle it rep after rep after rep, it's not necessarily a strong suit of his currently.
Robert is on his set of 4. Adler is back for his set of 3. Continuing to lead here in the second heat, Roman Krennikov. Was right behind Adler. The score's not tabulating right now, but he has been very close with Adler and Medeiros. So now Medeiros is right behind Adler, getting to the box for the set of 15.
There's that slight increase in cadence that we were hoping to see from Jeff Adler, and it's there. Medeiros has definitely also sped up his cycle rate.
Goes Adler back to the barbell now, his set of 2. 4:15.40 seconds from Nick Matthew, the time to beat.
Sean, there's beauty in that squat. An upright torso, he's driving through his heels. His knees drive back just at the right time.
Adler with 10 reps here on the box jump overs. Medeiros and Krennikov are closing out their sets. And here comes Medeiros. Justin Medeiros now in second place in the heat. Nick Matthew looks like he's going to win this event. Final rep on the back squat for Adler. Now 5 reps remain. Nick Matthew is going to lock up the event win. Adler can still get second here if he hurries. Adler is done. He will take the heat, and we will see where he winds up in relation to the rest of the field, as Justin Medeiros is now going to come to the box for the final time.
Justin doing what he does best, playing the field and executing to have a top finish or towards a top finish almost each and every event.
Medeiros is across the finish line. Roman Krennikov is now your leader on the field. Krennikov just finished up now a sprint with Pat Vellner, and it's going to be Vellner who beats Krennikov across the finish line. Now here comes Sam Quant. Close finish between Krennikov and Vellner, but Vellner gets the best of Krennikov.
Pat Vellner just being the man. Not talked about the whole event and then just sneaking in there. Racking up points.
Ricky Garrard is still out there. He's in that weightlifting belt in lane 7. Jeff Adler is not going to win the event, but he does take the heat. Adler came in 6th place overall, looking to punch his way into the top 5, heading into the final event of the day.
Yeah, and this is a great one. I think Adler probably had the expectation to go out there and win, and sometimes it's tough when you know you're not going against one of the other top dogs in a particular test to have that urgency throughout, but that's why it's important not to just race everybody that's in your heat and understand that you're racing the clock each and every test.
Saxon Panchik just came across the finish line. Now Jason Hopper is done. Hopper in at 6:12 as Lazar Jukic is trying to gut through this event. Ricky Garrard still has a ways to go here, trying to get inside the time cap. 9 minutes is the allotted time for the event.
Yeah, and this is one of those lessons. Everybody's got something to work on, and it's going to get exposed at one point or another. And this is one thing that I'm sure Ricky is going to take back with him and understand that it just takes time and it takes reps. That's the most difficult part about strength in our sport, is that it takes the most patience.
Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the 9-minute time cap. Ricky Garrard, who came in tied in points with Justin Medeiros, is going to fall back in the overall standings, but still have a long way to go. Still one more event remains on the day later on this evening. Garrard with 6 total reps remaining. This is final rep at 405.
And it feels a lot heavier than 405 when you're out there and you know the pressure of, hey, if I drop this, I've got to re-rack the bar. It makes you take that extra second to hesitate almost between each and every round.
Garrard is in. 7:53.53 seconds for Ricky. Less than a minute to go for Lazar Jukic. Jeffrey Hod, the man who won the heat, is out there trying to provide some encouragement for Jukic.
Yeah, and you hate to see it, even if it's a fellow competitor and you want your, you have the largest desire to win or best one of the other opponents. If you understand that they're not quite at full go or full speed, it's heartbreaking for everybody involved, because even as competitors, we want to only overcome the best of each other out there.
Jukic has 2 reps to complete here at 405 before he moves back to the box, and has less than 10 seconds to do it. Decides to give that last rep a go, doesn't get it. Jeffrey Adler will win the heat, 4:27.01 seconds. Nick Matthew is going to win the event, 4:15.40. Justin Medeiros doing what he does. Another top 5 finish for him. He will take 3rd overall. Patrick Vellner just edging out Roman Krennikov in that race to the finish. And then it's Sam Quant, Bjorn Gudmundsson, Noah Olsen, and Chandler Smith. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon with your event winner, Nick Matthew. Having some technical difficulties with Kiki Dixon's mic. We're going to get those fixed, and then we will send it back down to her to hear from Nick Matthew. The crew is out removing the equipment from the field as we still have 1 event remaining for the CrossFit athletes here on day number 2 of competition. That is DT with a spin. That's coming up a little bit later. And we still have another strongman event to come. Checking on the overall standings now after 3 events for the men. Justin Medeiros is now opening up a lead. 35 points over Jeffrey Adler. Roman Krenikov sits in 3rd. Chandler Smith just 5 points back of them. Patrick Vellner moves all the way up to 5th place, followed by Bjorvin Gudmundsson. The top 6 men all above 200 points. With still 1 event to go on the day.
1 event to go on the day, many scores to come.
Well, the women are coming up next. In back attack, Nick Matthew, first career event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Friday at the Rogue Invitational continues here, and the heavy barbells are still out on the field as the men give way to the women for event number 3, Back Attack, presented by Noble. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway, and coming into this event, maybe a bit of surprise at the top of the women's overall standings, Emma Lawson at 17 years old. She is your leader.
She is our leader, and we're only 2 events in, but we have seen her in this position before, and it was at the CrossFit Games just a few months ago. She got to wear the leader's jersey there for a little bit of time, and I think that she likes the feeling. Now, we're going to get into an event here where the other capacities that have yet to be tested are going to be under demand, so I'm excited to see what she does here in event 3.
Emma Lawson, a 20-point cushion on Danielle Brandon, who won event number 1. Bailey Rogers still inside the top 3. She is tied at 150 points with Jacqueline Dahlstrom, and it's Ariel Lowen who had a strong performance in event number 2, rounding out the top 5. Event number 3, 2 movements. It's the Back Attack presented by Noble.
Back attack, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a descending rep scheme of box jump overs to go with it. And we know the load, it's going to be heavy. Just like it was for the males, the females are going to have to make sure that they have a particular ability to carry loaded confidence, which is one of the big focuses here going into this particular workout, where they need to attack the load with an understanding that, one, they're not going to spill the bar off their back. They're not going to have to pick it up themselves, which of course we deem almost as impossible. but they're also going to need to cycle back and forth between the box jump overs and the barbell quickly. And then, of course, they're going to have to go fast and take chances. So carry that loaded confidence and be able to understand there's going to be risk involved if you hope to not just
we open with the 5 reps at 275. 9-minute time cap here. Ellie Turner is in lane number 5. She has a chance to gain some ground here. This event sets up well for her.
Yeah, she's a strong athlete, and we got a good taste of what she's capable of at the CrossFit Games this year in a very fast sprint-based event with some fast wall balls and some fast dumbbell squat snatches. So we know that she's got the cycle rate and the strength there. It's all about how well does she respond with a movement like this coupled with box jump overs, and I think she's showing us already right out the gate here, Sean, in round 1.
Ellie Turner was one of the first women to the box jump overs, along with Danny Spiegel.
And again, we see a lot of different varieties here with the box jump overs, where we've got Annie, a few other ladies catching it high. We see Prevost also doing the same thing, catching her jumps high with her hips high, well over the knees, so they avoid fatiguing the quads.
Ellie Turner's through her first round back to the barbell for a set of 4.
She has a great cadence as well. Hits the bottom of the squat, chest is still upright. She drives her knees back to initiate the rise of the bar. And now she's racking it again, ready for more box jumps into round 2.
Ellie Turner, your leader right now, as she separated herself from Danny Spiegel. Spiegel is on her set of 4. Annika Greer in the red shorts at the bottom of your screen is on her first set of box jump overs. Now here comes Danny Spiegel to start her round of 20.
Notice Ellie's got that similar cycle rate to the men winners of this event that we watched earlier. They catch it high, they've got a smooth cadence up and over, but they're rebounding from the ground.
Olivia Kerstetter was on her, I believe, second round of box jump overs. Ellie Turner continues to lead. She is back to the barbell for 3 reps at 275.
Uh-oh. Those 3 looked easier than the last 4.
Starting to get in the groove is Ellie Turner, and she leads here in the first of these 2 heats. Now on to her set of 15.
Notice how she's even landing on one leg as she goes up and over.
There's Annika Greer.
And I understand the overall idea of minimizing the distance that the hips have to travel, perhaps going a lesser distance throughout the workout. To me, logically, catching in that low squat position only fatigues the hips and the legs a greater degree to go back to do more back squats.
2 reps now for Ellie Turner. And now back for 10 box jump overs. Ellie Turner way out in front.
Making easy work of it. Doesn't look like she's even
breaking or close to breaking our threshold quite yet.
Turner has had a bit of a rough start, slow start for the competition. 12th in event number 1, then 17th in event number 2. So looking for a top 5 finish here in event 3 to get herself moving in the right direction on the overall leaderboard. And that is her final rep at 275, and now just 5 box jump overs remain for Ellie Turner. And she is going to take heat number 1.
Get across that finish line, girl. You're not just racing these girls.
About 4:36 unofficially for Ellie Turner. Now Carolyn Prevost is trying to put some pressure on Danny Spiegel for second place in this heat. Annie Thorisdottir is in the all black. She's going back to the barbell. Spiegel's on her final rep. And Annika Greer is across.
Wow, that played off very well for her. Didn't realize she was the one eyeing up that second spot.
Danny Spiegel on to her final set of box jump overs. And she will come in 3rd. Carolyn Prevost will be in 4th. And Ellie Turner hoping that her time will put her in the top 5 of this event. A great showing for Annika Greer.
Great event for her, and we know she does like to squat. There's no doubt about that.
Olivia Kerstetter comes through. And there are 2 women who we will probably be watching compete for a while on these big stages, Annika Greer and Olivia Kerstetter. Kerstetter just 16 years old. The first time she has competed as an individual here. She won the CrossFit Games in the 16 to 17-year-old division back in August. Dominated that division. Here's Annie Thorisdottir. Final rep for Annie.
Nice, Marcus. Good.
Now 5 box jumps left.
You noticed Annie's position looked a little different than the rest of the girls in this field. Annie's got longer legs and a shorter torso. For her to stand up loads like that, it's really important for her to engage her posterior. And so her squat almost looks a bit more like a power lifter's squat if we compare the sports. To help her have success with heavy weights, it's a part of how she's moving.
We still have some women out on the field. Manon Anganez is one of them. She's on the box jump overs. Andrea Solberg. And in lane 7, that is Matilda Garnes. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
You see Matilda having to make an executive decision. Like, okay, is this a time? Am I ready? It's a fine line between trying to balance the ability to know that you can approach this load with confidence or having those bits of doubt. She got it done.
Nicely done, Matilda Garnes getting her wrap. Like Larry said, less than 2 minutes remaining. In fact, we are approaching the 1-minute warning.
Danny Spiegel took 3rd place in the heat. Manon Anganez onto the box jump overs. Less than a minute to go here. Ellie Turner's time, 4:33.74 seconds. Matilda Garnes going with singles here.
Yeah, and that's going to be the best strategy when you know, hey, the juice is not worth the squeeze for me to link some of these reps together. You've got to do what you're most comfortable with.
Turner back cheering on Andrea Solberg. 15 seconds to go.
You gotta love events like this. Really, truly testing the capacity of these athletes. We've never seen loads like this in a squat before in a workout for time. Not on a stage like this.
That's the time cap. Ellie Turner with your time to beat with 1 heat remaining. 4:33.74 seconds. Turner found herself in a battle early with Danny Spiegel, but was really able to put some distance between herself and Spiegel in the middle rounds, and then there was no one close to her.
And Sean, we eyed her up. Ellie Turner showed out on these back squats and box jump overs. And we almost identified it right out the gate on round 1. She set a fast cycle rate on those squats, and she did not relent, even on her speed, on those box jump overs. And what a good feeling that's got to be here in the evening at Diamond Dell Diamond.
Ellie Turner looking for her best finish of the competition. 12th in event 1, 17th in event 2. Looking like that is absolutely going to change here in event number 3 as the equipment team is resetting the floor, making sure everything is ready for the second and final heat here of the back attack presented by Noble.
It's a great event. It's a challenging event. We've seen athletes result to singles, and we've seen athletes take it fast by the reins. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 back squats from the rack at 275 for these ladies, and descending box jump overs as they go, 25 down to 5. We know that it's going to beat up their posterior, and we know that it's certainly going to be a test with not just what they can do right now, but how they've recovered from yesterday's event 1 run.
Has your opinion about what it takes to be successful in this event changed at all after watching 3 heats?
Absolutely not. Loaded confidence is still the #1 point where athletes really have to focus on their ability to be sure of the work they're capable of when it's necessary. That's going to allow them to cycle the squats faster and transition faster from the box to the bar, as well as go fast and take chances and understand inherently to have success or to finish this workout, you're going to have to move at a fast clip.
Lane assignments for this second and final heat of back attack. Overall leader Emma Lawson will be working out of lane number 7. Danielle Brandon, who currently sits in second place overall and already has an event win in this competition, will be in lane number 5.
And sets. Stand by.
Amanda Barnhart is down in lane number 10, and this is a woman who loves to get her hands on any type of heavy barbell.
She loves a heavy barbell, and she's also uniquely explosive. I mean, hang power cleans, power lifts, jumping, bounding. I think that she's going to have an opportunity to really excel in this particular test, and I can't wait to watch it play out here as we watch these athletes grind through this thing.
Laura Horvath in lane 6 was the first woman onto her set of 25 box jump overs. She is in the long black pants, now middle of your screen.
We're seeing a bit of a theme here. These athletes that come out fast on that first set of 5 and then attack these box jump overs with rebounding and catching with high hips tend to have the most success in each heat that we've seen so far.
Horvath needs to get to the 30 rep mark before she heads back to the squat rack for round number 2. Cara Saunders in the white weightlifting belt, blue shirt, along with Emma Lawson, Gabby McGowan, Ariel Lowen, and Amanda Barnhart. They're all on their first sets of box jump overs, and now Laura Horvath is done, and she'll move back to her set of 4.
We had Danielle Brandon drop and fail a rep. So she had to strip the bar, get it back to the rack position, and now she's literally just reloading the plates as the rest of these girls are executing this workout.
That is huge for Danielle Brandon. And she is in last place right now in this heat. Laura Horvath back to the box jump overs after knocking out her 4 back squats at 275.
Yeah, Laura Horvath making easy work of this couplet so far.
they're making me. I'm sorry.
Danielle Brandon just has a look of resignation on her face, like she knows it's pretty much over for her, not really showing any sense of urgency right now, and struggling with the clip to get it back on. But if she can step on the gas here, there's still scores in the first heat that she has a chance to beat.
There's no doubt about it. It's just it's hard to rebound psychologically from something like that. You've been put on pause. You had to regroup and get your weights back on while you watch the rest of these girls just execute. But we knew, Kiki told us from the beginning, hey, this is a standard that all the athletes have to hold. If the bar goes down, you've got to get it back up there yourself.
Laura Horvath continues to lead here. Cara Saunders is towards the front as well. .433.74 seconds is the top time. That was Ellie Turner in heat number 1. 3 reps now as Cara Saunders kicks off round 3, trying to catch up with Laura Horvath, who is now done with her 3rd round of box jump overs, and she heads back to the barbell for her set of 2. No problem for Laura Horvath. Now 10 box jump overs.
Still attacking with a ton of confidence, back and forth, urgency in the transition.
Laura Horvath has no one even close to her right now. Cara Saunders is in 2nd. Gabriella McGowan in the black on the right side of the screen is in the top 5 in this heat right now. So final rep for Laura Horvath. Now 5 final box jump overs. Horvath has got a chance here to beat Ellie Turner and pick up an event win.
Looks like she's going to do it convincing.
Horvath is done. Laura Horvath will win the back attack. Cara Saunders is now finishing up her round of 10 box jump overs. She's right in the middle of your screen in that white weight belt. Ellie Turner's time will be good enough for a 2nd place finish in 95 total points. Final rep for Saunders.
Smooth. Now here's where I like to see urgency from all the athletes, understanding it's not just, again, who's to your left and to your right, but you're racing all those times from the previous heat. Go, go, go.
Cara Saunders is in. That might put her in the top 5 in this event. Gabby McGowan has 5 remaining.
Gabby McGowan over here in number 8 with just 1 more to go.
McGowan is in. 3.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. 5:29.68 seconds from McGowan. Amanda Barnhart now 5 reps to go.
I'm surprised to see her stepping down all these reps. I expected her to be more of a rebounder. Total assumption from myself. I thought for sure she'd be in the thick of it, cycling those box jumps with some of those leaders in this event.
And there is our overall leader after 2 events, Emma Lawson, coming off an event win in skee bar. Now the good news for Lawson is that the closest woman to her in the overall standings is Danielle Brandon, who right now is in last place in this heat.
Again, as we watched her even execute those back squats, you have to do what you can when you can. There's a lot of things that young athletes aren't going to be able to control, whether an event is great for them or if it's not the best for them. But if you seize the moment and minimize your mistakes and reduce your setbacks, it's going to put you in a position where you get an opportunity to compete, and that's all you can hope for.
Ariel Lone on the right side of your screen, working through her box jump overs, and we have now less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Lawson back for her final rep at 275.
I love to watch her patience in the descent and then the acceleration that the bar gets when she starts to stand. It's great execution.
Final 5 reps for Lawson. Ariel Lowen is getting set for her final rep at 275 as well as Emma Lawson to make her way across the finish line. 7:39.37 seconds. And Lowen is through.
Go sprint to the finish.
Plenty of time to spare for Ariel Lowen. These Jacqueline Dahlstrom, Emma McQuaid, Alexis Raptis, and Danielle Brandon still on the floor. Raptis in the black top going through her set of 10 box jump overs. Here comes Dahlstrom in the blue pants. Final 5 reps for her. Dahlstrom looking like she's going to get inside that time cap. She is done. There's Emma McQuaid. 10 box jump overs before heading back to the barbell. Probably not going to get there as we now have just 10 seconds to go before we hit the 9-minute time cap. Laura Horvath is going to win the event. 4:09.77 seconds. Horvath coming in 12th place overall, looking to punch her way into the top 10 with one event remaining on the day. Ellie Turner, the winner from heat number 1. She'll lock up 95 points with that second place finish. Annika Greer, an impressive result for her at 5:04.79 seconds, beating Cara Saunders by 5 seconds. And Gabriella Magawa just edging out Danny Spiegel by 0.3 of a second for 5th. But Laura Horvath was extremely impressive in this event, kept the same pace throughout.
Yeah, same pace throughout. She came out aggressive. It's like we saw in all these heats so far, Sean, where the athlete that took control with the barbell right out the gate seemed to just hold on to it. And there was that loaded confidence that we talked about as a key to performance. And Laura Horvath showed that throughout all 5 rounds of this particular event. And that led her to another W.
4th Rogue Invitational for Laura Horvath, first career event win, and she is with Kiki Dixon.
Laura, you attacked heavy back squats and box jump overs. Where do you feel the balance was for you with this event?
Obviously, the barbell was like heavy and the box jump was like body weight. So that's the balance, I guess, in the workout.
And now this is your 4th Rogue Invitational appearance. What keeps you coming back?
Oh, it's awesome. Rogue always makes a great show, so I love it here.
We love having you here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Laura Horvath with the event win. Overall standings now, Emma Lawson with just a 10-point cushion over Gabriella Magawa, who moves all the way up into 2nd place. Cara Saunders making a huge jump, and Laura Horvath goes from 12th to 4th, courtesy of that event win. Just 10 points back of Saunders for 3rd. Ariel Lowen is in 5th, and Annie Thorisdottir tied with Lowen in points, but she moves up the overall standings as well with 1 event remaining on the day. 10 total that the CrossFit athletes will face here at the Rogue Invitational. So things certainly getting interesting here heading into the final event of the day, Adrian.
Things are definitely getting interesting, and the beauty of it all is that we're only 3 scores deep, and we see how much 100 points can impact the leaderboard in itself. So as we continue to accumulate these scores, we're really going to get to set the stage for a lot of excitement to come.
Event number 3 for the CrossFit competition is in the books. Nick Matthew for the men and it's Laurel Horvath for the women. We will take a quick break. When we return, the strongman competition continues. Their final event of the evening, the Husafell sandbag carry, coming up next. First day of competition for the strongmen here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational coming to a close at Dell Diamond. Their third event of the day features one of the most famous implements in all of strongman in sandbag form. It's the Husafell bag carry. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, on Friday here at the Rogue Invitational. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Chalet, and after two events, we've seen some great performances, but there's a big surprise on top of the overall standings. Trey Mitchell is our leader.
Trey Mitchell has come in incredible shape, and we've had two real static strength events. These are the events that suit someone like Trey. Now he needs to dig deep. This more conditioning type of event, if he can finish day 3 in first place, he's going to be super happy sleeping tonight.
Meanwhile, two men chasing him, Martins Litis and Alexei Novikov, showing the consistency that they are so well known for.
Yeah, that's why we see them as the favorites. They are the consistent athletes, first and third place from last year. They need to keep proving that there's no weakness in their arsenal.
Alexei Novikov is only half a point back of Trey Mitchell. Martins Litis sits in third, followed by Pavlo Nakonechny, who is just 6 points off the lead. And then Rob Kearney sits in 5th place. Event number 3 is the Rogue Husafell sandbag carry presented by GoRuck. Pretty simple, just carry this thing as far as you can.
Carry it as far as you can. It's a brutal event. We could well see athletes collapsing on this one. The two real things to contend with is the weight crushing down on their chest, so it's hard to get air in, and then it's that lactic acid buildup in the hamstrings, in the legs. They will feel like lead. It's a tough event, and it's a hard event to finish day 1 with.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon on the field.
The Husafell sandbag is a nod to the Husafell stone located in Iceland. It's a natural stone that weighs 410 pounds, and it's on a farm. The legend was born for the Husafell stone when the farmer's daughter was able to pick it up and carry it. Now, while we don't have the goat pens for these guys to walk around, we do have some pylons for those athletes who are up for the challenge to pick up the sandbag and do a couple of laps.
Thank you, Kiki. 75 feet between those pylons. They have to go around them and back as many times as they possibly can with that 400-pound bag. There will be 5 men in each heat. The bottom 5 in the overall standings will start, and then the top 5 in the overall standings will be last.
And this is an event we could see some athletes that haven't performed so well on do exceptionally well. We've got Kevin Ferris, who's a fit athlete, and Aethor Melstead, great performance in the dumbbell. He's carried the Husafell stone a number of times. He's from Iceland, used the original Husafell stone. He's very good with it. Let's see how he transitions into the sandbag.
Maxime Boudreau getting himself fired up. He comes in 9th place overall, looking to score some points here.
The first challenge is just getting this sandbag up as high as you can. Ideally, you want to get it high enough to get your hands around the sandbag. That can make a big difference. So they're all struggling there. They're not finding this easy.
Maxime Boudreau is the first man to take off with that thing.
Bobby Thompson not too far behind.
And Aethor Melstead, closest to the camera, has now passed Bobby Thompson. There is no time gap here. Just carry this thing as far as you can.
Down.
And now Boudreau is done.
The first athlete out. Mitch Hooper took it was a while to get going, but he's now moving well.
Melstead is finished. He is your leader in the heat right now.
Bobby Thompson
is creeping up
hard
on him.
It's an amazing event, this one, because you don't have to be the fastest off the blocks. It's about how far you can carry it. And so far, Mitch Hooper is the only athlete to go 2 full distances.
Hooper's making the turn and coming back.
And Kevin Ferris moving well now. He goes down as well. This is a brutal event. It's
Hooper
just so
continuing to work.
Mitch has to put in a big performance. He's got 5 athletes that are all exceptional, and he wants to be a contender for this title. There we go. 3 lengths for Mitch Hooper. That's the target for our top 5 to chase.
225 feet for Mitch Hooper.
I think Mitch will be happy with that one. It's always tough going first. The other athletes coming up in our second heat will now have a target to beat. Having a target in this type of event is huge.
Hooper came in tied for 7th with Aethor Melstead with 8.5 points, and Hooper is only 2.5 points back of Rob Kearney for a spot inside the top 5.
I'll tell you the really interesting thing there is Maxime Boudreau went out the quickest, but he actually went down first. And like I said, with this type of event, a target is important. You see that mark and it helps you push that a little bit further. And I have to say, even watching Mitch Hooper there, I think if he was in Heat 2 and saw that target at the end, he would have gone a little further. Trying to get the air in, still moving. But I think Mitch had more in him. And you watch that, he comes to the end and he just puts it down. He could have turned, could have got a few more steps in. He didn't go to the point of failing like some of the guys were collapsing. That could cost him in the overall. He still has 5 great athletes to go.
Well, so far in this competition, and we're about halfway through right now, but in the last 2 events, we've seen those last efforts, whether it be on a deadlift or on the dumbbell for Alexei Novikov, really pay off and help lift people, a couple places in the standings.
When you're talking about the Rogue Invitational, you cannot hold back. It's such a tough competition. The standard is so high. Every single rep, every single foot counts.
225 feet unofficially for Mitch Hooper.
It's a great distance, but like I said, 5 awesome athletes to come.
We talked about perspective in event 1 with the 900-pound deadlift. That 400-pound bag, it takes 4 men and a net to move that thing back to the start.
It's such a dead weight as well. The sandbags are horrible things to hold. They just drain you with every single step that you take.
They're getting the bags reset for the second heat. Still measuring for official distances on some of these.
Bring you the official distances as soon as we know them.
30.4. Yeah.
Finalizing the scores for heat number 1 as the men for heat number 2 are coming out on the field. Trey Mitchell there, standing behind the men in the gray sweaters. He is your overall leader with 18 points, but it only has a half-point cushion on Alexei Novikov.
And this could be a really interesting event for Trey. Traditionally, he's not built for this type of event, but he is a warrior. He's put in some serious training this year. His last competition he won, which was the Shore Classic. Since then, that confidence seems to be oozing out of him. The first 2 events we've had in this competition, he's performing exceptionally well. We've seen the strength. Now let's see the strength combined with the endurance.
Martin Litzis, who used to lift stones around his grandparents' property in Latvia.
I'm interested in watching Pavlo Nekonechny on this one as well. He's got such a long wingspan. That's going to be an advantage on these bags. He's going to have the ability to get his arms wrapped around. If he can clasp his hands together, it's a big, big advantage.
Second heat is underway.
Out straight away.
Martins is the first man out.
He knows what target he wants to be. He'll be looking at Mitch Hooper's distance. That's what he's going to be aiming for first.
Pablo Nekonechny was the 4th man on the bag, and he has already moved past his competition. He's at the left side of your screen making the turn.
Novikov taking a long time to get going there.
Rob Kearney in the tights.
Rob Kearney and Trey Mitchell very close to each other.
Alexei Novikov is moving the other way as Litzis gets
Litzis goes down.
Now it's down, and now Nekonechny is your leader on the field.
Nekonechny looking at Mitch Hooper's distance, and Nekonechny is storming up this course. Now there's no way he goes down just short.
Just short of Hooper's mark.
Rob Kearney's down, and it's just the last man. Novikov, he sees the target. Can he push himself? He's struggling, but he keeps going, stumbling along. He's looking at Nekonechny's distance. He's going to pass Nekonechny. Can he? Oh, he doesn't worry about Mitch. He gets second place.
He had already passed Trey Mitchell in the event, so this should be the overall lead right now for Alexei Novikov heading into the second and final day of competition. Great effort from him and great awareness of where he was in relation to everybody else.
And that is huge for Mitch Hooper as well. Didn't do as well as he would have wanted on those first 2 events. I said I think he could have pushed even further, but he didn't need to. 225 foot for our win. We will get official distances of this second heat. Mitch Hooper, Novikov, Pavlo Nekonechny, and then is it Trey Mitchell?
Mitchell right now looks like he's in fourth, but there are some bags out there on the field that are really close to each other. The ones in the middle where the cameraman is standing, the one farthest towards the pylons on the left, that is Novikov's. Nakonechny's is the next one in. They're both right now listed at 200 feet.
We need to see where Lissis finished in this one as well.
I think Litzis was able to make the turn after completing 150 feet, but then the bag came down. He actually took a break during that race to re-grip it. Alexei Novikov was one of the last men to get that bag hoisted.
Do you think that was tactical? I think it was. I think he was waiting to see where people went to give himself that target. You could see he really wanted to beat his countryman, Nakonechny. He was struggling there. He was looking across, looking for the distance, making sure he went past.
You talked about breathing. You can see just how hard that Alexei Novikov was working to get air in and out of his lungs, the chalk coming off of the bag.
I kind of wonder if he forgot about Mitch Hooper there, because he looked like he was struggling, but he wasn't far away from that distance. And I think if he knew the marker was there, he could have potentially beaten that as well.
Mitch Hooper is going to be our event winner, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Congratulations on your event win. What did it take physically and mentally to get the win?
Well, I had a couple of lackluster performances in the first two events. I'm a better athlete than I showed there, and I knew I needed the points. So at a certain stage, it's mind over matter. Lean back as far as you can and hold on for dear life.
You're a newcomer to the scene somewhat compared to some of the other athletes. What are you looking to get out of the Rogue Invitational?
Just experience. You know, this whole year for me has been getting into as many events as possible, getting exposed to as many things as possible. I mean, I'd never touched a dumbbell like that before. I'd never done a front carry before. So I just need to get into as many events as possible and just gain the experience and get around the guys and enjoy myself.
Well, you should be enjoying yourself, because congratulations on that event win.
Thank you very much.
With that, Alexei Novikov is now your overall leader. Trey Mitchell falls down to second. Pablo Nakonechny has vaulted up to third place. Martins Litzis actually drops down 2 spots. He now sits in 5th. Mitch Hooper goes from 7th all the way to 4th with those 100 points.
That was a fantastic performance there for Mitch Hooper. He really needed those points. He said there in his interview he was disappointed with the first 2 events. Needs the big points. The big thing for me there is Martins Litzis. 8 points off Alexei Novikov. That's a big amount of points to be giving away at the end of day one. We expected day one to be good for Novikov. I think he'll be very, very pleased finishing the day with 26 points.
3 events remain. We are done with the first of 2 days of competition for the strongmen. It will be a fun second and final day tomorrow. Mitch Hooper conquers the Husafell bag and picks up the event win and moves up 3 spots in the overall standings as a result. We are not done yet here at the Rogue Invitational. The final event for the CrossFit athletes, DT with a spin, coming up next.
like to put my finger on you.
Friday night under the lights at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas, as we close out the second day of competition for the CrossFit athletes. And it is a familiar event to the CrossFit community with a spin. More on that in just a second, but glad you're with us, everybody, as we wind down day number 2 of competition here at Dell Diamond. The first day of competition here, second day of competition for CrossFit athletes. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. And in the overall standings, Justin Medeiros is in first place. You do not want to give this guy a huge lead because he is tough to catch, and right now he has a 35-point cushion. Still plenty of action to go, though.
Yeah, 35 points this early in the competition is bad news to the rest of the men's field. Historically, we see Justin chip away at whomever's lead he might be dwindling away at, but he doesn't often take the lead until some of the last few events in the course of a competition, and now that he's got such a cushion, it's going to be very hard to catch him with what points are left on the table.
Justin Medeiros has 270 points. He's 35 ahead of both Adler and Krennikov. Chandler Smith, first time we've seen him in live competition since the Granite Games. He is in 4th place, and it's Patrick Vellner, who has 225 points and sits in 5th. Event number 4, like I said, it's one that the entire CrossFit community knows, but it's DT with a spin now, presented by Yeti.
Yeah, DT is a hero workout that we've seen present itself historically within competition. We saw it in 2015 heavy, 2016 double, and now it's with a spin. 15 calories on the Echo Bike, 12 deadlifts, 9 hang power cleans, and 6 push jerks, 5 rounds for time.
Now that we have added the Echo Bike in here, how does this change the way that you might approach this event?
You know, you've got to do it with a conscious awareness that it's going to take a lot of energy and effort on that bike. You've got to be willing to lose early to win late. That means pacing is extremely important here. And then, of course, understand that the calories do count there. You can't just sit there and recover. The work that you accumulate and time that you spend on that bike matters. And then this workout tremendously favors big engines and strong bodies. So those are some of the key athletes to be eyeing in on once we watch this event begin.
Lane assignments for the first of 2 heats for the men. Noah Olson will be in lane number 6, a guy who has done this event before in competition in both 2015 and then again in 2016 when it showed up as heavy and double at the CrossFit Games. Cole Sager has also done this event those 2 years at the CrossFit Games. Jonakowski getting to the Echo Bike. You mentioned big guys with engines. Tim Paulson, the last time we saw him on an Echo Bike, 30 calories in less than 30 seconds.
Full send Tim is what we could name him. He's got to be someone to watch when we understand that he's got the motor, that he can power through these Echo Bike calories, and we know that he's familiar with a barbell and cycling it at a fast rate. So I think that this could be a great combination in this couplet for someone like Tim.
210 total repetitions with 42 reps per round. And it's Noah Olson who will be off the bike first, and Heinrich Happelainen down in lane number 1 will join him at the barbell. Here comes Tim Paulson, Scott Tetlow, Chandler Smith, and the entire field now. Onto their first round of DT. 12 deadlifts, the 9 hang power cleans, and then the 6 push, 155 pounds on the bar.
We're going to notice several different strategies here on the hang power cleans as athletes tend to use the rebound or the recoil of their thighs with the barbell to help the next rep feel a bit easier. This is using that stretch reflex and that lift. Some will stay more upright and some will hinge forward.
Heinrich Happelainen back to the bike first. Jack Farlow was right there as well. Jorge Fernandez close to the lead pack, and now every man is back for round number 2 of 5. 84 rep mark to finish their second round. Take a look at Heinrich Happelainen.
Heinrich is one of those longer and stronger bodies within the heat. here. And I think what's important, even as the viewers or as friends and family watch this, they're probably watching their athlete like, hey, go, 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 go. Why aren't you going faster? And again, one of the key aspects here in elements is be patient early. You're building your heart rate. You're creating a lot of metabolic distress, which creates burning sensations in the muscles. These athletes have to navigate that early so they can kick into their aerobic system and finish with more urgency than when they start this workout.
Jorge Fernandez and Jonakoski in the white hat were the first two men back to the barbell for round two. Heinrich Happelainen now on the far right side of your screen. You can see his head there on the very edge. He was the third man there. 84 reps is what they need to get to complete this round. Jorge Fernandez is now on his final 6 shoulder to overhead, and these shouldn't be a problem for him. Jonakoski is back to the bike. Fellow Finn Heinrich Happelainen joins him, and now here's Jorge Fernandez.
Yeah, and I like what I see out of Jona here. Good body language, he's focused, he looks smooth. His cadence is remaining tremendously consistent there from what we saw in round 1 and round 2 on the bike and now into round 3. And this is where I believe we'll really start to see separation on athletes who nailed it with their pacing on the first 2 rounds into the latter 3 of this workout.
Jorge Fernandez in that black shirt is someone who is very familiar with being on a baseball diamond. Played baseball at San Diego State University. He was a right-handed pitcher there. And in 2017, he led the entire team with at least 45 innings pitched with a 2.79 ERA over 23 appearances, including 5 starts, and held opposing hitters to a 227 batting average with runners on base.
Right now he's holding right on to Jona here, trying to trail him closely for the lead of this 3rd round.
Chandler Smith is creeping up as well, as is Cole Sager. .126 repetitions will be the end of round 3. 11-minute time cap here, first of 2 heats for the men, their final event of the day. It's the 4th event that they will have competed in. 10 events total here at the Rogue Invitational, and a couple of them are still unknown. Jonakoski in the lead, back to the bike to start round 4. Here comes Happelainen and now Cole Sager, Chandler Smith, and Jorge Fernandez. Paulson and Tetlow moving back.
And I want to say Jona's got to keep an eye out for some of these bigger, more powerful athletes here in the latter part of this workout, because there's a chance that Henrik Happelainen could be holding on to something just enough to really be able to surge the last 15 calories in a workout like this that could minimize that lead that Jona's established immediately. So he just has to be a little bit aware of that capacity or potential there for some of these athletes and keep them at arm's length just to secure his lead.
It is getting tighter at the top now. Jonakoski has about a calorie lead on Chandler Smith. Jorge Fernandez, Cole Sager, and Heinrich Happelainen just a handful of calories behind them. Tim Paulson is moving up as well. Paulson on the bottom of your screen. Jonakoski done first. Here comes Chandler Smith now in second, followed by Jorge Fernandez and Cole Sager. Now Tim Paulson in 5th. Heinrich Happelainen starting to fall back. You got to get to 168 reps. That'll be the end of round 4.
Jona's still looking tremendously composed.
Jonakoski made his CrossFit Games debut back in 2014. He's been to the games every year since except for 2018. Koski is done. Final round for him. And Chandler Smith has fallen back into 3rd as Cole Sager moves to the bike in 2nd. Happelainen at the top of your screen, fighting with Smith for 3rd place in the heat right now, and Tim Paulson going back to the bike along with Jorge Fernandez.
This is where you really have to toe the line as an athlete, knowing that you've got one more complex left of that barbell, and then you're in the home stretch. As we watch Tim Paulson in the bottom of the screen doing what he does. There goes the head nod, Sean.
Looks like he's going Paulsen here on the final 15 calories, and he's now within 3 of Jonakoski, now 2 of Jonakoski. Paulsen has moved into second place now. Koski might not know it because Paulsen's at the other end of the field. And Koski's off. Now here comes Paulsen right behind him. Sager's done. And here comes Chandler Smith.
Yona doing a great job staying at the bar. He's resting, but he's minimizing the time.
Quick rest for Paulsen. They got to sprint across the finish line here. Koski is holding off Paulsen right now, opening up about a 6-rep lead. He's on his shoulder to overhead is Jonakoski. Jonakoski is done, and he will win heat number 1 of DT with a spin, presented by Yeti. 8:04.49 seconds. Now here comes Tim Paulsen, looking for his best result of the competition. And now Chandler Smith is in. Heinrich Happelainen is done, and Happelainen makes his way across the finish line in the upper right-hand part of your screen. Noah Olsen is done. Got Tetlow coming across. Now Nick Matthew, who came in 10th place overall, won the last event, is towards the back here in this opening heat as Jorge Fernandez, who at one point in this event was fighting for the lead, will take 8th as Heinrich Happelainen is already across the finish line. Matthew is done, and that leaves the youngest man in the competition, Jack Farlow, still on the field in his final round.
A lot of value for the young athlete and Jack Farlow here being left on the field. There's memories here that you can soak up and use as tremendous leverage into your training to understand that this is something I've got to work on, my pacing, my aerobic capacity. And it's going to pay off for him if he's willing to put forth the effort and focus and use this as a positive experience.
And that will close out heat number 1 with Jonakoski. Felt a little pressure from that man, Tim Paulsen, late in the event, but Koski was able to hold him off and take the heat win at 8:04.49 seconds.
All Yona here. This was straight up an elegant dance executed by Jonakoski. He literally knew his threshold. He towed the line the entire workout. He planned his breaks perfectly, and he rested early, but not too often and not too long. And that's really the key in towing the threshold in a workout like this. DT with a spin. Great execution by him. A savvy vet, and he showed it.
Jonakoski takes the opening heat, and we have 1 heat remaining for the men as the second day of competition for the CrossFit athletes comes to a close here under the lights at Dell Diamond. Final heat for the men in DT with the spin presented by Yeti. A twist on a CrossFit hero workout.
Yeah, we know this workout well. It is a hero workout. We saw it be presented in 2015 heavy. We saw it in 2016 double, and now we see it with this Echo bike. It's 15 calories to start each round, 12 deadlifts, 9 hang power cleans, and 6 push jerks, all at 155 for these guys.
Jonakoski with the time to beat. If someone is going to chase that down, what is he going to have to do to accomplish that?
Well, they're certainly going to have the ability to pace appropriately right out of the gate. You know, really, are you willing to lose early in order to win late? Now, we watched Jona toe the line, and he was able to stay towards the front of the pack throughout the whole workout. A lot of these athletes don't have that capability, so are you willing to pace early to have success? Now, the calories do count on the bike. You can't just bypass this work, and it takes a diligent effort and focus to keep the watts where they need to be. And of course, it seems to be workouts like this favor big engines and strong bodies, which of course, those are the athletes that we're going to be watching after in this particular heat.
Athletes taking the field here for this second heat. Here are your lane assignments. Talked about Justin Medeiros, who now has a 35-point lead over both Jeffrey Adler and Roman Krennikov after just 3 events. Medeiros will be right in the middle of the field in lane number 6. He already has an event win, took event number 2, and then his other 2 finishes a 5th in the opening event and then the 3rd in back attack.
This workout is pretty pure CrossFit, Sean. I like his ability to pace this amongst the rest of the field and really optimize his own performance. This is where sometimes Medeiros can be his most dangerous. Might not be picking him to take it all home, but boy, he's hard to beat because we know he's not going to step in his own way.
Jonakoski with the time to beat at 8:04.49 seconds. And we are set to get heat number 2 underway. Ricky Garrard in the black is trying to rebound from a rough outing in event number 3. Back-to-back third-place finishes, but then the wheels kind of came off in back attack. He took 18th and now sits in 7th place overall. Garrard in the all-black right next to Justin Medeiros. Second and final heat is underway. Jason Hopper, he's at the right of middle of your screen in the white top. He won the opening event, but he has been heading the wrong way since that victory. A 19th and a 13th, but he has a chance to turn that around here.
Yeah, I like Jason Hopper anytime there's a bike involved. I'm just going to be honest with you. A stationary bike, I like that man because he has got a high power output. And if you guys follow along with his history, you know that he's had some good outcomes, particularly with thrusters and Echo bike last year here at this Rogue Invitational. So I think he's an athlete to watch for this particular event.
Roman Krennikov is the first man done with his 15 calories and gets right to work on the barbell. He is in the middle of your screen in the blue shirt and black pants. 42 reps per round, 5 total rounds, and once again, Jonakoski's the man they're all trying to chase down at 8:04.49 seconds.
Now notice the difference between the way these guys are cycling these hang power cleans. Roman's got more of the hinge forward, Quan's slapping it off his thighs, he's the rebound. One's faster, the way Quan's doing it, and one tends to keep your heart rate a little bit lower, the way Roman's doing it. It'll be interesting to see which one pays off for these athletes.
Roman Krennikov followed by Jason Hopper and Saxon Panchik, the first 3 men back to the bike. Justin Medeiros was not far behind. And now the entire field onto round number 2. Ricky Garrard, one of the last men to get onto the bike here. 15 more calories to start round 2.
And you know what I like here, Sean, and I got to give a shout out to Chris Spieler and Josh Bridges for their programming here, is
it's a beautiful balance of time on the bike versus time on the bar. If you're really attacking that barbell well, it often mirrors about the same amount of time that you're spending on the bike, and I think that it takes a lot of practice, a lot of time, and clearly a lot of experience with the programmers to understand what their intended outcome is.
Roman Krennikov now with just a couple calories left as he looks to maintain his lead. He will be first off the bike. And it's so great to finally see Roman Krennikov in live competition after everything that he went through the past 4 years just trying to get over to the CrossFit Games. Finally makes that happen here in 2022. Finishes on the podium in second place by just 27 points to Justin Medeiros. He will be in North America for the foreseeable future. Looking forward to seeing him continue to compete at these in-person events.
Roman into round 2, looking like he's going completely unbroken with that barbell. It almost looks like it's attached to his body.
Pat Vellner and Sam Quant are fighting with Bjorn Gudmundsson for second place right now in the heat as Krennikov is through 2 of his 5 rounds. Justin Medeiros has moved into second along with Sam Quant. Here comes Patrick Vellner. Jason Hopper and Saxon Panchik at the top of your screen. Panchik in the dark shirt. And Jeffrey Adler just put the barbell down, and he and Jason Hopper moving back together to the bike on the right side of your screen.
I'm going to keep my eye out on that Pat Vellner guy. I slipped up and didn't do that a time or two earlier today already, and he kind of snuck in. So I'm gonna keep my eye out on Pat Vellner in the corner of my eye.
There is Patrick Vellner, who comes in 5th place overall, 225 points. He's only 10 points out of second right now. And Vellner is creeping up on Roman Krennikov. Hand in the air for Justin Medeiros as well. And Krennikov is back to the barbell now for round 3 of DT. Here comes Quant and Vellner, Gudmundsson, and Medeiros as well. Now Jason Hopper.
We're going to watch here. Some key decisions are going to take place here on the barbell in this round. Pat drops the bar. He's letting it rest. Roman's hanging on again from his deadlifts to his hang cleans. Quant drops the bar. So Roman's clearly got the intention to go unbroken here, at least through 3 rounds. And that's where he seems to buy about 2 to 3 seconds on each round on some of these athletes.
126 will be the end of this 3rd round. And Krennikov now has 3 reps to go to get there. He is done. Roman Krennikov back to the bike to start round 4. And we'll see who is next. It's going to be Sam Quant, followed by Justin Medeiros and Patrick Vellner and Bjorn Gudmundsson. So the top 5 holding here as we move into round 4. Not a lot of changes here.
Hopper and Gerard both just barely making it back to the bike.
Sam Quant, the last 2 times he has competed at the CrossFit Games, he's finished inside the top 4, second in 2020. Then he had that medical issue in 2021 at the Mid-Atlantic CrossFit Challenge. Never got on track there, did not qualify. Back in 2022, and he finished in 4th place.
And he looks good, you know, and I say that just from a physical presence, you know, his body composition, his awareness, like he looks like he's full of energy here to compete. And I remember watching him in 2016, Sean, win double DT. So he likes this barbell.
Patrick Vellner got to the barbell just ahead of Roman Krennikov, but Krennikov is continuing to work. And now he and Vellner just about even here for the lead as Krennikov continues to go unbroken on the barbell. He has regained the lead from Vellner, but Vellner doing some good work there on the Echo bike to move ahead of Sam Quant in the race for second. Justin Medeiros is working back there as well. Final 6 reps in this round for Roman Krennikov. And he moves into his 5th and final round, trying to chase down Yonakoski's time of 8:04.49 seconds. Sam Quant now in 2nd, Medeiros in 3rd. Hopper and Vellner now even for 4th. Or make that Gudmundsson, pardon me. And now here comes Jason Hopper.
And this is where we get to see a bit of a final kick. Roman had about a 4-second lead on Quant getting to the bikes. Cadence is pretty similar between the two. Roman may have an edge up on RPMs there as he seems to be cycling his bike just a touch faster.
Final 5 calories for Roman Krennikov, who briefly surrendered the lead to Vellner in round 4, but now he is back in front. Vellner looks like he is in 3rd place as Quant is just about done. Here comes Roman Krennikov with less than a minute to complete this final round of DT and pick up an event win. And depending on what Justin Medeiros does, he could really close that gap. He needs some help here, though, in this heat, as Medeiros is now off the bike for the final time. Quant and Vellner on the barbell in their 5th and final rounds as well.
Boy, if Roman can hold on here and go unbroken, what an excellently paced event for him.
Final couple reps now. 5 remain for Roman Krennikov. His first career appearance in person at the Rogue Invitational and his first event win here. Roman Krennikov, 100 points as he takes DT with a spin. And now Sam Quant right behind him. Now keep in mind, Yonakoski's time could factor in here and help out Roman Krennikov, as now Justin Medeiros is across the finish line, along with Bjorgvin Gudmundsson. Jason Hopper, Vellner, and Gerard also across. Here comes Adler, now Lazar Jukic. Saxon Panchik will be the last man to finish here. Final rep for Panchik, and with that, day number 2 of competition for the CrossFit athletes is done here at the Rogue Invitational, and it's Roman Krennikov who picks up 100 points and his first event win of the competition.
What an execution by Roman. Paced well all the way out the gate, and he led that whole darn thing. That is impressive to lead an event like that the whole time and knock it out of the park with knowing your own capacity.
He and Sam Quant both go sub 8. And Krennikov looking to move up the overall standings and have second place all to himself, and he cuts into that lead that Justin Medeiros had. 35 points coming into the event.
And it's all Roman for this one. We know that when you play with having a buffer on the rest of the field in a particular area, you get to hold on to your reserves, which means that you get to conserve a little bit of energy. And he did that on the bike. He went just fast enough to go unbroken each round on this complex, and that allowed him to really dictate his whole entire event. And of course it ended with a shirtless Roman and a happy victor.
And a shirt toss into the crowd. Roman Krennikov enjoying his time competing in person here, and he picks up 100 points with a time of 7:49.76 seconds. Sam Quant with 95 points in second place. Yonakoski's top time from heat number 1 is good enough for 3rd. And then Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson helping out Krennikov as well as he gets in ahead of Justin Medeiros, who takes 5th place in the event, but another top 5 finish for your defending Rogue Invitational champion. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon with Roman Krennikov.
DT is a well-known hero workout for most of the CrossFitters. And they've come across it at some point in their training. But how much of a game changer was the Echo Bike?
Этот воркаут очень хорош для меня, потому что я люблю комбинацию штанги с кардиотренажером. Я выкладывался на штанге, и, как я сказал своему тренеру, я буду восстанавливаться с тем темпом, на котором они будут работать.
He loves this combination of cardio equipment with the barbell. It's his favorite. So he told his coach this. On a DT, he'll go unbroken and fast. And on a bike, he's going to go in his recovery pace, which is most of the athletes' working pace. So...
Congratulations, 100 points is coming your way.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Roman Krennikov now sits in second place all by himself, and he carves 20 points off of Justin Medeiros' lead. Bjorgvin Gudmundsson moves into 3rd. Patrick Vellner Creeping up the leaderboard, now sits in 4th place with 295 points, and Jeffrey Adler drops down to 5th. Sam Quant, he also makes a move from 9th up to 6th. Always fun to watch a guy like Roman Krennikov compete.
Always fun. The smile, the energy, everything he brings to the table, man, it makes it very enjoyable.
We've waited for a while to see him in person, and it has certainly been worth the wait. The men are done. Women taking the final event of the day for a spin when we return to the 2022 Rogue Invitational. It's the final event of the day of Friday here at the Rogue Invitational. DT with the spin as the Echo Bikes and the Barbells are back out on the field as the women get set to take on event number 4. From Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Glad you're with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Adrian Conway. We have Kiki Dixon down on the competition floor. Your overall standings coming into this event, it's Emma Lawson, who is still your leader with 230 total points. She has a 10-point cushion on Gabriella McGowan. Cara Saunders sits in third by just 15 points. And then Laura Horvath has a 5-point cushion on Ariel Lowen and Annie Thorisdottir. Event number 4 is DT with a spin presented by Yeti.
And DT with a spin is a nice spin indeed. And we see that the bike has tremendous value here. It's going to be 5 rounds with 15 calories on the bike, 12 deadlifts, 9 hang power cleans, and 6 push jerks, all at 105 pounds for these ladies. And while we've seen it in the past, this is certainly a new version of DT.
Keys to the event here as the first of 2 heats gets set to start.
The keys are, can you lose early to win late, or are you willing to? Pacing is extremely important here with these 5 rounds. The calories on the Echo bike count, so you need to mind your wattage and mind your competitors to strike when it's time. And then, of course, big engines and strong bodies are the natural prototype that this type of programming tends to favor. So those are the athletes that are on our tracker for this event.
10 women in this first of 2 heats. Lane assignments will be on the left side of your screen. Annie Thorisdottir, who finished second at this event last year, making her first appearance in individual competition since she took second at the Rogue Invitational in 2021. 6th place overall coming in. And then Ellie Turner, who had a really strong performance in the last event, finishing second in event 3. Hoping to follow that up here. Turner will be in lane number 5. First of 2 heats for the women is underway. Carolyn Prevost hopping on the bike. Now, Bailey Rogers had a great start to the competition, Adrian. Finished second, but since then a 10th and then a 20th.
Yeah, she has, but I like her for this event. And the reason is because someone coming in with such a strong Olympic weightlifting background as her and showing the prowess in a simple monostructural event like Event 1 was, I believe the combination of these 2 things together should favor her quite well. So we'll see, can she have the ability to pair them together in one event and strike while the iron's hot, or the opportunity is there for her as an athlete.
Bailey Rogers getting set to close out her first set of 15 calories. Annie Thorisdottir will be the first woman off of the bike, and she moves to the barbell. Here comes Matilda Garns, Danny Spiegel, Ellie Turner there as well. The majority of the field now is onto the barbell for the first time. Maria Solberg getting to the barbell for the first time. Now, every woman, as Carolyn Prevost in the background there, hops off the bike onto their first round of DT. 42 reps per round, 210 reps total, and it's Annie Thorisdottir, who is now 1 rep away from closing out round number 1, and she will head back to the bike for 15 more calories.
And I'll tell you what I liked from Annie on that round is that every barbell repetition was done with urgency. Those deadlifts were fast. She took a quick break. Those hang cleans were fast. She took a quick break. She was right into those push jerks. And that's going to favor her very well, simply because she's going to be able to dictate the pace that she needs to set on the bike if she can keep this slight lead.
Ellie Turner was the second woman back to the bike behind Annie Thorisdottir. Matilda Garns was close behind them. Those 3, your leaders right now in the heat. Bailey Rogers inside the top 5 right now, but still 4 rounds remain.
It's very early, and what we want to see from these athletes on the bike is that they're driving with their legs right down through the meat or the middle of their foot into the pedal, and pressing and pulling with their arms equally to help make sure that they're distributing the power load as much as they can, not fatiguing one muscle group over the other too much.
Thorisdottir is done. Back for her second round of DT. Starts with those 12 deadlifts. 105 pounds on the barbell for the women.
Annie with a quick break at the barbell, but then right back to work. Those are so predicted, those breaks that she's creating there. And because she's breaking them early and often, it allows her to rest not long at all.
Matilda Garns in the gray pants is trying to hold off Ellie Turner right now. Turner on her hang power cleans, and she has a really good cycle time going. She's towards the left middle of your screen. Now right in the middle in that black top and those gray pants as Annie Thorisdottir closes out round 2, and Ellie Turner will not be far behind her as Turner is done, and she heads back to the bike to start round 3. Here comes Matilda Garns. Top 3 remain the same at the end of round number 2. So we're at the end of round 1. Danny Spiegel back to the bike. And on Enganese in those bright blue pants. Maybe a Kerstetter in the long blue pants, right of the screen. Hanging tough in this event as well as Annika Greer has just closed out her second round along with Carolyn Prevost.
Well, and young Olivia Kerstetter has to really enjoy this couple here. You know, I think that both of these movements tend to favor her strong suits as an athlete, at least thus far. Strong with a barbell, solid on an erg. So she's going to have an opportunity for a good showing.
Annie Thorisdottir now to start round 3 of DT, right to work. Approaching the halfway point as far as reps are concerned in this event. Now she's on the back side of it. Here comes Matilda Garns, just ahead of Ellie Turner.
I'll tell you, often people watching these athletes work out, again, they question, well, why is she breaking? She could completely go unbroken. Well, folks, she could, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that's going to be one of these things that vets do, veterans in our sport, that separate them from a lot of youth. They understand this and it allows them to optimize their performance in events like this.
Thorisdottir now into round number 4. Staying ahead of both Ellie Turner and Matilda Garns. Turner back to the bike, and Garns right behind her. So it's Garns who's able to pass Turner on the bike, but Ellie's work on the barbell has been faster than Garns right now. Olivia Kerstetter has moved up into 4th place in the heat.
Just chipping away at the lead so far, showing good signs of self-awareness and pacing. You see Danny Spiegel's taking her time back to that bike. She kind of knows that if she gets there too soon, she's not going to be able to pedal so fast anyway. So she's, again, this is all about management, individual to individual.
Carolyn Prevost back to the bike, and Annika Greer now start her 4th round as Annie Thorisdottir continues to lead.
Okay, Annie, now at this point, she looks around and there's no one there. It's that self-urgency and awareness that she's got to have to setting the time to beat.
Ellie Turner ahead of Matilda Garns. And we have the Legends competition here, and Annie Thorisdottir absolutely qualifies as a legend. She's competed in 3 different decades at the CrossFit Games, made her debut in 2009, won back-to-back championships in 11 and 12. Finished on the podium in 2021 after taking a season off to have her daughter Freya, as Ellie Turner is putting a little pressure now on Annie Thorisdottir.
Yeah, she's made her move. Annie put down that bar one more time after those hang cleans on this one and really opened the door for Miss Turner to make a push here. Sees the opportunity.
5th and final round for both Thorisdottir and Turner, and now Matilda Garns is back for her final 15 calories. 11-minute time cap here. 4th event of the competition, 10 total. And there are still 2 that have yet to be revealed.
Matilda Garn's doing a great job leaning into those pedals, putting her center of gravity as close as she can to right over the middle of those pedals, so as much of her length and her body weight can assist her in creating the power into that bike. She's truly taking advantage of maximizing it there.
The judge's hand is in the air for Thorisdottir. 5 calories to go, and now judge's hand in the air for Ellie Turner as she is getting set to close out her final 15. Matilda Garn's getting close as well. Thorisdottir's done. Working her way back to the barbell as Ellie Turner is going to get set to hop off here. Thorisdottir right to work.
Okay. And he's got to know that Ellie's got full intention of going unbroken here.
7 reps down for Thorisdottir before Turner picked up the barbell. And now another break for Annie. Turner continuing to work, and she's creeping up. Annie's on the hang cleans. Turner on the hang cleans.
Can't go down now. She's going to drop it here.
And she does, and Turner's going to hang on. Turner now slightly ahead of Thorisdottir. It's going to be a race to the finish between these two. Turner is done, so Ellie Turner with a late charge is going to get across the finish line, and here comes Annie Thorisdottir to take second in the heat. So another solid performance from Ellie Turner. Matilda Garns is in.
Great event by Matilda. Nice execution.
How about
Olivia there?
Olivia Kerstetter in 4th place at 9:13.07 seconds. Kerstetter in 19th place overall, but looking for her 2nd straight top 10 finish in an event as Danny Spiegel is on her final round, and Spiegel will work her way to the finish.
That's the kind of race you like to see right there, all the way through that chip timer, ladies. Don't you give up those 5 points.
She was racing with Solberg, who Solberg managed to get across the finish line. You see her sprawled out in the purple pants. So she beats Spiegel across. Now here's Bailey Rogers. 8 reps to go.
Hanging on, really obviously hit a wall here, folks. And this is that threshold position in a workout where you're holding on for dear life, knowing you're close to the end, but you've really expended all the energy that you've got. You're hanging on to technique. It's going to push you through the finish line.
Here comes Bailey Rogers, and that will leave Annika Greer as the last woman on the field. She's got 30 seconds left, and she is on her final round here. Greer is fighting for all she's worth here to make it inside the time cap. And she will sneak in.
She'll do it
with about 9 seconds to spare. But it's Ellie Turner who wins the heat. 8:54.27 seconds. And did not take the lead until those final couple of reps on DT.
Yeah, she was literally lying in wait, right? Annie, it was all Annie this whole workout, at least to our assumption. She led vast majority of it. She paced the bike well. She had a strict strategy on the barbell, but Sean, it was honestly too strict. You've got to leave this, parameter open to the fact that, hey, someone's close to me, someone's near within striking distance, and Ellie Turner seized the moment and went completely unbroken on the last 2 rounds of DT, and that's why she was our winner.
Well, Ellie Turner looking for another solid event result here after finishing 2nd in event number 3, 8:54.27 seconds. Annie Thorisdottir and Matilda Garns, they were your top 3 throughout the entirety of that event. 16-year-old Olivia Kerstetter hoping for her best finish of the competition. She takes 4th, and Andrea Solberg just beats Danny Spiegel across the finish line to take 5th with 1 heat remaining. Take a quick break. 2nd and final heat for the women coming up next with DT with a spin. Friday night comes to a close here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational, the final heat for the women. DT with a spin presented by Yeti.
DT with a spin. We know that DT is a hero workout. We've seen it heavy in 2015. We saw it double in 2016 at the CrossFit Games, and now the Rogue Invitational gives it to us with the Echo bike. It's 15 calories on the bike, 12 deadlifts, 9 hang power cleans, and 6 push jerks, all at 105 pounds for these ladies, 5 rounds for time.
Your overall leaders will be on the field. Emma Lawson right now is on top of the overall standing with 230 points, 10-point cushion on Gabby McGowan. And your keys to the event.
Yeah, Emma is doing her thing, and we'll see if she's able to run this race appropriately, but you've got to lose early to win late. Pace the way that you need to, just like we saw Ellie do in the first heat. Then, of course, these calories count. Stay strict on your tempo on the bike. Know what you need to hold. And then big engines and strong bodies tend to have favor in this event specifically.
The lane assignments for the second and final heat. Emma Lawson will be in lane number 7, trying to hold off Gabby McGowan and Cara Saunders. McGowan just 10 points back, Saunders 25 points back. Laurel Horvath, meanwhile, moved up to 4th place overall, courtesy of an event win in back attack.
Speaking of strong bodies and strong engines, Laurel Horvath is that in droves. I really love this workout for her on the erg specifically, and also with cycling of the barbell. I think she's got the capacity to have urgency on the barbell and dictate the pace of the bike just to play the field with where she wants to end up amongst these other ladies.
Opening 15 calories. All the athletes within about 2 of each other right now. Laurel Horvath and Gabby McGowan are out front early. And it's going to be McGowan off the bike along with Horvath, Saunders, and Alexis Raptis. Here comes Emma Lawson.
You notice Gabby even starts with a mixed grip. When you watch athletes do that, one hand over, one hand under, they're literally just trying to conserve their grip, maybe preserve some of their grip stamina for the latter rounds. But that ensures you that they're going to be breaking up this complex and not going unbroken.
Amanda Barnhart now. First woman done. She's on the right side of your screen, the long blue pants. First back to the bike, just ahead of Gabby McGowan and Laura Horvath.
Watching Amanda's hands on the bike, she's got a little release there. I wonder if she feels as though that gives her grip some relief, or if there's a strategy there. I've actually never seen this done. It certainly has my brain very curious onto this strategy, or if it's even something she's conscious about.
Horvath, McGowan, and Barnhart all about even right now. Horvath judge's hand is in the air first, followed by McGowan, and then quickly by Amanda Barnhart. Once they hit 57, they'll head back to the barbell, and Horvath is now done.
And she's purely in the attack position on that bike, leaning forward, weight over the pedals, all go.
Alexis Raptis in the blue shirt, joining McGowan and Barnhart on the barbell for round 2 of DT, and here comes Cara Saunders. Now Ariel Lowen and Emma Lawson, Danielle Brandon as well. Brandon had a missed rep on back attack. The last event had to ditch the barbell and then had to load it back onto the rack, which really ended any hope she had of a strong performance in that event. Trying to rebound here in DT with a spin. Laurel Horvath just ahead of Amanda Barnhart to start round 3. 8:54.27 seconds, the time to beat in the upper right-hand part of your screen. That belongs to Ellie Turner. There is Alexis Raptis, who is moving up here Raptis made her individual CrossFit Games debut back in August and finished in 10th and won that Echo Press event.
Yeah, Alexis Raptis has a high capacity in anything inverted upside down, and I think it was a perfect storm for her with it coupled with the Echo Bike, and she's showing that she's got capacity here even with a barbell movement in this event.
She's moved into a tie right now with Gabby McGowan and Amanda Barnhart for second place behind Laura Horvath. .210 total repetitions here. Laura Horvath is now done with her third set of 15 calories. And at the 126 rep mark, she will be completely done with round 3.
The barbell just looks so effortless for her. She looks like she's completely aerobic at this point, not gasping for air, but in a place here from a conditioning perspective where she can sustain this for quite a while, which to me leaves room for her to certainly accelerate into the final 2 rounds.
Alexis Raptis in the dark blue shirt. She is moved into second place now behind Horvath, ahead of McGowan and Barnhart. Horvath with 2 reps to go to close out round 3, and she is done. So Laura Horvath putting on a charge here on Friday. Over these last 2 events, she won event 3, and if she can get inside of 8:54.27 seconds, she'll take event 4.
We saw her make a similar charge at the final day of the CrossFit Games this last year. So when she gets some momentum, you really feel it, and it seems like it carries into one event, from one event to the next for her. She seems to be in one of those charges right now.
There's Danielle Brandon in the long black pants, along with Cara Saunders. Back to the bike. Laura Horvath, 8 calories to go. Middle of your screen in the all black. Coming in 4th place overall with 195 points. She is only 25 points back of Gabby McGowan for second, and she's 35 points back of Emma Lawson for the overall lead. And right now, Emma Lawson sits in 5th place in this heat. And keep in mind, times from the prior heat could factor in here and really help out Laura Horvath.
Yeah, and they like the will, and I think she knows that. She knows when an event is lined up for her strengths, and she's going to certainly go attack and try to make sure that she maximizes the point outcome. Getting 100 will certainly help her situation right now.
Still has some work to do, though, as she has now 7 reps to go, 6 reps left before she is done with round 4. Emma Lawson, your overall leader in the long pants, walking up to the barbell as Horvath heads back to the bike for the final time. 2 minutes to complete this round to beat Ellie Turner's time. Alexis Raptis is all by herself now in second place. Left of your screen, getting back onto the bike. Amanda Barnhart and Gabby McGowan are now onto the bike for the final time.
And we saw from the first heat of these women that you might seem as though you have a comfortable lead, but if one athlete makes a surge on the bike or perhaps switches what they've done from in the first 4 rounds into the last round, the opportunity is still there with even a 5 to 7 second lead. So there's still a lot up in the air here for places 2nd through 10.
Horvath continues to hold off Alexis Raptis. Horvath is ahead of Ellie Turner's pace right now. Less than a minute to go before we hit Turner's top time. So Horvath heads to the barbell for her 5th and final round of DT. If she can do this unbroken, she's going to have a good chance of winning this event. Now Alexis Raptis back to the barbell.
Both these ladies strong showing in their first deadlifts, but you know Alexis Raptis is going to drop the bar. She had that mixed grip, so she already showed us that, simply how she approached the bar.
24 seconds for Laura Horvath. She's got 6 reps to go. So Laura Horvath is going to do it. Back-to-back event wins for Laura Horvath to close out Friday, and she beats Ellie Turner by 10 seconds. Alexis Raptis, great effort from her. She's 2 seconds back, and here comes Gabby Magawa. Raptis is going to be good enough for second place in the event. Barnhart and Danielle Brandon, good rebound for Brandon after that mishap in event number 3, and now overall leader Emma Lawson is across. 9:12.94 seconds for her.
We'll have to wait to see how this shakes out the standings, but we know those times from Heat 1 are going to affect her placing.
Here comes Ariel Lowen. Laura Horvath came in trailing Emma Lawson by 35 points for the overall lead as Emma McQuaid is in. Here comes Cara Saunders. Leave Jacqueline Dahlstrom as the only woman left on the field with now 1 minute to go before we hit that time cap.
She's definitely got time to make it, keep this break minimal. Back to the bar, here we go.
Now the 9 hang power cleans.
Still cycling very strong, Sean. It's when you watch someone move the bar that way, the question is, was she really struggling on the bike then? Was that the limiter for her here on this workout? Because the way she's moving the bar here shows me there was more capacity there for her to express probably earlier in these rounds, but we just didn't get to see her bike.
She is in. Laura Horvath, though, by 10 seconds over Ellie Turner with her second straight event win here. And depending on what happened with the prior heat and where those times slide in, she has a chance of overtaking Emma Lawson for the overall lead. Wire to wire for Laura Horvath, although Alexis Raptis did make it interesting late.
Yeah, they both did fantastic. I mean, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from Alexis Raptis in this particular sequence of events. But we were leaning into Laura Horvath all the way out of the gate, and we knew when you see a monostructural movement like the bike, or the Echo bike specifically, and a barbell, where that's going to be some bread and butter for her. But I was really impressed with what Alexis Raptis showed here in means of straight up work capacity and engine. Laura Horvath was able to hold her off until the very end, but Raptis certainly made it close and made it interesting.
Laura Horvath picks up her second straight event win here, and she is with Kiki Dixon. But before that, here are your event results. Horvath and Raptis finished 1 and 2. Ellie Turner picks up another solid event finish as she takes third. It's Gabriella Magawa and then Annie Thorisdottir rounding out the top 5. Now let's send it down to Kiki Dixon with your event winner, Laura Horvath.
Laura, congratulations on your back-to-back event wins tonight. Typically, DT.
Thank you.
The crowd get
Thank you so much.
Rightfully so. Typically, DT is all gas, no brakes, but this time we added a pedal with that Echo bike. How did that affect your pacing?
I just pick like the moderately fastish pace that I know like to keep on the bike. And like basically try to pace the bikes and just get the bar out of the way as fast as I could.
Now you've completed DT in the past, DT with a swim. You got a win. Which do you prefer and why?
I must say I like the bike version. The other one is just like a sprint, and now you have to like a little bit of technique and like strategy behind it. So I really like it. I also use the Echo bike every single day, so I like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, you're awesome. Thank you.
Your overall standings is Gabriella Magawa, who is now your overall leader with 305 total points, 10 points now on Laura Horvath, who moves from 4th into 2nd. Emma Lawson drops down to 3rd. Annie Thorisdottir continues to climb. She gains 2 spots, up from 6th into 4th. and it's Amanda Barnhart who goes from 8th to 5th. Ellie Turner jumps up 5 places into 6th. And with that, the opening day of competition here at Dell Diamond is in the books. 3 events for the CrossFit athletes. We saw 3 exciting events for the strongmen, and the legends also made an appearance. Plenty of more action over the next 2 days, but we are not done yet here at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Coming up next, Jamie Hagia, Pat Sherwood, and Dr. Bill Crawford wrap things up here on the Rogue Iron Game. The 2022 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Beyond the Whiteboard. Fitness is a journey. By GoRuck. GoRuck is the rucking company. They build the world's toughest gear for rucking and training. By Rogue. Don't weaken. And by Noble, a training brand for people who work hard and don't believe in excuses.
Day 2 of competition in the books. We saw 3 strongman events, 3 CrossFit events, and our legends. The Rogue Iron Game show starts now.
Invitational champion.
Welcome to the 2022 Rogue Invitational here at Dell Diamond Stadium in Round Rock, Texas. I'm Jamie Hagia, and I am joined here by Pat Sherwood and Dr. Bill Crawford. So much to break down tonight, guys. We had a full day of competition, but we will start with you on the CrossFit side, Pat. What did you see today that you liked?
It was a great day. I mean, nothing could stop us. The rain came, nobody cared. We pushed through. We saw everything from extraordinarily just large diameter for those bar muscle-ups, DT with a spin, and those heavy back squats. It was incredible to see what both the men and women could do with that. People tried to claw away at Justin, but he's holding on, but those men are coming for him.
Incredible competition on the CrossFit side, but switching over to the strongman events, what did you think of day one?
Well, Alexei Novikov was consistent. We expected that. But with a couple of new events and 7 new athletes to the Rogue Invitational, we knew some unexpected things would happen. And that's what happened. So the leaderboard's a little jostled. The other thing that impressed me was that Pavlo pulled 900 pounds 12 times and could have done more. That is super impressive.
All right, here is a look at our overall leaderboard for our men. After 4 events, we are looking at Justin Medeiros sitting in that top spot with 350 points. Roman Krenikov not too far behind him, followed up by BKG, Pat Vellner, and Jeffrey Adler, his fellow Canadian. But it is Justin Medeiros in that top spot again. Pat, is this guy gonna stay there this whole weekend?
It's gonna be tough to get him out of there. You know, he was the story, he was the focus coming in, and with good reason. He won the Invitational last year, 2-time champion from the games. He still competes though like a brand new, like hungry rookie. He takes chances, he's a bit reckless, but he just knows his limits so well, and he can do it all. It's gonna be really tough to get him out of that top position.
Right behind him is Roman Krenikov, and he is a fan favorite. You saw his interview after. The fans love him. What are your thoughts on Roman, Pat?
I tell you what, he is a blast to watch compete. This guy obviously is here not for fun. He doesn't care if Justin has gold medals, irrelevant. He is going after it 100%. And you heard in the interview after DT with a spin, he said, look, you know, through his translator, everyone else's working pace on the bike is my recovery pace. So I don't know if he's just trying to get into their heads, but the way he's coming after Justin, if anyone can get Justin out of that top spot, Rowan might do it.
Switching over to the women's competition, here is a look at our overall leaderboard for our women after 4 events. We have Gabriela Migala in that first spot, Laura Horvath second, Emma Lawson, the 17-year-old in that 3rd place spot, our veteran Annie Thorisdottir, and then Amanda Barnhart rounding out that top 5. But Gabby Migala is in that number 1 spot. How did you think she did today?
And she, again, was one of the people that when we had the show in the morning, she was part of the discussion. You know, with Tia not competing, it was eyes on Migala. Last year, she took 3rd place at the Invitational. Not shocked to see her doing so well, and I expect her to stay somewhere in that top 3.
Besides Migala, what other women stood out to you today?
Horvath is making us sound like we know what we're talking about. You know, she was one of the top competitors last year at the Invitational as well. She took 4th place. She was on the podium at the games, and so she's in the conversation, and she finished out day 2 strong. So keep your eye on Horvath.
4 events down for the women. What should we expect to see for tomorrow?
We've got all kinds of great events still coming out. We've got event number 5, the Turtle. There's monkey bars in it. It's called the Turtle. There's a lot of animal names. I'm not sure where they came up with that, but it's got lunges. It's got a bag drag up a hill. It's going to be fantastic. Event number 6, not sure. So there's still a surprise looming tomorrow. We'll see what that is. And then finally, you'll probably enjoy this, the Texas Oak. We get to see CrossFit athletes try to lift that log from the ground to overhead. I'm very excited to see how their noted clean and jerks translate to the log. So a lot of cool stuff coming up for day 3.
That is a wrap for our CrossFit, but moving over to our strongman, here is a look at our overall leaderboard for these guys after 3 events. We have Alexei Novikov. We've talked about him a lot throughout the day. He is taking up that 1st place spot, followed up by Trey Mitchell and Martins Litzis. Pablo Nakoneci, who pulled 12 reps on that deadlift, sitting in 4th, and Mitchell Cooper rounding out that top 5. But it is Alexei Novikov. We have talked a lot about him all day today. Dr. Bill, thoughts on him sitting in that top spot?
Well, he's been very methodical today. He's taken all the advantages that he needed. He was very strategic in his repetitions with the deadlift, and he's great at the dumbbells. He got that second rep with the 285. It was perfect. He knew that that would put him in the lead in that event. And then he was very methodical with the bag. He knew there was no time, so he set himself up. He let the other guys rush out. He was very methodical. He finds himself in first place. He got some help from some guys to put some distance between he and Martins also.
That's right. Martins is our reigning champion. So what does he need to do tomorrow to climb that leaderboard for Martins?
Martins is going to probably have to take some chances. He needs a couple of knockout punches. He's got to get at least one event win, and he needs some help from the other competitors, just like Alexi got some help from those competitors. You know, he needs to have one event that really stands out. And looking at those other 3 events, it's kind of hard to tell which one that might be. Maybe the Stones, which would be a dramatic finish like last year.
Pavlo and Trey Mitchell are also men on the radar. What are your thoughts on them on this final day of competition tomorrow?
Well, Trey was the event tester last year, so he's had a whole year to say, I really wanted to be in the Invitational, and he's making the most out of this opportunity. But Pavlo, for those of us who studied the firmament of strongman, he is a shooting star. We knew he was coming. He doesn't have a lot of experience, but his potential is unbelievable, and he showed a lot of that today.
Excited for day 3 tomorrow, excuse me. But here's a look at our schedule, what we will be seeing on Saturday. We are going to start off with the Rogue Coaster. That has been an exciting teased event all throughout. Excited to see these men take after that. Then we'll have event 5 for our individuals. Our legends will come back out on the field, followed up by individual event 6, strongman event 5, and then CrossFit individual event 7, and then strongman will bring it home. We will crown a champion and have all of our awards here at the 2022 Rogue Invitational. That is a wrap here for us on day 2, but thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of our entire crew, Pat Sherwood, Dr. Bill Crawford, Sean Woodland, Lawrence Chalet, Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon, I'm Jamie Hagia. Thanks so much for tuning in, and be sure to come back tomorrow when we crown a champion for Strongman at the 2022 Rogue Invitational.